So we're going to call this meeting to order. It's 8:04 now. This is the Board of Equalization for Albemarle County. This is our July 6th meeting. So our agenda is to call order. We have approval of minutes from a prior meeting. We don't have a copy of that. Did we look at that? We might actually.
Electronically, no paper copies.
Okay. Are we? I don't know if we have a copy in front of us. Maybe we'll wait till next meeting to approve those. Or later on. Later this meeting. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So let's kind of just a housekeeping matter. But I guess since Mr. Patel is here, maybe let's do hearings 1 and 2. And then since we have a number of hearings today where we have the same tax representative, we may, and with Mr. Patel's case, we might do the same thing. We'll have all the presentations done before we do our conferences.
Okay.
So kind of do things a little bit out of order. So the timing might be a little bit different, but we'll just see how every applicant wants to do it. So give them the option to do that. So Mr. Patel, good morning.
Good morning.
And
Good morning.
welcome.
Since I've been up.
And I don't know if I mentioned already, but determination of the quorum, we have all 5 members present today, so we should have a quorum. And have you all seen the document Mr. Patel just handed to us?
Only if it was in the original submission.
Is it?
This is additional, what I'm gonna say right now.
Oh, okay, so do you mind giving
There's 2 additional.
to the assessor? Okay, so this is case number. It's BOE application 58, PID 19779. The applicant is the Patel Living Trust. So Mr. Patel, I'll give you the option here. You have 2 applications back to back. Would you like to go ahead? Because what we often do is do a presentation and then we'll confer. But for your sake, so you don't have to go and wait for us to do all that.
Yeah, that's fine. I can present both.
Okay, so we can do 1 at a time,
Right.
but it's just gonna
Well, your
be.
second one, I'll pass that
Okay,
out.
sounds great.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
And then, okay, so let's go ahead. Let me just do the introduction real quick. I believe, Mr. Patel, you were before us last year, so you have something like virtually. Yes, this is the first time we're doing it in person. A couple of years. So again, welcome. We're the Board of Equalization. The board is comprised of 5 citizens of Albemarle County who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We're an independent board, and here's how the hearing will work. You're going to have 10 minutes to present your case, and this is for each one of these cases. The assessor will have 7 minutes to present theirs, and then he'll provide another 3 minutes for rebuttal. During the hearing, we may stop to ask you and the assessor questions. Please note that per Virginia law, there is a presumption of correctness, so the burden of the proof is on you as the applicant. So before we begin, let's swear in the witnesses. So whoever is planning to testify, both from the assessor and as the applicant, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Any questions before we begin?
No, sir.
All right, please proceed.
Okay. Thank you all for this opportunity. In reference to what I will be stating today, I'm just passing out that handout. So I'll continue with that and then we'll go from there. Respected members of the Board of Equalization and County Assessor staff, I thank you for the opportunity to present my case. My name is Vipul Patel. My wife and I own 2 properties within half mile of each other. One is our primary residence at 3250 Barracks Road, and the other is a vacant residential parcel located at Coulter's Drive. Given the 10 minutes allotted time, which you've already indicated is 2 each, but we'll continue. I will begin with my primary residence. At the real estate review form submitted February 13th, I, at the opinion of value by owner of agent as of January 1st, 2023, stated a total value at $901,460, which led to a land increase or accepted land increase at 9.8% at $267,200 and building increase at 9.1% at $634,260,000, which equals out to the $901,460. With my stated valuations, the county realized the total valuation increase of both land and building at 9.3%. An $83,860,000 increase. And that is based on the opinion that I provided. In my opinion, there are several key factors to why my building is not justified by the 15.3 increase which the county has presented. One, the arbitrary assignment to Foxfield, which is far distant and comparable at Montview. It is my understanding that there's not an assigned Foxfield jurisdiction, but rather an arbitrary divide. In fact, there are 4 of the residents at Old Garth Heights that probably face the same dilemma. Number 2, it is also important to state that in past years I have gained reduced assessment. Still, the Dominion Transformer Station exists, both visually and audibly. In fact, standing at my parking area, the constant humming is 24/7, and in fall, the station transformers are clearly visible. No Foxfield residents say the same. 3, in my opinion, the 3 residences at Montview subdivision align closely to my residence, with building appraisal increases between 4.22% to 5.71% of the 3 that I indicated in the forms that I submitted to the county. Number 4, the county comparative data includes 14 items from 2022 at Foxfield Assessing District, ranging in acres from 1.19 to 24.95, and appraised values from 631,000 to 2,190,400. Where I'm not an expert, but can clearly decipher that my resident should and does not apply to the data provided. In my opinion, Foxfield does and will generate ridiculousness, but I, as a long-term resident of Charlottesville, do not fall into that category. In closing, I say that I do not live on Garth Road, but rather on Barracks Road, just as my neighbors at Montview subdivision. Thank you, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions at this time from the board? We'll go ahead and to the assessor's office.
Okay, so this property we do have as part of the Foxfield market area. And we break properties down by similarities. So the Foxfield is a rather large area, kind of like a market area, a rural area property group. And we have several areas, as you can see on the map that's displayed up here. We have several other neighborhoods that are broken down, like Montview or Colthurst, in Farmington, and these properties are, all, they have a lot of similarities in their groups, but Foxfield is more of a larger market area in which we combine the similar properties. Mr. Patel's property, as we found last year when we did our review and it came to the board, we discussed the power station and we made an adjustment for that on the property. And that is still in place. While the assessment changed with the entire market from last year to this year, the adjustments on the property stayed the same. They were percent adjustments, so they remained. So we believe that based on the comparables that are provided in the Foxfield neighborhood, that is more appropriate than Montview is, which is a different set of properties, and they're older and they're inferior to the general Foxfield area. Certainly, the property is not similar to Colthurst or Farmington, which are both very superior to Foxfield in general, and certainly this property. So we believe that as being a part of the group of Foxfield properties, it's appropriate, and that the adjustments that we made adjust for the issues that this property sees. And that's all we have.
Thank you. Any questions from the board to the assessor at this time? Next applicant, if you have any rebuttal.
Well, yeah, I would just like to refresh on the presentation or the information provided to me. Of the 14 items, the comparables provided. They're all listed in Foxfield, which I'm grouped into. But is there any information of the distance from my property to the nearest comparable sale? And two, I would disagree with Montview's assessment that they're much older and not comparable. I do believe they're highly comparable. I have folks who live there. And many of those houses are modern, just as can be, just as modern as mine, or up to date as mine. I've visited several of those houses. And I would disagree with the county on that.
Thank you. So the olive green there is the Foxfield neighborhood,
Exactly.
and the darker purple is the Montview neighborhood,
The darker purple is Cold Thirst.
or to the right.
And to
Yeah.
the right is
Yeah,
the Montview.
There's a lot of different purples.
Yeah.
And so if you zoom, can you zoom out from there?
Sure.
So Foxfield continues.
Yeah, Foxfield is kind of a large market area that the other ones are real subdivisions within the rural area that were developed together. And in Montview, one of the other issues with Montview is the roads. They're inferior to some other subdivisions in their quality, the width, and their condition.
Any,
I'm sorry, where is our subject property?
Oh, it's this little triangle right here.
and are there, where were the power lines situated? I know there's a substation.
So yeah, that's the substation, and I can take off this layer so we can see.
Lines are about.
There, back behind it.
And what's the adjustment?
It's a 10% adjustment on the land.
I'll just, okay. And it would just be applied toward the land.
Correct.
Any other questions from the board? Anything else you want to add?
No, I mean, the question I have is what proximity is the
Big comp.
closest Foxfield that's reported on this data?
And you're looking at the bottom of page
I'm
2.
looking at the last page where it has 14 sales submitted from the county.
Right. Okay.
Well, the Ingleside Drive, it's the 5th one on that list, and it's 3/10 of a mile away. It's pretty close.
There's 2 on the side. Or third, yeah. Third and fifth one.
It's the $1,250,000.
Okay.
And in the rural areas, sometimes there will be something that's physically close to the subject, but overall, we're looking for what that area's, how much those areas rates need to be adjusted in order to reach our ratios, the 100% ratio, and as tight a COD as we can, a variance as we can in that. So it's not always a case of having something obviously very close or even next door that is very similar. It's a grouping of all the properties, which in the rural areas will vary greatly. The houses will vary greatly, the sale prices, their locations, but overall, once we're adjusting all of those properties, our base rates are what we're looking for to make sure that we are.
May I add a comment?
Please.
So the 2 comparables are mentioned are Inglecrest, which is a area that I'm familiar with, but that's an entire upscale community, far more upscale than Montview. And I'm nowhere near that.
What's the base rate difference between this one and the Montview?
Montview. Montview is $175,000, but it's not necessarily for a 2-acre lot, because those are smaller, I believe.
Which is too big.
Yeah, 255 for a 2-acre home site in Foxfield. Do you know what the Montview base size is?
The base rate that's applied only to the land or not to the buildings. So in this case, the Helen has not requested an adjustment to the land value rate.
Have you made a request for adjustment of land value?
No, I've accepted that.
Accepted. So that's the one thing Mr. Mayor is kind of indicating is when the assessor is looking at the difference in the subdivisions, when you're looking at Foxfield versus Montview, and I'm looking at here, the assessed value on their owner provided comps, like your property is 267 for 3-acre versus like 3.1 acres on Montview is 204. So that's where your difference is going to be. It's not going to be on the improvements. So it looks like the difference between the ones you're looking at in Montview are those are older homes, 59, 62, 60. The valuation difference seems to be more for the structure than the. So when they're looking at neighborhoods, that's my understanding. I think our understanding is when these base rates and the difference in those neighborhoods primarily applies to your land, not necessarily to your improvements.
Understood, but
So there are two different things. So the base rate will apply to the land, but then there's an adjustment to the improvement, a multiplier
Okay,
for each neighborhood that is applied to the improvements.
okay,
And in Montview, and just to correct something I said, it is 2-acre base in Montview.
okay,
So it is apples to apples.
okay,
But there is 100% res factor in Montview. There's 110% res factor or adjustment multiplier for the improvements in Foxfield. So the improvements are adjusted higher than the same improvements would be in Montview.
And that is
Because we have found, so when we're doing basically the sales study and the analysis of each neighborhood, we're looking at that balance of land and improvements, and we have to get to the 100% ratio.
because
And the question is, do we adjust the land or do we adjust the building or the multiplier for the building, or do we do both? So we need to balance. We can't obviously adjust the land above what the land sales are showing us. So anything else should go to the improvements. And that's how we decide to change the multiplier instead of the land rate.
So that multiplier in Montview is lower than in Foxfield, and what you attribute that to?
We attribute that to the stock of houses in Montview,
The older.
the whole older, yes.
Can we look at that power line?
Oh, sure.
Let me see see where it goes.
it goes through Montview.
It goes through Montview, yes. Jumps around a little bit here. Okay, so there, Montview, there's the property. So it heads right, it's like straight through here and right down Magnolia Drive, it looks like. Yes,
So you've already adjusted for that in the land values in Montview.
correct. Now, I'm not sure if we also adjusted those properties that are specifically on it. I can take a look at that.
You mean for the improvement?
For the power lines,
But I mean, just the land.
just the land,
Just the land.
correct.
But when the 10% you took off, that was just off the land or that was a total off total value? of the
It was
property?
just off the land.
Okay.
They do that. They do it, okay. Yes, they have power line adjustments in Montview to the land.
Just,
That is just the land. correct. Yes.
Any other further questions?
Not for me.
If you have anything else further, you're welcome.
well, I've heard several times that Montview homes much older. I would agree with that. However, that does not make them not be modern. There are several houses that I've seen and witnessed that are updated to be on my house. So if age is the only factor, yeah, then I mean, I have nothing to say. But in terms of comparables to me, I think my house versus a couple of listed houses on Montview are very much in line.
I think we're gonna look at some of the factors that apply towards there versus yours, and as we feel great, so. If there's nothing further on that one, I think we have a pretty good idea there. Let's move on to the next case. So this is BOE application number 59. The ID is 19907, and again, the applicant is Patel Living Trust. And Mr. Patel. Please.
Okay, yeah, thank you. This is a vacant residential parcel at Coulter's Drive, which I've owned for, I believe, last 10 to 12 years. And again, at the real estate assessment, real estate review form submitted February 13th. I, at the opinion of value by owner of agent as of January 1, 2023, indicated total value at $271,950, representing a 4.76% increase, or equal to $12,950,000 increase. In my opinion, my vacant parcel at the edge of Coulter's subdivision is not justified by the 9.818% increase. In my understanding of uniformity, three residential land values at or near my vacant parcel realized land value increases from 5.06 to 5.1%. In closing, my vacant parcel is justified to valuations of direct neighboring lands which value at or near 5%. Thank you, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions from the board at this time? All right, let's move on to the assessor.
So I just want to say in this case that uniformity really refers to the uniformity of the values between different properties that are similar, and not the amount of change in the assessment of different values that are similar, or different properties that are similar. So it's difficult when you start looking at change in value from year to year. Different groups of properties might change in different years. They end up catching up to each other over time if they're in different, neighborhoods or subdivisions. But if you look at that change over 1 year, my property changed 15%, this one changed 5% or something like that. That is not really an appropriate, way to look at the change. Is the land value or the improvement value appropriate for this year based on sales, or based on the assessments of other properties that are similar, but not based on the change? This property is right next to Coulter's, and as we just discussed, Coulter's is a much higher rate for some reason. I'm showing right here. Here it is, $310,000 base rate for a lot, as opposed to the $255,000 in Foxfield. And we believe that this is well supported value for this property.
So that the property is vacant, how has it been used historically?
And actually, I do not know the origins of that parcel. But I do believe, well, obviously it's outside of the Coulter subdivision. And I believe there is a church at the corner there. I'm not sure if it's infill land that came about. But through the church, my lot, there's a house adjacent to me. I'm sorry, my parcel, there's a house and then the church. So those three have come in over the last, I would say, 10 to 15 years.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Patel, is your time for a rebuttal?
No, sir.
Nothing. And is that the driveway there going to the back property? Is that an easement? You know how,
There's an easement on my lot, yes.
you know how wide that is?
It's a gravel road. I would assume 10 to 15 feet for me.
It is enough for the car.
Yeah, it's normal.
Okay, I think that is all at this time. we appreciate your time. We're gonna confer and make a decision. And we'll have that decision to you within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you.
You guys have a good day. I know you got a busy day. My best wishes.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Billy. Okay.
Right. So should we, do you all want to discuss the lot first, or do you want to discuss the house first?
To the house first. So I think something that he said to me is that, you know, Fox Field is plainly like an infill neighborhood, right? Like it is, there are other neighborhoods that are more sort of geographically distinct, and then everything else is Foxfield. So to some extent, the argument that I just happen to be on one side of an arbitrary line there is persuasive to me. On the other hand, I think the 3 comps that were selected are not particularly good comps, and it's difficult for me to assign any value to them. And like, given the way the burden of proof is set up, I'm not inclined to make an adjustment for that reason. Not that it couldn't have been done, I don't think that he did based on the comps he selected.
I don't think anybody else have any comments? If, Peter, you don't mind pulling up the map again, going back to the house. My only, and this has been our hang up last time too, which we granted him that 10% reduction last year, was because of that power station, the power line. My only hang up would be the fact that the 1.1 factor being applied to this one and not Montview, where this, I think he has a good argument to say this is similar to Montview in the sense that I think part of why Montview is what it is because there's a big power line going through the middle of this neighborhood. That's like a big negative factor. He has the power line relatively close, which we haven't factored in, but that substation being right there is, so the fact that we're only applying the 10% off the land value, but not the structural value, that's where I'm kind of that's my hang up with this valuation is if Montview is being applied as 1-to-1 in terms of improvement, and you're adding 10% to this one, I don't know if the 10% increase is appropriate, and the power station kind of levels that off.
Okay.
That's kind of my thought with that one.
I would agree. Yeah, I think that, there is an external factor. And, whether or not, I mean, if you're not really applying it to the buildings in Montview, but there is an intrinsic, there may be an intrinsic adjustment when you're just doing that 1-to-1. So I would agree with Anthony on that issue.
What would be that change if they got that 1.1 factor?
So.
Or can you just go at 10%, I guess?
Yeah, so what we would do here is to put 90%. Oh, sorry, 10% offset. Adjustment on the building. And it would lower it to $872,000 from
I
947.
hesitate to even raise this as a potential correction, but if it's 110 over 100 and you're trying to get back to 100, don't you apply slightly less than a 10%?
Are you talking about undoing the 10% increase for the neighborhood, or are you just talking about giving the same 10% that's on the land to the improvement? That's the way I was.
I would say undoing
Yeah.
that 10% just for this particular property because the power.
I don't know if you're able to do, are you able to do that, or is it, just, we should change the
It's just
percentage?
math.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think it's 9 point.
But we can't do, I don't think we can do decimals of, it'd have to be 9% or 10%.
It's 9.1, so it seems like it should be rounded to 9.
$79.6 is what that would result in.
me ask you a question. How would that be? A 79,600 reduction? Wouldn't that be a 9% just building?
It is just to the building, yes.
Okay.
So
Maybe
whatever,
less than 6,
I think
77.
you said 879,600 is the resulting.
I see, okay, I thought-
oh, that's the
I
total
misheard
value.
you.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
I mean, I think that's appropriate, but I don't know if anybody else has any other thoughts. Do we have a motion then?
Before we do that, is there any sort of cognitive dissonance in granting him a greater reduction than he requested, given that he's got the burden of proof? He only asked for 901,460.
Well,
Okay.
that does bring up another point because that 10% adjustment that you're making, well, let's call it a 10% adjustment in my view. You know, you have partially you have said there are some road issues, et cetera. So I'm kind of looking at that 10% as maybe there's the power line adjustment for those buildings is somehow embedded in there, you know, but it's not 100% of that 10%.
Exactly.
Right.
So that's the
Yeah.
problem is it's there, while there's a land adjustment on the parcels that are actually on the power lines in Montview, it's probably more to it than just the power line, right? Because the power lines are only in front of a number of the middle parcels and they don't affect the other ones.
Mhm.
While the analysis will use all the sales within Montview
Mhm.
to determine that 100% or multiplier.
If we make that 8%, where does the number and the with that justification of late 87, that's 7
5 is 909,
of
6 is 902.
and he said 901.
I could vote in favor of a 6%.
6% there,
Okay.
sure. Okay, yeah, that's a good catch. All right, do we have a motion? What are the specific numbers?
It's and this is unchanged land, so 267.2.
Mhm.
And the improvement value would now be, the total improvement value would be 635,000. And then the total value would be 902,200.
Okay, I would support that. And I'll make a motion that we reduce the assessment to 902,200.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Is anybody keeping track? Who's keeping track of the? Okay. And the land was 267 to. All right. Let's move on to the next one, the Cold Herds Drive vacant lots. Here on this one, if you don't mind bringing the map up, so if this was in the Cold Herds subdivision, that assessment would have been much higher, is that right? Even though it's on the border.
Right. And there are, oh, sorry. The lines aren't, I wouldn't call them arbitrary lines between these subdivision and neighborhoods. They might seem like it sometimes, but when you're talking about a neighborhood like Colthurst or Montview, or certainly Farmington,
Mhm.
there are definite differences in a property considered to be within a neighborhood, as opposed to being just in the rural area and not associated directly with the neighborhood. Now, there are some little subdivisions that are built within the rural areas that we cannot, just call a neighborhood by themselves. We can't value a 5 or 10 neighborhood subdivision because there's just never enough sales. So we have to include it in a wider area. But when you're talking about a difference in some of these established neighborhoods, there's definite reasons why those properties are separated or should be separated.
So the other lots would be, I'm assuming, are part of the declaration.
Typically,
Up to, like in this one case, his lot is, I'm assuming, not part of that. So
correct.
that's the reason why the lines there.
Now, maybe there may or may not be benefits in living within what's determined to be Colthurst. There could be a homeowners association there, there could be actual benefits to ownership within that organization. Amenities and stuff like that.
So the ones the comparisons he gave were all within the subdivision. That's probably why the increase was not as much, because the base rate probably didn't increase as much.
Exactly. Colthurst didn't change that much. It was already pretty high to begin with.
And then is there usually, and has there been any kind of adjustment for that easement?
There is no adjustment for that easement, for that access through his property.
Should there be? Is there usually a case of adjustment for that?
There is usually an adjustment for if your property is accessed through another property, or if another property is accessed through you. That is correct.
And what is that?
10%. That actually is the first thing I checked when I saw that. That it wasn't adjusted for that. Let me go to the right property here.
I think even though he didn't make that argument, we had it, and even though it's his burden, I think we have a duty if we do find a discrepancy that it should be corrected.
I don't have any problem correcting these things. That's fine. Oh, let's. So if we're gonna make a change, say that we need to make it. 261.7 is what we would come up with that adjustment.
Again, he has a higher number than that, but I think if that's how you all do it uniformly, I think
I don't know
it's
what preference.
yeah. So what was the old number? What's the new number again?
It is. The old number is 287,200. And the new number is 261,700.
As a matter of order here, we get any type of feedback about why that adjustment was made, because it occurs to me that he may leave thinking that, the argument that he made resulted in that adjustment, and really it was a correction of basically a scrivener's error in the calculation. And that's probably good information for him to have.
Because usually we don't give any reason, I think, for it.
Right, we just report them. If they want to know, they contact us and we share that with you.
You share it. Okay, all right, that's fine, as long as you got some way of accessing that.
Do we have a motion to reduce to 261.7 for application number 59?
We reduced the assessment to $261,700.
So a second,
Second.
and all in favor?
Aye.
All right. So good morning and welcome. We're the Board of Equalization. We're comprised of 5 citizens of Albemarle County who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We are an independent board. Here's how the hearing will work. You'll have 10 minutes to present your case. Assessor will have 7 minutes to present theirs. You'll have another 3 minutes for rebuttal. So we'll just do that for each one. During the hearing, we may stop to ask you and the assessor questions. The presumption of correctness. One other thing I just want to note as a tax rep, to the extent you go before Board of Equalization all the time, we're a relatively sophisticated Board of Equalization. We've been on the board for a couple of years, and a lot of the folks who are on here have pretty good experience with this stuff. So just as you're presenting, just be aware you don't have to.
It's a lot different presenting here than going up for, let's say, Warren County or Augusta.
Well, I don't know how they are, but you don't have to dumb it down for us, kind of thing. But we will, if we have questions, we will be happy to ask you and kind of jump in. Do you have any questions before starting?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and get started. So I will call the first hearing. This is hearing number 3 today, application number 43. PID 30766, property owner First Charlottesville Associates LLC. So please proceed.
You want to,
Oh, yes, we need to swearing in. Thank you, Peter.
we've already
done it once. I don't think we need to do it for the whole, yeah. And I think for the assessor's office, there's no one new from the assessor's office to do the swearing, and I think from this morning, we're good.
Deb is, unless you.
So all persons who intend to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Okay, now please proceed.
Okay, thanks. So I knew these better by ownership name. What was the ownership name again?
First Charlottesville Associates.
First Charles Associates. Okay. So this property is located at 1200 Stony Ridge Road. It is leased by a company called Builders First Source, which is of course building materials. It's kind of an oddly industrial site. You know, they have a lumber yard as well as a warehouse, which is enclosed. They got 33,140 square feet, built in 1993. So it's, you know, on the border of class, essentially class B. Owner takes good care of it, or I should say the lessee takes good care of it. It's triple net lease. If you turn to page 2, it's essentially, you know, the case here. We looked at it based on Marshall and Swift cost approach, you know, it's essentially how the assessor would look at, you know, these smaller industrial sites. And we also looked at it based on the actual income here. Page 3 is the math. We use the actual base rents of 220,436. We imputed a vacancy loss of 5%, could be probably 3%. Very minimal expenses, triple net lease, of course, 5% plus 20 cents a square foot for reserves. NOI of 192,315 at a second tier base cap rate of 7.2. Even at 6%, you know, it would be less than the assessment. But I think what really drove the value here this year is they equalized a lot of land values in this area. We also did a cost approach, assuming the assessor's land value. Marshall and Swift indicated per our calculations, 1,367,006 for the improvement cost, plus the assessor's land value indicates 2,975,000, or about $90 a square foot, which is in line with kind of a tier 1 sort of warehouse property. This of course doesn't include the developer profit, which would be 10% onto that, so it'd bring it up to 3.1 or so. On page 4 is our CoreLogic Marshall and Swift calculator. We have this, it automates everything, so it's a lot easier. We just kind of input what the assessor had on their work card, and this is what came out. I think usually what drives the difference here is the effective age. Of course, we don't get out to this property every year and see, what's been improved or what's been kept up. So we assume based on the actual age. On page 6 is the lease with the second amendment with the rents we used. And then the cap rates we used was starting on page 9, and we used the second tier rate, which is on page 11. The East investment criteria is at the bottom of these pages, the bottom 3 rows. So you have your pre-tax yield rate, going in cap rate, terminal cap rate. We use the 7.2, which is the industrial warehouse rate average for the going in. But that's pretty much it. Very simple case.
Yes, I do have a question. Can you just repeat your last little section?
Yes.
Take out your rates.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
on page 11.
Yes, so you'll see this report in a lot of our packets, but it's probably best to kind of lay out how it works. So if you'll turn to, for example, page 10, there's at the top, it's the West investment criteria, so the West Coast, then Midwest, South, and then East. We use the East rate, which encompasses the Mid-Atlantic as well.
Right.
So the pre-tax yield rate is your internal rate of return.
I got
That's
all that.
okay, gotcha.
Okay, I just
Sorry.
want to know what line we're looking at. You're looking at, okay, you're looking at your East investment criteria.
Exactly, and then along the top are the categories, and then the subcategories are the second row.
Okay, great. Sure. Thank you. Oh, so that's where your 7.2 came from.
Exactly.
Okay,
Where's this? I could.
this is going in rate, under going in cap rate.
Yeah, the range is
Oh, I
5.5 to
look
9.8.
Oh, it's the third
Okay.
tier.
Yeah, second tier.
Second.
I'm looking at third tier, that's fine. Okay. Any other questions? All right, the assessor.
All right, well, I'll get us started and Deb can chime in if she has any additional information, but the kind of the main points here, that the property was purchased for $3,462,500. just in 2021, just 2 years ago. And, you know, they're asking for a value which is about $700,000, $800,000 less than that. And the market has not gone down since 2021. Now, we do not, we determine our value based on the cost approach and this type of property. The income approach, you know, we don't have good rental information, cap rate information for this type of property. And the information provided by that is used by the tax rep is the rents are, we believe, are below market, and that they also, as shown on page highlighted here. It's on the second amendment to the lease, which has a page 6 at the bottom, but it's back right before the real estate report in the packet. And if you look at the factual basis in item B, the rent is includes a credit against the base rent payable by tenant, the cumulative prior overpayment. So it's actually below the below market rent because it includes a credit for a prior payment. So we don't believe that the rent that's being used to determine the value based on income is appropriate. We disagree with the class, grade, and effective age that's used in the cost approach. So we don't believe that the values that are being derived from these approaches are appropriate. The fact that it's coming up with a value that's well below the actual sale price from 2 years ago when the market has gone up. At this point, our assessment is $3,963,400. It's 14.5% above the sale price from 2 years ago. We believe that's appropriate and that the cost approach is supported here.
Any questions to the assessor? Back to them.
I guess, you know, we were contesting a value of $4,343,400. I guess the assessor has made a recommendation here. No.
Just to be clear, we already notified a change.
owner.
We made a change and I thought we notified you of this change.
So one of the things that now that I have actual people that are working with me, I don't get to, you know, have hands-on with all the cases. Did you contact David Scheiderer? He's the one.
I'm not sure who exactly,
So
but we would have contacted both the owner and the
Okay.
representative.
So-
But the value that we have that we're defending is $3,963,400.
yeah, that I think that that's a fair value, especially based on the purchase price. This was kind of, this year has been interesting because a lot of our owners have been very, very worried with what's going on with the interest rate market. So, I think, a little bit up from purchase price is probably fair for this property. I was still under the impression this was 4.3 million.
So are you all officially, are you gonna be withdrawing it, or do you want us to just based on what's the information, we can make a decision? Okay. So I'm assuming nothing further on this one. Let's move on to the next hearing. Next one is BOV application number 44, PID 30767. Owner name is Mountain Industrial Properties LLC. I guess before you proceed, let's make sure that the numbers are.
This has not been
Okay,
changed.
perfect.
I just checked.
All right, thank you.
So the assessment here is $7,713,600. The address is 1122 Stony Ridge Road. It's an industrial warehouse property. It's occupied by FedEx. It's built in 1998. The building has 48,064 square feet, sits on 6.5 acres. We looked at it based on the income here. This property was, the company that owned this property was purchased by a large REIT. I think it was $21 a share for the entire thing. It was an enormous amount of properties. It was $1 billion, almost, was it maybe $1 trillion transaction? So there's yeah, there's no good way to, allocate that amongst all the properties that were involved here. So we looked at it, what is the income approach based on the rents here? The assessment here went from 6.4 up to 7.7, which is a 19% increase. The value per square foot is $160. If you'll return to page 3, this is the math we have for you. We have the T12 through September 2021. And our pro forma, we consider those being the best indications of value because the actual 2022 income and expense was missing a couple months because of the transaction and the changeover of accounting. We used the base rents of 329,238. They're triple net. We use the same very low expense ratio of 5%. Plus 20 cents per square foot reserve. The triple net expenses are essentially a management fee plus insurance. NOI of 303,164. We didn't even take a vacancy allowance here. We use this first tier cap rate of 6.2%. Indicates a value of $4,889,700 or $101 a square foot, which is in line with a Class A sort of industrial property in sales around Virginia. Sorry, but page 4 and 5 are the rent roll. It's not exactly legible from TCAP. Kind of deal with what the clients give us. Page 6 is the income and expense from 2022. And then on page 9, this is the income statement through September 30th, 2021, which is more indicative of a T12 for this property. And this is from the prior. We also have on page 10 and 11, profile of property. We also have some sales comps. I don't really put a lot of weight on these because they're kind of spread out amongst properties along 64 and up past Ruckersville. There's only one from within Charlottesville, and that one for $82 a square foot. The highest sale we saw was $109 a square foot. That was for a 2018 vintage warehouse, 20,591 square feet, so a little bit smaller than the subject. But that was a great property. It's just not located in Charlottesville. So if you add a premium to that, you get around 120 a square foot or so. But this is essentially just based on income. We included those sales comps, so you can look at the details. And then on page 19 with the same cap rates survey that we relied upon. That's what we have to do.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board at this time? Seeing none, let's go back to the assessor, please.
So, yeah, so we agree, obviously, the sale was 126 properties for $4 billion. It really isn't an indication of anything for value here that we can use. We were relying on the cost approach. We believe that the rent that's being collected on this property from FedEx, which was a lease that was established back in 1998. Is below market. It's a long term, and it's getting close to the end of its term, and that basically the value would not be based on that lease, it would be based on the market. And we found comparable, or we found properties that were could be considered a comparable rent analysis. In Waynesboro and Troy, they're higher than the rate that is being used in the income approach here, and they're very inferior in location. And we've got some local rents now. They are all in smaller areas, but they're much higher rents, up to 16.25. So we believe that if you're going to do an income approach on this property, it wouldn't be based on
685.
based on 685, which is just the contract rent. And there's some questions about the contract rent with the hard to read page that had the rent roll was a higher amount than the actual rent collected on the statement. And we understand that there was a ending of a capital or a tenant improvement, or was the change of ownership.
Yeah.
So they
and an
reported a
adjustment to
partial
that.
year, actually.
Okay. It was, yes, it was due to the partial. So we just find that it's difficult to determine a value on this property based on that income stream. The cost approach is appropriate in this case. Also, the sales, we provided some analysis on the sales. Some of them, as Mr. Owen indicated, they're from far and superior or inferior locations, or they have other issues that would make them not necessarily comparable directly to this property. With one of them being built in 1965, high vacancy, moldy tenant building, obsolete 10-foot ceiling heights, which would not compare to a warehouse. Build to suit with 45% finished office area. Property in Madison, which is lower area, Augusta, which is a lower area. Fluvanna also lower, but all of that was also a sale leaseback, specialized to the tenant. So those comps themselves, we don't believe support a value for this property. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, we did have a few sales, although they are smaller than the subject. And that's on page 8 of our write-up that showed a little bit more clearly what the value of industrial properties is here in Albemarle County. And it's due, a lot of it is due to the fact that we have very little inventory and 0 vacancy. I mean, they can't find it, and if they could find it, there's a bidding war on leasing it. So the rent that is shown in FedEx has been escalating, I guess, flatly for 10 years. Every 10 years, it's been escalating. It does not appear that it has caught up with the market rents here.
Any questions for the assessor at this time? Back to the applicant, anything further to add?
Not really. You know, we just try to look at these sort of properties based on a lease fee, because a lot of times, you know, that is the easiest way to take a look is what are the rents that they're achieving. You know, this is a kind of unique property because there's a lot of door bays. You know, FedEx is in there. Of course, they have a, you know, intangible value to them being there. It's part of their logistics center. But essentially what we're seeing from kind of across Virginia, you know, the best Class A brand new mega warehouses are selling for, you know, between 120 and 140, and this is up at 160, and I just don't consider this to be to that scale.
There was discussion of the lease, like length of the lease. Do you know when it ends?
I can't tell from this, but I think my colleague got Deb a more legible. Right.
Yeah, it's, I think it's 2027. I put it in the lease summary.
It's on
This
page 2.
term is up August 31, 2027 per the 4th Amendment.
Right, so soon, but not super soon.
Yeah. Any questions for either of the parties? Okay, you got a question or?
No.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next hearing then. Our next one is DOE application number 46. PID is 22181. Customer name is Home Depot USA. Any changes on this one?
We didn't.
Okay. Sure.
Okay, so you all probably know this best as the former Red Lobster there near the mall. The site was purchased by Home Depot, I guess, for redevelopment to a Home Depot store. But this Red Lobster is still on the hook for the property taxes here, so they're like, okay, we're not operating anymore. We have no cash flows. You know, this has been sold and it's going to be demoed, I assume at some point. The subject assessment is $3,881,200. It was a formal restaurant, of course, built. Let's see. Date on this. Back in 2010. So, you know, it was purchased by Home Depot. The allocation for this was $1,762,000. Of course, it's hard to value what an empty chain restaurant is worth, so we thought that was the best indication of value. On page 3 is some substantiation. The need that was reported here was in September 2022 for that 1.7 million. The location is found on page 4 and 5. And that's pretty much it. It's everything, but that is what we think is the best way to value a empty chain restaurant. It's going to be destroyed.
Before we move on to the, you're aware that the ground, this is only a purchase of a ground lease, right? Not the fee simple.
Okay, well,
So, okay, yeah, that's just something, I mean, that's such a brought up, but we're aware of
I'll
it.
clear that.
Okay, perfect, yeah. Just want to make sure, because we're, as part of the, but I'll go ahead and pass it on to this.
So that's the one thing I really wanted to point out is this $1,762,000 sale price is actually the purchase of the fee simple of 4 different little sections within the mall area. None of them actually include this property.
Not the fee simple, right? It's the ground.
This is the fee simple, the
sale
that-
of 1 million.
So this is a very complex,
Right.
let me put on the borders here. And it doesn't show on our map at all because the little separations, where's the pins? There they are. The separations of what's included, and I had to talk to the attorney in Atlanta about this. We have 4 parcels, tax records for what Home Depot purchased for $20 million, 200,000. And that's the lease hold part, the lease holds rights to the improvements and the right to use those 4 parcels. However, this $1,762,000 transfer was for 4 small little sections in which the fees, it was not under land lease, and it's just for the fee simple. And it includes a very small little triangle here, a little rectangle over here, and so it's
Non-contiguous.
they're all non-contiguous, the 4 little sections. It just happens to be 4 like our 4, but they have nothing to do with ours. So these are not, they have nothing to do, first of all, with the Red Lobster. They're not even included in anything on the Red Lobster parcel. But they don't represent any of the tax parcels that we have because there's a complexity between the land lease and these 4 little pieces. So what happened was they to clean up the record, they paid for these 4 little pieces, and then they paid for the leasehold of the overall to be able to use the rest. That is still subject to the land lease on everything but those 4 little pieces. So, now we have a map of it that actually
Yeah.
shows the exact thing.
I know
So
it
don't
came
have that.
before us, and I've,
Yes, why don't you, she's gonna run and get that map because that might clear it up a little bit.
but the 20.2 million, and I may be wrong, because we don't have the deeds in front of us. That, I thought that was the foreclosure sale price, which were the lender. took
It
back.
was, but also that's what Home Depot paid to
They did,
the
okay.
verdict for the
ground.
property.
Okay,
Correct, for the leasehold.
exactly.
Yeah.
It wasn't a
They
very,
paid the same amount.
okay, they did pay that, 'cause that transaction is not on record, I don't- or is it?
It's not. It's
Okay.
not. I got that from the attorney.
'Cause that was the confusing part.
Right.
I mean, outside of this, I've done research on this property, but I don't know if I should limit my knowledge to what I know or don't know, but. Cause that ground lease was very, well, I won't discuss it, but to the extent, but it's just. Anyways, I'll leave it at that, but
When it comes to this property, though, the Red Lobster property, we're not, this is a nice location. It's not that old a building, a restaurant. We're not convinced it's actually gonna be demoed at this point. And then Deb could probably speak more to that.
It is currently on the market for lease.
It is currently on the market release. And, so we believe that the Red Lobster is actually valued appropriately at this point, unless something were to change in the future. So this,
We can do it, so everyone can see it.
Yeah, so I can bring this over and I just need to identify the parts. It's this yellow, yellow. Was it 3? 4?
4.
There we are. Okay, I'll show this Mr. On first. This is what the The seller's agent or our attorney shared with us, it's just this square. Rough this and.
Great.
this little trans-
That's good.
Everything else
Yeah.
is under land.
Okay.
And then if you just.
Was that like a third?
Hold it up, Paul.
So was a third party down with these little pieces, or what was the story with this exactly?
I can't remember honestly,
It was
Who owned
included within our tax parcel, but not according to, I believe, their title, the way they
right.
looked at their title, and this was to clean the title.
Seller though,
Yeah.
who was actually selling it. The
It
yellow
was-
highlighted spot, these four. So,
It's been weird having to
It
survey
was,
that.
the
Yes.
grantor was, Charlottesville JP 2014-C21 LLC.
Well, I think the well, it's not the JP, wasn't that it was not the owner of the
I
foreclosure?
believe that was the bank, yeah.
Yes,
The owner.
yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
That might have just been an
It
internal
might
thing.
just been on different.
Yeah.
That might have just been their kind of accounting of it. It might
Right.
not have been
Yeah.
they just ended up taking fee simple for these 4 spots, and then they end up transferring that stuff.
And that's why that was a separate transfer, only because it included the fee simple
Okay.
rights. Yeah.
Yeah, so they see-
Yeah, because this is all subject to the ground lease, right?
Yeah.
This is all ground.
The
lease.
rest of it is.
Yeah,
The
okay.
blue
so
is
this
too,
is-
but
the
separate
blue is
parcels,
too,
yeah.
separate parcels.
It's just these yellows that
Uh-huh.
are the.
Okay, so they were just excluded from the ground lease. We had to clean that up probably.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
So, the point is that 1.7 million really doesn't
Mean anything.
represent, doesn't mean anything in the value of
This is a
the.
separate parcel.
Is it the red lobster?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the. Red
It
Lobster.
has leasehold here.
Okay.
Haven't highlighted ones of those.
Mhm.
That's good clarification.
Okay.
Anything else to add on this? No.
I don't.
Okay.
Unless you had something else to share, Dana.
Yes, just with regard to the comparable sales, there are a lot of small restaurant sales in that market area, the Applebee's, the Wendy's, the Hardee's, and they all sold vacant as sale or already changing to another use, and they were within the range of per square foot of what this is currently valued at. As dark.
All right, well, I think we're done with this unless the board has any other questions. at this time.
Thanks.
All right, let's move on. We're being very efficient here, I think. All right, the next one is BOE application 64, PID 9677. Customer name is Riverside MC Owner LLC.
So with my job, I get to see a lot of interesting underwriting and business plans that, it's hard to communicate with your client that, you might scoff at them a little bit as they're supposed to be the experts, even though I'm feeling that a few of them are just glorified fundraisers sometimes. This is as it's better known as Riverside Center. It's 4 different addresses on Seminole Lane. It is a medical office and they hope to convert it to more research and development sort of use. But, they bought it when interest rates are low. They've obviously turned around. They've owned it for 2 years now. They haven't been able to implement as much as their business plan as they've wanted to. And the income here just doesn't really support the overall assessment. The 2023 assessed value is pretty much in line with a little bit less than the purchase price from a couple of years ago. It's Class B medical office, flex and research development property. It's currently being repositioned. So, as time goes on, they're going to let the leases lapse. They're hopefully going to get some better paying tenants in there, switch over to more research and development, even though I would say this isn't the best area for what they're really looking for laboratory wise. I actually represent a lot of properties up in Montgomery County, along the DNA Alley, that's where the money is. It's coming to Richmond to a certain extent with VCU. Obviously with UVA's medical center, they have a great base. It's just a matter of getting some local companies to kind of get into that sort of life sciences market. And that's where they want to reposition this. The subject's improvements were built in 1986 and 1990, so there's obviously some build out that needs to occur to get these laboratory components in there, this flex space. As of 1/1/2023, the property was only 68% occupied. Property was purchased 2 years ago for slightly less than the proposed assessment, or now the proposed assessment is less than that. There's still a lot of work to be done to reestablish it, and of course, because the debt market changing, what they purchased it for a couple years ago would not be achieved today. We looked at it based on a direct cap income approach, just based on the income in place. We don't feel that's good indication of value. It only supports a value about 10.7 million. So we looked at it based on how an appraiser would do this. We stabilized the property and deducted the cost of lease up. What we did was we used the actual rents for the rents that are in place. And we used the actual recoveries for the occupied spaces. However, we excluded the tenant improvement rents associated with the surgery center and the pathogen associates office, as those payments pertain to the tenant improvement loans for the build out personal property at the site and will not continue once paid off. So we felt that's inappropriate to capitalize that into value permanently. Probably the better way to do that is to take the lump sum, add it to the value at the end as a below the line adjustment. We looked at the vacant spaces and we used expected rents for those spaces. We used a stabilized 5% vacancy rate, expenses in line with actual performance, 20 cents a square foot for reserves, and then capitalized the NOI at the same base rate as the assessor plus the tax rate. And we deducted the present value of lease up below the line. We also deducted $138,000, which is the cost of reconfiguring the parking lot, so CapEx. And they're also going to do some landscaping, and then they also need a new roof for building 2315. If you look on page 3, this is the math. The blue column, hopefully you guys have copies with some color. If you don't, it's the, okay, good. That's always, it's the lighter gray or darker gray, but it's the blue one. So the total rents, once stabilized should be about 1.7 million. We use the ratio of recoverables, which is in line when the property was better occupied as well. 386,020 total income here, about 2.1 million. We use that 5% vacancy allowance. We use expenses about 20%, 2% for reserves, and then the base cap rate of 7.75 plus the tax rate load. The expenses in the past have the real estate tax rate deducted, so we load the cap rate there. Discount for lease up about 1.8 million, which is pretty conservative, especially considering some of the build outs will probably be well over $80-$100, especially for laboratory sort of space. CapEx 138,000 indicates that 715.1 million. On page 4 is a summary of the rent roll. Just easier to read. You can see that the vacant spaces, which are at the bottom of the rent roll, have estimated rents from the owner. And they'll get about $20 a square foot for most office space and $10 a square foot for the flex space. Below is our pro forma calculation to come up with our indicated PGI. On page 5 is our leasing assumptions from the owner. 22, 25, 20, $12. They expect a little bit less than that from the asking. The TIs are included, rent increases, lease terms. So obviously longer lease terms are willing to spend a lot more to build out. Page 6 are the calculations for the present value of lease up for the office. This does not include any sort of developer profit. And it also does not include lost, any sort of adjustment for expenses from the gross rent loss. Page 7 is the flex lease up cost, which is of course much lower than the office space. Page 8 is the actual rent roll, and then after that are the income expense. On page 11 and 12 is an email from the owner indicating, how their business plan is going. It's intact, but moving at a much slower pace than they anticipated. Thus far, there's been very little leasing activity outside of UVA Health, and those conversations are moving very slowly. They also have a floating rate loan, which is of course where most of our clients are concerned. Interest payments have gone from roughly 30K to 100K. So obviously that has a huge impact on their valuation of the subject. Moving back, more income and expense, and then some operating history from before they purchased. So we also included some bad news articles for you, just based on where the market was at the turn of the year. Investor sentiment fell from previous pandemic low, page 22. Page 25, investment sales, office market expected slow and wake of higher interest rates, inflation 2023, et cetera, et cetera. obviously, it's a lot of pages and what we need to take a look at all those, but we included a couple cap rate surveys and also PwC on this one on page 45. So you can see what the national secondary office market is. The average rate is 7.31, which we feel is in line with the assessor's cap rate as well. So that's what we have for you this time.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant of the sign? Back to you, Joseph.
So, Mr. Albemarle, the property sold in 21 for 24,750,000. We actually were assessing it much below that. And this is actually in transition between a shopping center with non-medical tenants to medical tenants prior to that. And there is a deed of trust for $18.5 million. So, we're looking for a value that's actually below the amounts that's been borrowed on the property. That's we did an income approach that represents an adjustment for the vacancy. But when you do an income approach, you don't just use if it's a high vacancy amount, you don't just use that high vacancy amount. You use an increased vacancy amount that would represent what a buyer would pay. And that's how we came up with our $21 million.
And just, the way that the reimbursements are done was very unclear. I had some question that I couldn't really get an answer on with regard to loans that were given to tenants for improvements and how they were being paid back. And they were showing on the 2021 statement.
And the tenant improvements have value to the property.
Well, they also would be reflected in the lease,
Right.
in the lease rate.
Yeah,
typically.
yeah. So if they're being reflected in a short-term loan, but not in the rent itself, using that rent doesn't capture that part of the value of the property. So, and I believe Mr. Earl mentioned, that should be added below the line, but I didn't see that in that analysis. So the value should be there somewhere for that, those improvements.
That was it.
Yes.
That was just the question about how that was being handled as loans.
Any further?
That's it.
Any questions from the board? Applicant, nothing further? All right, thank you very much. Move on to the next one. Next one is DOE application number 65, 66, and 67. PIDs are 11885, 11894, 11896. Applicant is CC Forest Lakes LLC.
So the subject property is a Food Lion anchored neighborhood shopping center. The property was purchased for, let's see, 9.3 million and early 2022. The property is being kind of brought up into more typical triple net sort of arrangement with the inline tenants. To this, the reason why the purchaser purchased it was because most of the inline tenants are on gross leases, which is very unusual for this sort of shopping center. And what their business plan is to have those expire or switch those over to a triple net arrangement. Subject property, if you'll turn to page 2, I'll just walk through it. The subject property has 75,497 square feet. It's built back in 1990, and there's another portion of it that was built in 2005. The assessment increased 36%, of course, due to the sale, except for that the assessment increased past, after our first level appeal, increased past the actual purchase price, which doesn't really make that much sense because the purchase price is, of course, as of a much different, better market. And this is something that they're going to be working to that purchase price. The site was 84% occupied as of 1/1/2023. There's 6 tenants whose leases are set to expire in 2023. which will result in an additional 11,535 square feet of vacant space. The owner is expecting to lose those tenants because those tenants don't want to switch to that triple net sort of arrangement. So we value the site using an income approach, using the actual 2020-21 financials when the property was completely occupied, 4% for reserves. We also did a pro forma income approach using the rents from the 1/1/2023 rent roll, 2% for other income, 5% for vacancy, 30% operating expenses, 4% for reserves, and lease-up costs deducted below the lines. Both in valuations indicate values about 7.7 or 7.2. Of course, the purchase price here was 9.3, $123 a square foot, which is high for a Food Lion shopping center. If you look at the hierarchy of anchor tenants paying, Food Lion is at the bottom. Then you have Kroger, which is equivalent to Wegmans, but that's just because Wegmans always gets much larger spaces. And then above that, you usually have Harris Teeter and then Publix, if you're looking at the overall rents usually paid. We used an 8.6% cap rate. 8%, 8.6 is fair for a second tier sort of shopping center such as this. Food Lion is definitely a second tier grocer. We feel that the assessor's 6.75% cap rate is too low for this type of asset. If you look at sales around the Commonwealth, Food Lion anchored shopping centers usually sell for between $90 a square foot and $120 a square foot at most. That's where this one kind of went to, but of course, this is part of the, they paid more for the business plan. They're in it still. On page, on page 3 is the math. You see the far left is the pro forma income approach. You come over with a value of 7.5 at 8.6% cap rate, deducted 278,767 of lease-up cost, 7.2 million. And then the 2021 income at that 8.6% cap rate indicates 7.7, which is what the assessor would have relied upon. Page 4 is the rent roll. We imputed rents for the vacant space of $20 a square foot per the ownership guidance. On page 5 is our calculation of lease-up costs. It's a bit less extensive than the other reports you've seen because we assumed that they would be able to stabilize in a year. So we have both the, this is the out parcel, is on page 5. The rear building is on page 6, which is more of the inline space. Emails from the ownership start on page 7, which indicate, what they were thinking, where things are going, how their business plan is working out. Then on page 9 on back is the actual income and expense. Further on, let's see, on page 17 are the sales we looked at. Probably the most similar sale is from Midlothian, where I live. Janito Crossing is a Food Lion anchored shopping center. It's sold in 2021, so at a good time in the market, low interest rates for $104 a square foot, 8% base cap rate. It's definitely the most similar property. It's a little bit older than the subject, but it's very similar square footage. Market was better than the property is well kept. It's close to my house. I've been to some of the inline shops there. And then the other one that was most similar is that's definitely most similar. But you can look through the sales and details there. And then we have, of course, our bad news articles. I did include, or my colleague Jake included an article on the federal funds rate. So of course, as of the purchase date of this property, the interest rates were between 0.25 and 0.5% for the federal funds rate. Since then, or before 1/1/2023, they increased 425 basis points. So obviously that'll have a huge impact on the interest rate or the interest payments here. Moving on back, cap rate surveys, methodology, and then we even included the PwC, which is always a more aggressive cap rate survey. They indicate an average for national strip shopping center market of 7.33 for essentially top tier for first tier sort of properties. So we think, the 6.75 is pretty aggressive. That's what I have for you this time.
You say the Janito Crossing was one that you thought was most comparable?
Yes.
Any other questions from the board? To the assessor.
So, we originally had a value, total value for all three parcels of $9,300,000. $900. And then, and that was based on our estimates in our income approach. Under the initial review we did earlier this year, we got actual income from the property and using that actual income or rent rolls that were included. We adjusted that income approach to have the more appropriate income levels. And that brought it up to $9,586,000. So that is the value that we are defining today. So that is 103% of the sale, which is an appropriate range. We can easily be within 95 to 105% of sales and still be appropriate in assessment based on our criteria. So the income approach as a shopping center, we found that in the end of 2022, the cap rates did not change that much with the interest rates changing. And so our cap rates are based on a schedule that was indicated by the market. And all that information can be found in the packet. Deb, what would you like to talk about in the company's history?
I just wanted to point out that two of the parcels prior to this ownership were owned by a LLC called SSQ. And the financials that we received combined those two parcels together, and we couldn't separate those two parcels, the income and the expenses, especially the expenses, because one has the Food Line anchor and the other has as inline shops, the shops at Forest Lake, which have different expense ratios based on the tenancy. So the estimates that we used for those two parcels are why there was no change on them from the internal review. The internal review changed the property that was owned by Fermion LLC to from estimated income to actual operating income. And that's why it was increased from the 9,300,900 to the 9,586,600.
Which what PID is that? Which one?
PID 11896 is the retail strip that fronts on 29.
Okay. That's the one you increased.
That's the one we increased based on actual income and expenses after we received them.
Where we had originally had an estimate.
We had originally had the estimate.
I did have, okay. I did have a question on that on page 5. I noticed, I don't understand why you've got that effective gross income of minus $21 million. I don't think it's relevant to your valuation, but you see that on the
No,
second column?
I think that's a typo or something.
Okay.
Yeah, that was in the previous
You
year,
have a-
and it's actually, that's not.
Oh, yeah, you have a 11,000 or 12,000%
Yeah,
vacancy. Okay, it's just.
Unfortunately, something got messed up there in the
Yeah.
spreadsheet here.
Oh, prior year.
Luckily, it didn't even
You know,
change
it's
that.
not relevant to the
Yeah.
evaluation.
Good, good to point out.
Yeah, just
We'll
let
clean
you
that
know.
up.
Okay, okay.
Anything further about the assessor?
I think that's all.
Any other questions from the board? Applicant.
Just the final comment is, it's, I guess, counterintuitive to the owner that the assessment would be pushed above what they actually purchased for. They figured that would be the best indication of value as of their purchase date early in 2022. Obviously they were ready for an increase here, but I still think that it comes down to that cap rate and just being inappropriate for a Food Line anchored shopping center. Obviously, they're a good payer, but the rest of the inline shops have pretty much mixed bag. They have some office space, they have some retail space. It's not exactly a top tier shopping center.
Well, I do have a question.
Yes,
Can you refer me back to these many pages of your, your cap rate estimates?
Yeah.
And refer me to that, where you drive that 8.6.
Okay, yeah, no problem. This is a long one. Hence why I always use my iPad for these, so I don't print out the jillion pages, but that's gonna be found on page 39 and 61. And this is going to be second tier east, so it's that bottom quartile of the page, and then it's gonna be neighborhood community center, the retail columns. The average is 8.6 and the range is 6.3 up to 10.5.
Any other questions? Right, well, thank you. If anybody needs a break, just stop me, but I'm just gonna keep going unless we're good to go. So, okay, next one is BOA application number 68 and 69, PID 22175, 22176, Abington Crossing 1 LLC. I know in terms of your presentation for this, you want to keep that separate from the Abington Crossings 2 and 3, or you want to do them all
I
together?
think we could do them all together. The only difference between the analyses is that, assuming the assessor's cap rate changes between those, that's the only real difference. But these are all based on actuals, and yeah, we can talk about them as one.
Okay, so I'll go ahead. So the next one, so we'll discuss all three of these applications or these together. The second one is BOE application number 70, PID 22171. This is Rio Road Associates is the property owner. And then the final one is BOE application numbers 71, 72, 73. PIDs 22172, 22173, 22174. And the applicant there is Squire Hill Charlottesville 3 LLC.
Can I ask you to just speak a little more slowly? This is a lot of information.
Thanks,
Okay, great.
thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
I thought it was me.
Yeah.
It's okay. I had to drink a bit of coffee this morning to be like be
It's okay.
professional, so it might be.
Sorry.
Well, okay, yes, I will slow down. Sorry. So.
You have
these-
time.
Yeah.
You have time.
Yeah, we are moving along.
Yeah.
So all three of these next cases are where I kind of get stuck in the crossfire between the ownership or management team's accounting team and then what they give me. So apparently the accounting team, unbeknownst to the management team, had been submitting the income expense. And that comes up on the assessor's worksheets. It's like, okay, they have the actuals for these properties. And then management sends me their income and expense and it doesn't match. So I don't really know what to do, but the accounting team and the management team kind of cleared things up for me. And they told me, okay, so for our debt service, we have to report these certain things and we have to be limited in what we report for our management fees and what we report for certain other expenses. And that's where I kind of caught in the crosshairs. These three properties, well, two of which were increased after the first level. And I think one was sustained, but I tried to use, I work with Peter and Deb often, so I try to use their own methodology and, make it easy for them, make it easy for us. So, we looked at the worksheets, we assumed their cap rates, and then we plugged in the actuals that we were provided by the management company, unbeknownst that the accounting team had been submitting. So Deb and I had a few conversations about this, and, management was very affirmative about let's use these actuals that we report because they are more reflective of the actual operations here. And this is a great, Weinstein is located down in Richmond. They're a great management company. They own a lot of properties all around the Commonwealth, I think over 40. They are able to achieve very high rents for the age of these properties. It says Class C on Abington Crossing 1. I would consider this Class B plus. It is, renovated in 2005. The bones are old, but it's a very well operating property, and the expense ratio here is amazingly low because of the great management. So, we looked at it based on the income approach using the year-end 2021 actual financial information. We used a $500 per unit reserve, which is appropriate for the age of this property, which is also in the assessor's methodology. We, just use that and based on that simple calculation indicates the value of for Abington Crossing 1, combined value for the two parcels of 44,598,000, or about 170 per unit, which is, within the range of Class B sort of sales. I'd put the range between 160 unit up to 220 per unit at the very high newest range. The expense ratio here is based on 2021 actuals is 37% when including those reserves. There is 2% for routine capital projects, because, this is older property. It needs these routine injections of capital to keep them competing for the rents they're achieving. So if we're going to use actuals, let's use actuals. If you'll turn to page 3, this is the math here. You can see that the operating expense ratio is amazingly consistent, for the actual operating expenses, 23% to 25%. Management fee, 6%. I think they earn it with that sort of low ratio for this age of property. 2% for, that routine capital projects. Obviously, they're in a time of investment period. $500 per unit for reserves indicates NOI for based on 2021 of $2,675,833 at a 6% cap rate, which is in line with similar apartment buildings that we also represent in the jurisdiction. Indicates a value of $44,598. Even if we use the assessor's 5.75%, it would still be lower than the 49 million. I think the next thing I'd like to point your attention to is the property statements. So you can see what sort of its routine capital expenditures are. So on page 7, 8, and 9 are. No, actually, 7, 8, and 9 are the actual income and expense for 2021. They have federal controllable operating expense. So they did a little bit of appliance refreshing about. Let's see. Yes. So about $20,000 of appliances. That's 10 refrigerators. For this many units, it's pretty understandable. You could easily have 10 refrigerators that blow up in a year. I know I've lived in my house for 5 years. It's had a refrigerator that's stopped working twice. Carpets, obviously you have to refresh for new tenants. Tile floor replacement, pretty typical, only $10,000. Mini verts, blinds, water heaters, just, it looks like essentially 2 water heaters, $1,300. So just to kind of confirm our expense ratio and how well this property is running, we included a bunch of reports at the end from the National Apartment Association, and their average for garden apartment properties, just the general average, is right about 37%, amazingly enough. So they are right at the average, especially for an older property. I think an interesting chart is found on page 47, 93 of this packet. So it says operating expenses by age of property. Less than 5 years old, it's the lowest, of course, a little bit less than 37, 5 to 9 years. Actually, it's a little bit lower than the less than 5. And I guess that probably comes from the efficiencies that you developed after operating a property for a little while. 10 to 19 is up to about 37.5, 20 or more is up to about 38.2. So, the expense ratio, even including those other expenses, is reasonable, and we just asked that, those would be included in the expense ratio as well. And that's going to be the case for the other two. But I'll walk you through the math on those so we can, round these up quickly. But it's essentially the same case. If we go to the Rio Road Associates packet.
Wait, before you
Yes,
go
of
there, I do have a question about this one on your.
Yep.
How do you reconcile your NOI on your page 9 with your NOI calculation on page 3? It's a little bit, it's like there's about a $30,000 difference. You got 2,702. Total 2021, the trailing 12 months to the 2,702,000. You've got 2,675,000 using the same.
Okay, we excluded the admin fees
Okay.
and we excluded the quarterly bonus. I
Okay.
mean, I don't really know what that entails, but I got the bonus for maybe low expense ratio, but that's the difference. And that's going to be the difference in the other two as well. Those are the two that we excluded. So going to this. So the math is found on page 3, 2021. They also have, routine capital projects, only about 57,000. Of course, this is only 159 units of the total. However many units, I think it's 400 some plus. But it's the same calculation. We use the actual revenues We use the actual expenses, including those routine capital projects, and we use that 6% management fee. We assume that $500 per unit reserve allocation, and then we use the original cap rate for this property, which on the first worksheet, so 6.75. There was a different cap rate used on Abington Crossing 1 than Abington Crossing 2 and 3. So, you know, we used what the assessor used first round, after the first level appeal, when the ownership was so adamant about using the actuals, the cap rates were switched a bit. And obviously, when this trades, it'll trade as one property. It's, you know, works as essentially one economic unit, even though there are different accountings for the subunits. So this one, the assessment is 27, or the original assessment was 26.7. It went up to 27.1. It's not a huge increase, but 400 grand. And then our indication of value at that 6.75 is 23,083,000. And then Abington Crossing 3, same sort of case. This one was also increased after the first level. The assessment here, 1,260,400, an increase from 8,149,000, not 100 grand. It's something, but we use the same methodology. On page 3 is the math. Income is actual, expenses are actual. The reserves per unit is $475 per unit, which is what was on the assessor's worksheet. We use the original cap rate here, 6.75, indicates a value of $7,085,000 or $150,000. Obviously, you know, it's essentially the same story. It's, you know, should these routine CapEx be included in the operating expense ratio? The operating expenses here was 40% for 2021, which is still within, you know, that range near that 37% of the standard, so to speak. And then going back to Abington Crossing 2, the expense ratio there was 40%. So that's what we have for you.
All right, any questions for the applicant this time? The assessor?
Okay, so, we agree that all 3 of these properties, including 6 total parcels, could and might transfer together, but it is quite possible they would sell separately. All the amenities are in the main, what is it, Abington Crossing 1, the first property under appeal. So if the other property sold separately, they would be subject to, they wouldn't have their own amenities, so they might have to have an agreement to use the amenities, or, you know, so there's always that little bit of, you know, maybe not included in there. So because of that, and as a part of this analysis, there are 2 things going on here. We adjusted the cap rates because we adjusted the grades. So this main property that has all of the amenities, we made a grade 3. This is a change. Actually, we changed it from a grade 3 to a 3A, but we believe that this one is a higher grade because it has all the amenities. We actually lowered the grade to a 3A because of the age of the property, and felt that the 3 was not appropriate. However, the other 2 properties, which were 4As, we believe were actually too low a grade, and we raised them to a 4 from a 4A. So we still believe they're a lower grade than this middle main property with the amenities, but you know, we didn't believe that what we had on it before as a 4A was appropriate. So we made those adjustments to the grades on the properties, which in turn changed the cap rates. Now there was a statement made in here that you know, we punitively made changes to these. We did not. Obviously, all we're looking at is the facts of the property and trying to grade it properly and use the correct income. So what actually happened on some of these, like on the main parcel, that's where the statement showed up at least. We increased the cap rate by lowering the grade from 3 to 3A, which would actually have caused a lower value. However, there is this other issue with the statements of income. We're supposed to be receiving certified statements of the income and expenses from the owners. We we don't understand this. We create have two books. We have one set of books for the lender and one set of books for everybody else. I don't quite understand that. So we had based our initial value on the
First set of
analysis of the first set of statements, and then we're presented the second. So we, when we're looking at, let's talk about management fee first. Management fee is pretty standard. When a property owner manages their own property, it doesn't matter what they pay themselves. That is not the management fee that we're going to use in the analysis. The management fee that really is in the market is what's a management company would charge somebody else to manage a property, and they would accept for managing the property. So we're not going to use a 2%. We're not going to use a 6 or 8% management fee on a normal property like this. So our standard is, was it 4%? And so we've replaced the management fee that was reported in the second set of books with that 4%. Also, we do find items which are replacement items in the statements. So if you're talking about replacing your appliances, talk about replacing carpets and stuff like that. Those are covered by the replacement reserve. So instead of, you can't double dip on that and count both the actual replacements you're doing in a specific year and count $500 for replacements. That $500 per unit is not just to replace roofs. It's to replace a lot of the replacement items that go on in there. There's standard maintenance that goes on, that's outside of the replacement reserves, but there's the replacement items are covered by that replacement reserve amount. So that's covers basically the grades, the cap rates, the actual income and the adjustment of those income items when it's appropriate based on management fee and replacement reserve versus capital improvements. Did I miss anything in there, Jen?
No, just the cap rates. As
Yeah.
far as we have sales that reflect cap rates.
Correct. So we have sales that we presented on page 6 that,
These I believe were.
yes, now these were sales from CoStars.
Yes,
Um,
so we didn't use them. We didn't,
looking at the right place.
yeah. Those are. our local-
That's our local sales.
Yeah, the,
Oh, in
page
page
7
7.
is the regional.
Yeah,
sale.
basically your sales in the region and the cap rates run from 3.25% to 6.5%. And these are sales from 2020, 2021, and 2022. Just to support where we are with our cap rate schedule. We didn't use these to develop our cap rate schedule. We used
We looked
Price
at it as a
Waterhouse Coopers, we looked at local sales, and we used this as support. So we believe that our cap rate schedule is appropriate for the time period. We believe that we've used the income appropriately on all 3 of these properties and that our values are appropriate.
Where did you get your 4% management pay?
That's off of comparable properties and
In the local
that are
market?
in the local market that actually have somebody else manage. And we have also, in response to something Mr. Owen said, we have found that local market that older properties do not rent for low rents. Older apartments are getting good rents. They have low vacancy. They have low expense ratios. I don't think this is something special for just these managers.
So just a point of clarification, so this one is owner managed, is not managed by a third party?
That's our understanding.
Okay, so the 6% is what they're just applying as their number is.
Yeah, I don't know how they judge their own worth. But
Okay, yeah, I just think that's a good clarification. Any other questions from the board? So back to the applicant, anything else you want to add?
no, it really just comes down to switching cap rates after the first level. I get it. I do this a ton. I do it all over the Commonwealth. And then, if we're gonna look at, use the actual income, you have to look at those actual expenses as well. And I think that those routine the routine replacements are something that they need to do to keep those rents where they are and get that revenue they're achieving. So it's an argument that usually, holds a lot of water in Northern Virginia. This is something that it's just really hard because these guys are good managers. And I think that, these are the sort of replacements that they would be doing, relatively routinely.
Do you feel it's a fair statement when he speaks about replacements being kind of counted twice as 500 and
it's kind of like, how do you account for, the big projects, those roof replacements or, fixing the swimming pool, that sort of thing versus things that happen, all the time, how often do you have to get your garbage disposal replaced or your refrigerator redone or, washers, dryers, that sort of thing. While that might be included in the $500, these are older properties. They are going to need, their second roofs very soon. That's coming up. And I feel like the reserve for replacement, there should be a subsector of that could be accounted for the routine replacements, but it's, the big projects are really what that's going to get funds for.
Where is that 500 coming from?
That's
That's an analysis that we've done.
Okay.
Based
You
on
apply,
age.
you apply across the board.
Across the board, but based on age. So the
Based on
newer
age.
properties have less. per
Less
unit.
per unit
Okay.
than the older.
So the argument is that the 500 in this case with this kind of. Your argument is that number should be either higher or, because you're doing the 500 plus, right? But okay, so you're just saying that 500 should be higher, but if you're gonna be using 500, it should be a higher number.
It's hard for these because they all have such different vintages and remodels. It's, it's not science. It's hard.
Any other questions for the board? I think that's all.
Okay.
Thank you so much
We're
for,
at time, right?
I know, right?
I spoke a little bit slower on that last.
Yeah, we can switch to number two, so right.
Thunderdome.
So you go on to the next one is 3. Yeah, 69, 70, then 71, 72, 73, they're all the same.
Sorry, my hand.
Yeah, this is average crossing 1, this is actually average crossing 2, and this is average crossing 3. They talk through all of those.
My team.
Should we take a 10-minute break? All right, 10-minute break. We have 2 other housekeeping matters, but I'm assuming let's probably go through these that we're supposed to do right first and then do the housekeeping stuff. Okay. All right, we are back and our first one was BOE application that we heard that we haven't deliberated on was BOE application 43 PID 30766. First also Associates LLC. This should be a quick one because the applicant was fine with the revised number. So do we have a motion to affirm the number, the value?
I move to affirm the value.
Second. This was that first, the builder's first source warehouse building.
I'll second.
Thank you, Karen. All in favor? Okay. Let's move on to the next one was BOE application number 44, PID 30767, applicant Mountain Industrial Properties LLC. This is for the FedEx building. So this one, we didn't have the sale. This was like part of the bigger sale. There's a very large discrepancy between what they're asking for and what the assessor has presented. Do we recall what the discrepancy was on this one?
Well, they used an income approach and the assessor used a cost approach, so that's
Yeah.
the primary difference.
he's from 98.
No, the lease is.
So I think that was. Right. That's what he's planning to do. Yeah, that was like a whole other-
Current lease term is the 2017 to 2027. They've been
Oh.
in place since
Gotcha,
1998.
gotcha, gotcha. And they haven't necessarily moved with the market, they moved with their contract.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. But they didn't give us a cost approach on their end, right? They just gave us income. And anything on this one where cost. Peter, on your side on the assessors, so you all don't do income approach on these industrial properties generally, or
I'm not on this type. of
Okay.
property, this single tenant.
single tenant? Okay.
Industrial properties, I'm marking.
So if it was like a multiple tenant situation, you potentially would, but they're not that bad.
We do have industrial properties in which we do the income approach.
Okay.
I just don't. have
They're small. They're smaller, yeah.
And did they say what was based on the 7 points? I mean, I don't know if this is even relevant, but based on that 7.7 million valuation, what the cap rate would have been with the current rent? Okay. What's that number? Like that might not be even something we want to think about. But just
Are you saying what would the cap rate have been?
based on this your value. But with the actual rent,
Oh,
what the effective
I
cap
don't know
rate
if it provided.
last year.
It would obviously be much lower, but we wouldn't argue that. It should have the 7.7 million based on a lower cap rate in the actual income that they would do. We're arguing that if we did an income approach, we would use a higher market rent
Right,
based on the comparable rentals.
but we haven't done, I mean, they haven't necessarily presented that.
No, they've used actual.
They've used
They
actual,
used the actual.
but they've not used market, we don't have any other market indicators of what the rent would be in that. Anyone have any thoughts on this one? Karen, is that resident expert?
No. I do have a question about, I guess just a philosophical, question about not choosing not to use an income approach at all. But if that's what you do across the board, I mean, for a single user property, but. I guess that's appropriate if you're doing it consistently, but it does seem like a purchaser would. Be more inclined to look at the income producing potential of this property. And the only other question I have is, just your calculation for depreciation. You've got a 15% depreciation. Do you think that's?
15 years effective
Oh,
age.
15-year effective age, right, and so. 15% depreciation.
13.2%.
And. Use that, could you calculate that based on your Marshall and Swift depreciation
The
tables?
Was there any permanent work done on this one? The structure,
Was there any what?
permitted work done,
Oh, permit,
Yeah,
no, it was a bill to suit for FedEx, so
so it's been since 98 or when
yeah,
it was built, there's
They
nothing.
may-
else.
they may have done some interior, but we're not aware of it.
So why is the effective age of improvements 15 years then? So 25.
Let me open the parcel and see if I have an answer. Actual age is what, 25 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was estimated at 15, but there's no notice testimony.
How do you all do that? Is that, where, how do you come up? with
Typically,
it?
it's based on the condition of the property. So if the condition of the property would be equivalent to a normal 1998 building, then we would, without any work done, then we would have the actual age on there. But typically, if there's updating on the building, that's when we have the effective age lower than the actual age. In this case, I don't have any information to explain.
Like, there's no, yeah, we don't, again, we don't have anything showing them.
So I guess my other question is, did you rely on your sales approach?
We relied primarily on the cost, I believe, on this.
With the sales to support the cost.
Yeah.
Is what is that 76M, the PID 30766, is that right in shortest of the property?
Yes. That is the showroom warehouse building that ProBuild
That was the one the one
owns,
right
the
before.
first
Oh,
one,
one right
the
before.
first
Okay.
Charlottesville.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, the one we
yeah.
just.
Yeah,
just-
they're
Okay.
adjacent to each other down there. It's the
Okay.
one with the lumber storage yards
Yeah.
behind it.
Okay, yeah,
Right
So-
after Peabody's.
And that was purchased with a below market rent.
okay, so it sold at $101.
Yeah.
Okay, so you discounted that a little bit, because I'm looking.
I
at your-
did, only because of the fact that it sold at so much below market, and the company that bought it is a value add investor that looks for rents at least 40% below market.
Okay. But you can see where I'm headed. You know,
Yep.
you're looking at those sales.
Right.
And you're like, it's the only one.
And it's very
similar
difficult,
size.
sales are very difficult too, because of the average size of buildings here is not going to be your typical distribution warehouse
Right.
size.
Right.
That makes the sales hard.
What's the price per square foot on this one?
For that,
This one is price. Is relevant to that one.
160.75 per square foot.
Why is that one so much higher than the sale?
Then the last sale on
Yeah, the
the
one I
page.
saw, yeah.
That was purchased by an investor who bought it recognizing that the rent is well below market.
But that's the same case here.
Yes, so, how the investor bought it was probably based on the income approach. Which would have been, different because of the fact that they had the below market rent. They would probably have used some sort of discount because that tenant has to stay in place, and below market rent, they're not going to leave early. So they have to sit with that tenant, which encumbers the building until it can go back to market rent.
Sure.
And that's
But it's a
the,
very similar situation to this
Yeah,
one. That's the
it
one
is
thing,
in the
so-
fact that that they both are below market.
So this is the discrepancy between 106 and 102, 160 and 102 is pretty big.
Mhm.
And the price per square foot. But it looks like the big increase this year is from land over there. That's,
So just to make sure, well. When you equalize these two properties that are adjacent to each other. Once you adjusted your assessment of the first Charlottesville Associates. Do you recall what it came in at on a per square foot basis? I guess your adjusted value is $3,963,000.
Yeah.
What's that work out to be on a per square foot basis?
116.43, and that was based only on the primary building because the lumber storage yards are 80%, the lumber storage sheds are 80% depreciated.
Right, but that would have brought the price down.
Yes,
So,
on
this
a
was
per
at-
square foot, yeah.
right, so this one's at 116. The FedEx building is 160. Is there an appreciable difference in their, I don't know the buildings, I mean, is there a huge difference in their
Yeah, the
quality?
FedEx is a build to suit, it's a distribution, so they've got the dock doors, et cetera.
Mhm.
And the ProBuild was initially another lumber company before they switched hands. They don't have that same replication of
warehouse and office that FedEx has. So it's kind of not apples, it's apples and oranges kind of based on what they do. And of course, a national tenant. FedEx.
Well,
Couple
yeah, but
are-
then we have, you can't, I mean, because you've.
You
said
know.
income approach is irrelevant, so it's like,
True, but I'm just saying that it was a national tenant built to suit.
oh, right. I
Yeah.
got you, okay.
I saw that you asked for something from 2021 and couldn't get it. And you declined to pursue the analysis you would have used that for on that basis. Is that right?
Which one are you on?
This is on FedEx.
FedEx?
Yeah.
They gave us a partial year income statement, so we couldn't do an income approach even if we had wanted to because of the fact that they didn't give us a full year of operating expenses because of the change of ownership. And I spoke to the lawyer about it and they tried to get them, but it was not part of their due diligence for the package.
Mhm.
So
So you had the 2022 stuff, but not, you had 3/4 of 2021, but not the
Mhm.
last one. Yeah. Do you have any sense for how that would have broken? If you had that, like, was 2021 dragging it up or down based on what you saw compared to 2022?
I don't think that actually would have been a deciding factor. I mean,
Because of
that
the
would have been our
rental rate.
normal year to use for this reassessment if we were doing an income approach. But it was really the question of the quality of the income. Whether it was market or not market. We were saying it wasn't market anyway.
Mhm.
So I don't think the fact that if they'd given us a full year 2021, it would have made any difference. in
Yeah.
our understandings.
Yeah, I have to admit, I struggle a little with the market versus non-market thing, because there's probably never a circumstance where they are the beneficiary of the inverse of that inference, right? Where you say, you rented it for more than market rate, we've got to adjust it downwards for you.
It does happen.
Yeah.
It's less likely because markets typically go up, right? But when the markets go down, that can, and the lease would have been signed right before that downward trend. That's when
When we got the.
then you have the
opposite, I
inverse.
see. Yeah, bear market, okay. That makes sense.
I mean, if you'd had a market rent, if you considered it to be at market rent, would you have done an income approach?
We would definitely consider an income approach, yes.
I'm telling you though, Karen, it's hard to find spaces that large.
I know.
Yeah.
Which is why I reached
Yeah.
out over to Waynesboro and
Right.
Troy.
Well, yeah, and I saw those and I was thinking, okay, well, they're at like $8 and
Yeah.
$9, so, you know, they're
And-
pretty legitimate.
So how much more would you have as a premium for Charlottesville
Right.
on that basis? That's kind of a plucked from air, depends on who's walking into the market that day that needs the space.
Is it possible bring up the two, I think there's 2 points, I think, here that I think we have to focus on. One is the equalization idea, like the. Between the uniformity between the 2 properties next to each other, making sure that we're kind of comparing, because even the land market value is pretty substantially different, even though the land side. It isn't necessarily, because one's 5 point something acres, I think one was 7. No,
8.9.
one's 8.94, one's 7.63, but
We made a downward adjustment on the land on the 7.63 because there's a slope on the outside parcel edge that is not consistent with the parcel. It's not
Okay.
very usable, so we adjusted 2 acres off of that.
okay, but it wouldn't apply to the other. Oh, if we can see those up
Yeah.
on the thing, that would be helpful, I think.
I just happen to be familiar with it because of Peabody School
Of high school.
and we have the exact same
Yeah.
slope and it is drastic. It's
Sure.
like- It really impacted our ability to expand the school at the time.
Looks like FedEx might have it as well, that's right, not back.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so this is what you're talking about, this part.
Yeah, that's where we made
Yeah.
the
And
adjustment
then
for
this
that.
is on this person.
Are there any adjustments on the FedEx parcel?
I don't. Is this the FedEx person?
Yes,
There's none. There's just size. What did we adjust on the other one? Did we break out that area
yes.
or did we put it just an adjustment?
No, I did, I believe I broke the area out from the.
Cause that might bring our price per square foot.
That would bring-
It looks like they're using, the builders for source is actually using more of their land than the.
They are. Because they have more yard.
Yeah.
Because of the business.
But I don't know if the slopes also are. If those are slopes there, it's all
So
the
there's
west, the north.
typically two things we have to look at when we're looking at this. There's the usable land as in what they can actually put their building in the parking lot on, but also coverage for,
Open space.
for being able to develop. They wouldn't necessarily be able to develop a site that only covered the footprint here because they would need more space to cover the use.
The setbacks and things too,
Yes,
residential behind it, yeah.
So it's not gonna be a one for one of like this is.
Right,
appropriate
right.
and something-
But again, it's the equalization idea,
Yeah.
though, if you all are making an adjustment for the other one, I imagine there should be an adjustment there, and I think that's where maybe that'll help get us to the right number.
Oh, and there's that weird little shape there at the back. Yeah.
Yeah,
Strange.
8.9. Although I thought when they built that they had the option to expand the building, additional square footage.
I don't think so.
I'd have to find it, but I think if my memory serves me. Because it was a facility that was smaller than they typically build.
Right. With that area here. That's 3.5 acres.
and what was the adjustment for the one, it's the one to the south, right?
Let's. 30766. Broken down. This. Two acres.
Yep.
We brought it down minus 90% for that area. The 2 out of the 7.63. So looking at this parcel.
Yeah, shoot, you guys feel this then.
Two acres, so approximately that area was separated out. And valued separately and reduced.
So if we take like 3 acres and do the same adjustments, what are we looking at? They're arguing, this one, they were arguing over it, so.
Yeah.
No, that is, don't close it this way.
That's a trend.
We're taking all that in. I wonder if you want to talk about the next one and. see what happens.
What's that?
How long do you think it'll take to do that? Yeah.
It's here. It's zero, and it seems like a zero,
Yeah, there you go.
or it's at the same. So it's 5 point. Right, so land wise, it's dropped to 2,283,300. From 3,271,200.
So
Now,
what's,
this total includes a different change that I just made. That we changed this. So. With the only change being that we separate out 3 acres as slope and unusable. It would change down to 6,081,400.
so what's the price per square foot on that?
Be $520 or so.
47,000.
47,984. Gross building area.
2673.
126.
Do any? I think that's a lot more, I think that's appropriate to do that. The only question is the effective year, are we good with, do we think one
I
twenty six
think
is?
she's got it well supported based on what she said.
Okay, so let's, do we have a motion on this? Or any further discussion? We have a motion, it'll be for a new value of 6,081,400, and then just break it down, whoever makes the motion, to the land of the improvements.
I'll make the motion. I can't read it.
I'll give you the numbers, the total value is 6,081,400.
Okay, I move that we reduce the value to $6,081,400.
Yeah.
Land for the adjusted land value of
2,283,300.
$2,283,200.
300.
300, and a land, and a building value,
3,798,100.
3 million.
798,100.
100.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it since I can't see.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. I mean, you got the numbers.
Yeah, it goes back out. I don't like when the outbuildings.
Yeah, you just use the underneath.
Yeah,
do on the way, just put the whole numbers. Don't look at the numbers.
You know, if I want to.
And I can give you the previous number. Is that what you're looking for? Previous total.
You need the previous-
I guess it's the build total value, land use values. That's confusing. Land use actually means the improvements there, right?
Oh, and this, oh, that's only because there's no value. It's not in land use, so it doesn't show a value for land.
Okay, understood. Got it. Okay, so leftmost column.
280, right, 300 for land, 3,798, 100 for. So you do have to, above, land is above the line, but. There was Karen's motion on Bob's second.
Got it.
All right, next one. BOE application number 46, PID 22181, this is the Home Depot USA Inc. It's the Red Lobster.
Yes.
And I think the only argument was the sales price, which is flawed, so I don't know if there's anything further to discuss there. All right, do we have a motion to affirm?
I'll make a motion to.
Thank you, okay. And then do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. Move on to the next one. Next one is BOE application 64, PID 9677. Applicants Riverside MC Owner LLC. This is what was a shopping center, I guess, that they're converting along the river on 29. Any comments? We've had this one before. I think we had it last year as well. We have the sales price, or we have the sale. And then it's assessed below the sales price, right? On this one was
It is below. the
Yes,
sale
still.
price.
the August 21 sales price.
It actually dropped from last year. But it's still below the sale price last year, but we've dropped about $1.5 million.
So where the discrepancy here is you all are not using, are you using the income approach
We
here?
are using the.
Okay.
approach, yes.
So what's the,
Yes,
obviously
they
sale is there.
Converted over to a different type.
Right? So is this assumptions of fully occupied as the issue?
So
or-
it's just how much you count the actual vacancy. If you cut off out of the income, the actual vacant amount when it's got a really high vacancy, you're underestimating that. If you were, a property is 50% vacant, it's not going to be worth half of what it would be.
Right.
It's worth less than it would be full. So we have a schedule that when it's a certain amount vacant, if it's up to 20, we use 10, so
Extraordinary.
if it's above that, there's a schedule for what we actually use.
So that's where they're showing a gross revenue of $15.37. You have it as $28.92, is that right?
We're
I mean,
using
that's-
$29.
Yeah.
And then as they full rent and then reducing that for vacancy.
You're reducing it 5%. They're still reducing it 5%, but they're just going they're using actuals and then reducing it.
We're reducing it to 10.
And then they have a 14% reimbursement number. I'm looking at their page chart on page 3. And then they have yours next to it. So they're using the same cap rate. They have a tax rate. So going from the top, the difference between 15 and 28.92 is just based on the fact that there's, I'm assuming is actual, or is it?
Which page are they on?
Page 3 of 48 on there.
You're using an average of their actuals and their estimated.
Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, if you go to page 4, you see their actuals, and then you see if they can, estimated rent of $10 to $20 per.
The 1560, okay. Because they're saying some of it's office, some of it's flex, stuff is there,
Right.
and so 10 is such flex, 20 is office.
Your assessor's using 20.
Are you making any adjustments for the fact that some of it's flex and some of it's office, or are you just doing across the board?
Just across,
They're applying it.
as an average rent.
And how did you count for that jump from your 2021 $20.44 up to $29?
Go back to that page.
Okay, yeah, it's page 4.
Of your packet, I think.
Yeah.
That was, if memory serves correctly, from information we got after the sale that indicated that the rents were higher. And that the rents were changing
Okay,
from prior to the sale, they changed where like Rents Raw Bar went out, the restaurant,
mhm,
and became medical office,
I see.
where Centerra went into that same
Okay.
space.
All their actual rents are. Well, I guess the newest one's 22, which is actually a low rent. None of their actual rents are around 29. Can we?
actual rents don't. After the tenant. Build out.
Build it out.
The whole loan rate situation.
Right. And our $29
Is it full service?
is full service. It covers all of the, well, if there are any pass-throughs. It can't be just base rent. It has to be all the rent collected because the expenses are going to be in the expenses.
Okay, so the reimbursable square footage would have included that.
Okay.
23. I'm just trying to see what the newest one. They're giving you 23, I think, is their.
Is that
Yeah,
like
it's got
stuff?
it's reimbursement.
Yeah, $3.
Yeah, it's about $3 and some.
That's for straight.
When I look at it, based on the sale, it's an easier, like. It's sold for that much. I don't know if the market has really changed.
Right.
And that doesn't, but if we're going based on income, that's just that one's a little bit tougher, so I don't know how. How we reconcile the two.
I think the interest rate market had changed. I think you're right, the property is not probably less desirable, but the financing terms available.
But it hasn't reflected yet in the market, I don't think. Because it's as of January 1st, 2023 is what we're looking at, that's the valuation date, and we don't have sales yet, I think, I imagine unless there are some sales, we'll see.
That's true, but even from January, it's gonna be a significant difference from 2021.
Sure.
Right?
But again, we don't have sales though, that's. not bad.
Yeah.
There's some sales.
I agree, it's so much.
I think they overpaid, so like that's, I don't think
There's
there's.
a little bit of buyer's remorse. I
Yeah,
think.
it sounds like.
I think they're out of state buyer.
They had someone who that's not.
Also, in response to your question about the change from 21 to and later. Using the actual income reported works really well typically,
Right.
if there's no change in the property. But because of the timing, I mean, there's always that difference in timing. So in 21, we were using the 2019 income and expenses. So if there's a little bit of difference between 2019, 2020, 2021, as in the rents will generally change over that time in a normal amount. And everybody changes the same, so we do everybody the same way, and that's why it's equitable across the board, and our cap rates are appropriate for those numbers.
Okay.
But if the property is drastically changing from 2019 to 2021 to 2022, and the rents that were reported in 19 aren't really representative of that value of that property after the change, that's when it becomes problematic. So that's one of the reasons why those rents change. You know, we had to change from the
Change
actual rents from 19 that we used in 21 to an estimated rents in 22.
That's because of all those releases and those tentative bids.
Right.
Okay.
And how do you all come up with that 29 number? Just, is that a market rate or is that specific for this property?
Don't have it on.
But you're putting you're also doing, you're 29, but you're doing 35% operating expenses. I'm going, again, I'm basing it on there. Let me look at your chart, but yeah, no, you have other vacancies. Yeah, you have an expense ratio here of 36%.
36%.
Yeah, so your expenses,
Plus reserve.
Any reserves and they weren't included in previous years. Right?
your expense ratio is a lot higher than what they're proposing at 20%. So that helps cover that discrepancy.
And I see where they've spent like almost $800,000 in their tenant reimbursements on those 2 years, 20 and 21. Okay, so that's where your numbers went up.
Right. I wonder also if the reduction for replacement reserves shouldn't be adjusted given the dismal rent collection, 3% of effective gross income. mean, that probably works when it's like fully leased up, but given what they're actually doing with it right now, is the 58,000 a reasonable number?
Well, the replacement reserve doesn't cover that. You're talking about vacancy loss or credit loss.
It's under there under income capitalization. So page 4, 2/3 of the way down the page. I think you use 2%.
2% for the replacement reserve.
Yeah.
That's for physical, physical replacements. That's not for the tenant turnover, or the improvements made, or the rent loss due to turnover. Those are all in different items.
Yeah, I think I understand that part. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, if you're only collecting 2/3 of the rent here. Is that number really accurate? Like, isn't that a number that bends at the extremities of the curve?
Yeah,
It should be higher.
it would typically be higher.
Right, but we're using 2% of our estimate of income, which is only with 10% vacancy.
Right.
Not based on what they collected at 30%, 32% vacancy.
I see. It's used effective gross income used. That's a 2% number off that. I hate not having the spreadsheets. So you look at the formulas, but
Yeah.
should be able to do just that, adding and subtracting. Okay, I think I understand. Yes.
Anything further on this one? I mean, I feel okay with the 29 with the expense being. Without applying such a high operating expense versus what they're applying. The 15 is not appropriate. What they're proposing is $15 a square foot. It's not, doesn't seem.
Did I, what was the adjustment? Looks like there was a, like 18% adjustment to land value. From 2020, year over year, 2022, 2023. Was there an explanation for that? It's like,
We changed, so this is on the artery of Route 29. So we adjusted we adjusted the land on the entire artery based on the sales. And then adjusted, created a pattern of location adjustments up the artery as you get further north to go down.
the double counting, if that land value gets adjusted once and then also increase to the actual sale number in August 2021.
So the land value is kind of irrelevant when it comes to an income approach. Because no matter what it is, it'll kind of wash out. We'll just adjust the land to building ratio.
So I get that, but if you come to a different number on that, it's still at the end of the day adds up to a whatever you add on to the income approach, right? No, I see. You're getting to the full 24,000. Okay, I understand. Yeah, I don't think I can improve on this. I mean, I think this is a defensible analysis. And there's no low-hanging fruit in my mind.
All right, do we have a motion? Karen, is there anything else you want to do?
The only other question I had is that, he loaded in that loaded in that tax rate. And you've got it in your expenses, right? Because you've got your expense ratio.
It's in the
there.
expenses, correct.
Okay.
14. Okay, that's where 35%. This difference is 30, 20 plus 14. You put it in as 35. Okay. All right. Do we have a motion?
We affirm the tax rate.
Thank you, Bob. Do you have a second?
The second.
All in favor?
All right.
Aye. All Right. Next one. These are BOE application number 65, 66, and 67. PID numbers are 11885, 11894, 11896. Applicant name CC Forest Lakes LLC. This is the Food Lion Shopping Center.
I believe we've actually combined this together as one appeal
Okay,
for 65.
or 67 is the, oh, you have 65 here. Okay.
We've dropped the other two,
Sure.
and.
I've been reading them that way.
Economic.
Right. I've been reading them that way, so they're just, we've been considering them that way, if that's all right. This is again, there was a recent sale, right?
Correct.
And the recent sale was, this one was lower. This was the $9.3 million sale. And then when you all adjusted the assessment, you're up 9.58. So a little higher. But what are our discrepancies here? Between what they're arguing and. They are, their base rent is 1211, yours is 1297. Their operating expenses are a lot higher. They're 30%. You're at 32%, but you're including, because they're at 30 plus, they're doing 32.3. So they're effectively at 43.3 on their operating expenses. I'm looking at their page 3 of 61.
Very high for. Shopping city.
Well, this one wasn't that, right?
These are
They're
gross leases.
The gross leases.
Yeah. So
your numbers. Your the assessors, your numbers are based on actual on this one, or is 1297?
One of the three, we had an actual statement.
Okay. But the other two you don't.
Other two were based on the.
The other
rental.
two were combined,
And
and we
they were
couldn't
combined.
separate them
Okay,
between the two parcels because of
Right.
the difference in. the
But we did have the overall. for the two.
where are we? The capitalization, there's a number of things here that they're doing differently. The capitalization rate is a lot higher too. I mean, any thoughts on how to approach this one? We go through these one by one, like the base rent, and all that stuff, or should we just? look at- So what's the one that you have actuals on, which,
The PID 11896, the
Okay.
one that fronts US 29. It's got the UPS store and used to be Martin's Grill.
but these are all averages, their actual income per square foot on that is 25, that one's high, a lot higher, it's $25.48. That's 621 for the expenses per square foot.
The Food Lion, the big anchor would pull down the rate per square foot.
The rate, yeah, the
So
rate.
that one doesn't have any, it just inline stores.
Okay, so that's what you did, you estimate 19 and then 588 for the anchor and then.
All right, I'm sorry, I'm really having a hard time following this because I can see on yours, your forms really nicely laid out in terms of the different parcels. I don't really understand in his document. Is that?
He combined
They combined
He's
the.
combined it.
combined Everything is combined.
Probably because it's now owned by
Yeah.
Colette,
Okay.
but before it was two different ownerships. Although they were both related, I mean, they were family, so. It's different LLCs.
They have an annual rent per area on, this is from page 4 is
Mhm.
they're showing 1040 is their average rent per square foot. Like in the food line has one of those really full leases.
Right.
But then they applied 1211, the assessor applied 1297. So
I'm caught up now.
and the other thing is they did their columns differently this time.
Yeah,
The closest column was the 2023 pro forma
right.
was the closest to the assessor one. In the other packet, now it's on the
Yes,
opposite
on the
end.
opposite side, right.
It makes it a little difficult.
The one question I have is about the grading. You guys did a grade 2. And I wondered if you could just articulate a little more the differences between anchored centers that are newer, well-maintained, or older power regional center, or older, well-located strip centers with national stores versus 3 older anchored centers or strip centers with moderate mix of tenants. I think I understood the fax rep to be making the argument that, these are second tier tenants, sort of top to bottom, like beginning with the anchor and then moving to the individual storefronts. Which to me would fit into the moderate mix of tenants classification there. But obviously you guys saw something in grade 2 that made you think it fit better there, which I think affects the cap rate.
I think this is a well-centered or a well located strip center up in that, that northern area.
Area.
Yeah, where there's a lot of residential development. So there's a lot of customers for a, neighborhood shopping center. And, because of that, we felt that it was a 2.
So you give it, you're slotting it in there in the third prong, older, well-located strip center with national stores. Where is it?
It's really well-maintained or older centers. Yes, well-located strip centers with national stores. It's kind of hard to always have all of the little boxes checked. Yeah. We gave the location a lot of weight.
The Food Lion, was the other stuff kind of like mom and pop stuff, or did they have other like sort of brand names?
Page 4 for rental,
Oh, for
the shopping center.
tenant in the back or the tenant. They've got a mix of tenants. They have a hair salon, they've got pizza, they've got Riverside, the restaurant that everybody loves because they're burgers. Let's see what, there was a bank in there on one of the end caps. I'm not sure if it's still there.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, there are some nationals. So then. The other big discrepancy, like says the operating, they're doing 43% versus. You have a 32%. The assessor has a 32%, they're calculating theirs at 43.3. If you add the taxes. I think the other question I just have is, we do have a recent sale of 9.3
Yeah,
in mid 2022, which is only a few months away from the January 1st, 2023. Is that more appropriate to be 9.3, 9.58?
I mean, that would give support that 6.75 calculation.
That gives support to this, exactly. I mean, I think the recent sale gives a lot of support, but the
Yeah.
only thing is just,
Right,
should we downward adjust it to the 9.3? So the revised, The number you had before was below the 9.3 and then it was 9.3, it was 9.3 and then you.
I wonder if this moves us in the right direction. I wasn't sure, what did you guys do with this lease up costs, like the analysis of anticipated lease up costs? Did you build that into your assessment? You just put it somewhere else? I didn't see a line item that estimated those.
No, we don't use the lease of costs in our income analysis. Yeah, part of the training.
Sorry, it's part of
That's
this.
just part of the ownership costs. And it's not a direct item that we include in our expenses.
We assume when they purchase the property, they've taken into consideration the cost and the price.
Right.
Well,
So how can that work though? Because it's actual cash that like comes off of their operating statement, right?
Is it? Or is it cash that gets paid as part of the lease?
Like a tenant.
Yeah.
I mean, he put it in here and if there's an argument to exclude it completely, I understand that. If it's accounted for as part of like your CapEx reserve or something like that, that makes sense too. I'm not sure I entirely understand why it would be excluded completely because it seems like a real cost and or a real drag on the rent. If you shift the cost to the tenant.
my only question is, I'm not sure your question has been answered, but
Yeah, I think we got as
It's not
far down.
sure. Yeah, we just don't include any
Yeah.
expense.
okay. I guess my question is on the PID 11896, where you factored in no vacancy or credit loss.
Right.
Would it be appropriate to have something there just for credit loss?
So does that not yet to including? That's always a question that comes up from time to time.
Right.
When we're using the actuals,
Okay.
if we should add in vacancy on top of that.
Well, looking at well, I don't know, your tenants. I mean, is there support for some credit loss there?
Yeah, so this, basically the arguments for either direction is, well, you should always have some vacancy in there because the market has vacancy. But the other side is that the rents are established at their rates, and if you raise the rents, you would establish more vacancy, but you would have higher income.
Right.
So they kind of offset each other.
Mhm.
So it's kind of a hard one, because when do you change the, do you make it an adjustment for it if it's at 97%? Do you make everybody 95% because you say that's the market?
Mhm.
Do you take anybody below that up or, so it's kind of a complicated question.
Mhm.
The way we do it is to use their actual income, and if it's at 100%, we still use that number and don't adjust it.
I think the tough time I'm having with this, again, goes back to 9.3 versus the 9.58 and also goes back, we have one actual and two part. We're considering them all together, but
Yeah.
yet the information we have is, we have it for one and then we don't put the other ones. I'm just thinking just to stay consistent, because then maybe that means the estimates maybe are a little high on the other one, or. Yeah, or a little low, whatever it is, and then this one's because that, and the anchor store messes everything up too, because and that's on the one of the parcels that we have the estimate on, not on the actual. I think it would be appropriate, I just, that's the problem, I think that's the issue we're having.
right.
I would reduce the 9, I would go back to your estimated number on the actual one, just so that we're consistent on all three. And 9.3 seems like a very appropriate number, because that's what they paid for it. And it was only a few months before our date. That's our best indication of value. So that's kind of my proposal on it. It's kind of. I think that's to me, that's the part I'm having trouble with is. I think that goes towards the vacancy, because they're using actual, and there's no vacancy on that one, and then there's the valuation is
Well, and
higher.
then, then when we go, then it kind of ties back into that other property that we just talked about where it had a much higher vacancy rate, but they said, well, we just used 10%.
Exactly,
But here they've used 17%.
yeah.
And so it seems, there's an internal inconsistency. You know what I'm saying, Peter? It seems inconsistent with the one that we just looked at, where you've stabilized it at 10%.
Right.
Here you're using 17.5% on two of them, which are the actuals, right? Which using a 17.
We're using 5.
Reason five.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm getting them.
That is zero.
The rent roll vacancy was showing 17.
You're using 5, but you're using 0 though on the third, the actual.
The third that shows the actual.
Oh.
Yeah, so we're using, no, we always use a vacancy when when we're estimating the rent. Because we're
Right.
saying the market rent is this,
Right.
and you should take a vacancy on it.
Market vacancy.
But in the case of a actual statement, that's when we don't add or change.
Good to call the question. Anybody have anything else you want to dig in on?
Peter, what were the numbers before you changed that last one?
What was the assessment?
The assessment you had for each.
It was 9,300,900.
Oh, nine. Well, but what was just on the third, because the only one you
Just
changed
on
was,
the third one.
because that was the only one you changed, right?
It was 1,879,300.
And the breakdown of that. Land
Was,
versus,
land was 999,700
that was the same that, so it's all,
and 879,600 is the.
you're using just the building. Do we have a motion? I mean, that's my suggestion would be that, I guess as chair, I can make a motion too, actually you don't, but that would be my motion, I'll make the motion, why not? Would be to reduce the last one, PID 11896, so leave 11885 the same, 11894 the same. Change 11896 to 1,879,300 for total value. 999,700 being land, 879,600 being the improvement value. With it, so the total being reduced from 9,580,600 to 300. 900. And the breakdown of those two were with the new values, do you have that? I don't know how you want how this should be.
Yes, so the land was 5,733,700.
What was
That's
it?
the one that's being reduced.
96.
I mean, but on what basis? I mean, you know what I'm
Consistency
saying?
between these three, that's
Okay.
my issue is the consistency, because we're having 3 in the same
Yes,
combined. 2 are being estimated, one's actual.
right.
I think
right.
you either go, I think we go based on the estimated on the one, because they're all linked, that's the issue, the problem
Right.
is, and then. The one we don't have the actual is the one with the anchor, which has the off, kind of messes everything, so that's my
Right.
justification, it's just
Okay,
kind of, again, just kind of equalizing as well, just trying to get all those, and then. The fact that it reflects the actual purchase price recently or very close to it, I think just helps support that, so that's my.
so where did you get this number? I just want to make sure
That
I'm
was
following you.
Peter, that was the initial assessment they
okay.
did before the review. Is
Right.
that right? When they reviewed it, that's when they increased just this one from 1,879,300 to 2,159.
Okay, great.
So that's
All right.
that's my motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Wait, can I
Yeah,
just make sure I
course, yeah, yeah.
completely understand this? So which PID is this?
That's 1,196. That's the strip,
Yeah,
retail
yeah,
strip.
okay, you're taking it back down to.
187.
Okay. Thank you.
Are we good?
Yeah,
So, okay,
good.
all in favor?
We're good.
Oh, no, we got a second, Bob second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, perfect. You do these numbers still?
Yeah, so.
Do you have the totals as well?
That was one of the original.
Yeah.
ones are just those.
11,896.
That's all.
That reduced, yeah, the buildings to
Right.
7,9,600, and land has stayed the same. Okay. So Now we have the Abington Crossings ones. Do we want, since we heard them all at the same time, should we just listen to them all at the same time? Or consider them all at the same time, or you want to go, do we want to go one by one? Yes. Well-
It's really tough. I think for me, it's easier if we kind of do it one by one.
Okay.
Just, there's too much information otherwise.
No problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first one are UAV application 68 and 69. EIDs 22175 and 22176, Abington Crossing 1 LLC. So the assessment is 49,065,500. They're requesting it to be 44,598,000. On this one was the management fee. That was, I think, a big part of it. You all are using 4, they were using 6, right?
Well, they originally reported 2.9.
They reported like 2.9 or 2.8 to
Okay.
us with
In
the
the first set of books.
fake
Yeah,
And then they
financials.
reported 6%.
Okay. But again, it was just a number they can throw out there that doesn't really mean anything based on the fact it's not third party. So did you use 4 or you use?
Used for.
Okay, you still use 4 regardless.
Yes.
For our
Okay.
model.
So
And you have good support from other companies.
So there, are we using year end 2021? That would,
Correct.
okay. And so the base rent, why do we have a discrepancy there between your numbers and theirs? Again, I'm using theirs, let me use your chart, because they're showing us 4,082,237 and their yours is 4,235,293.
No, once they add their other income in, it's the same.
Oh, okay, other income, okay, sorry. Thanks, okay, so that's the same.
I think the difference was probably in the expenses.
Operating expenses,
Deducted the capital items.
Mhm.
so you have 30% total. They have 25 plus 6% management fee plus 2% routine capital projects plus a reserve allocation of $500 per unit.
So your point was that they've double dipped because they put that 2% of 103 in there. And they've also put in a $500 per unit,
Correct.
131. Okay, so they've increased that by over $100,000.
And in fact, they're asking for 33, or they're saying actuals are 33, which we can take away 2% of that. Because part of their actuals are the 6% management fee. So it's 30, they're saying 31% versus 30%. In essence, that's really the only difference there in terms of their operating.
500.
That is not, I'm not including the 500, I'm not including the 500. So your number is 30%, theirs is 31%. I'm assuming there's some decimals there that I'm not thinking of.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that 1% is that amount of refrigerators and carpet and whatever we put in from the statements.
So the question for us is $500 appropriate as the full amount? Is that reserve allocation number, yeah, appropriate for including the fridge, and carpet and all other stuff? Or should that number be higher? And if the number is higher, then get up to 1%. The cap rate as well.
Well,
You're at 5.75 and they're at 6.
the way I'm looking at it is that they both have that $500 reserve, right? Additionally, Ryan has the 2%, so that should come out. And then the 2% of that 6% management fee should come out.
Mhm.
Should take 4% out, then you're down to 33%. Your expense ratio was a 33%,
With the 500.
including that 500.
Yeah, we were at 30% and then 33% made fine.
So your expense ratios would be the same. We didn't equalize them.
They have 31, they will be 31, if you, because they're
Mhm.
20 is 31 plus 33. Oh, no, well, I just took out the management fee. I didn't take out the
Yeah.
2%. They're actually at 29. If
Right.
you're taking out the 2%, they're down, they're below.
No, here, I'm not following.
Because they're at 37%.
I'm just going top line. I'm
Oh.
not doing.
Well, you gotta include that. That's
Right.
probably 2%, a little over 2%.
Right, that's.
So you take the 37, you take out your 2% for your management fee, that brings you down to 34. You take out 2%, this 2% fee, that brings you down. Well, 37 minus 4%, that brings you down to. Expense ratio. And they have,
Okay,
you see what I'm saying?
yeah.
Okay.
and that's exactly what you all did, is pretty
Right.
much take down the two 2%, okay.
So it seems to me the major issue then is the. It's not.
Well, they're not asking for much of a difference either, so that's.
Right.
But the only, I think we should though discuss, like, because that's one. They're 2%, and maybe it's not appropriate, I mean, because that was kind of the question I had for. The applicant, he just used the 500 because the assessor used 500, but they think that the number should actually be higher than 500. That 500 is kind of like more like the roof and more structural
Right.
things versus refrigerator and stuff like that. That shouldn't be part of it. So that's, I don't know. I mean, maybe that is appropriate or not, but that's, I think those are the two things we just have to discuss or think about. Is the $500 a unit appropriate, or should that be a higher number? And then should be at a cap rate of either 5.75 or 6.
They're the first of 17 apartment complexes
All right.
that are coming to you. It's
So
gonna
what we
be
do
the
for one.
same, it's
Same
gonna
thing.
be the same criteria.
Mhm.
for all of them.
The $500 a unit, is that across the board? Is that something you apply or?
So that's based on.
Based on
age.
age and
Okay.
property. I have a-
That schedule.
I don't, but I can look at it.
Yeah. Once you grow great. So, yeah, so the brand new ones, if memory serves, would have 150 per unit,
Okay.
somewhere around there. Might be a little higher than that. And as they get older, we would have a more per unit.
And you apply that across the board?
Yes, yes,
That
based on age,
schedule is based, okay,
based on age, not by grade.
okay. Then, I mean, that seems appropriate then. Then the question, I mean, if anybody else, feel free to jump in if you have any other thoughts. Then it's the cap rate, I think, is what's left.
That's the replacement reserve. 500.
That's the replacement reserve, exactly. So that's to cover.
Where does that number come from? Is that in a table someplace or?
Well, we have it in a table, but we've established it based on what we've seen in the statements over time. And we've recently, the last couple of years, we've upped that from lower numbers. You can see just on this statement. 65.5 up to 130, we doubled it, almost. Yeah, we exactly doubled it. From 21 to 22.
What did you make of his argument that 4% is too low? I mean, I think that there's something to what he had to say, that the property is capably managed. I mean, the vacancy is very low, especially compared to some of the other multifamily stuff that I'm familiar with, at least. They do have a swimming pool and some community features, which requires a higher degree of sort of roll up your sleeves management. I mean, do we feel confident that 4% is representative of the market value of that service, that level of management, not just replacement level management?
Yeah, we don't see, we hear this argument from time to time about, well, we do a better job. And generally, it's not really true. They're doing a good job, just like the other properties. And they're getting low expense ratios. They are, maximizing, they're keeping the property full. But that's an internal transfer of money. That's how they pay themselves, for owning the property. And it's disguised as a management fee.
But that's not his argument, though. His argument was like, this is what it would cost to get that service, no matter where I went.
I don't agree with that. I think there are plenty of property managers out there that would charge 4% and they would do a good job.
I guess I'm just surprised to see the 4% figure applied to the commercial leasing piece. It's like also this one, which I would think this would be many times more work. You know, a multi-family property with 250 residential tenants.
The management fee does not include the staff costs of the people, you know, like the property manager on site and their staff. The management fee is just on top of that fee being charged for administrating. So there's plenty of costs included in the people that are doing the renting, the people that are doing the maintenance, all of that's included in those other expenses. The 4% is really just a administration of all of that, a coordination.
I understand, that makes sense.
Yeah, because they've got 350,000 for their, I mean, a lot of it is landscaping, but then, you know, you've got you know, leasing, you've got, if you look at those categories, on page 7, we see maintenance and salaries, and then go down to leasing salaries. So you've got, there is quite a bit under on-site salaries as well.
Sellers are typically a big cost for these types of businesses. And it's different when you're talking about an office building. It's different because your leases are longer. They're typically leasing agents that are, you know, working with the property management to bring in those leases. So it's a totally different animal, but that management fee is really reflecting only that part of it.
Thank you. Oh,
Yeah, so this is our schedule for unit replacement reserves based on the age. The 500 is kind of toward the top of the range. Yeah, I'm sorry, the 150, I was remembering that from Virginia Beach for our brand new apartment. We're at 300 for our brand new apartments for replacement.
and it adds up. I mean, obviously, there's not much replacement at the beginning, but it's year one.
Yeah, yeah, and this is supposed to be an over time estimate, so that, you know, over time you're spending that on average per year.
The cap rate, so 5.75 versus 6. Is that based on, where was the cap rate coming from? Is this the class? Is that why? Yeah.
Yes, the grade will determine the cap rate, and we've got on page 5, we've got the schedule. So your newer, well-placed, you know, prime properties are 1s, and then we go down through a schedule 1A, 2A, 2T will be your income restricted, and 3T also. And then 3s, 3As, 4, you know, so you go down through this. So this is an older property. It's well located. So, you know, we place that based on our criteria, as in this case, a 3A, which is what we changed it to. And the other 2 to 4s based on the same criteria, but the different amendments.
Interesting that the cap rates went down from 22 to 23, despite the fact that interest rates have gone up.
I know, it's fascinated by that. I didn't see where he had support for his cap rate on these. I think, you know, from what I've seen, you've done a very good job of supporting your cap rates. I just can't see this.
We've definitely increased cap rates during the pandemic.
Mhm.
I mean, whether they were supported in PWC or not, you know,
It was
we increased them
Right.
for that situation. And the problem with, and probably why we have so many coming to the board this year, is that we're trying to bring that back, is that we might have overreacted, honestly, during that period, especially when it comes to apartments.
Yeah,
But
upfront.
we had to bring it back to market at this point.
The cap rate compression on this asset class has been extremely, you know, well documented over the last couple of years because it's been such a popular item to buy.
Not sure if it's gonna be the case next year, but.
Yeah, I think so too, but the rent growth that they were seeing
Right.
is starting to slow, so that's
I
gonna,
think people bought based on that
yes.
expected rent growth.
Yes,
Yeah.
I expected
Which is not
that
necessarily-
optimistic view.
Exactly.
Hey, how do you? What is it? Can you kind of explain what grade 1 is via and grade 6? Grade 1, this is brand new, and then 6 is the apartment grading
Is it in any of
system.
them?
I'm just wondering, wow.
So we
Yes,
have
no, I
a
did hear,
schedule.
but I just put
Yeah.
theirs in.
Billy, can
I'm
you?
just wondering what that looked like, you know, what they.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, pull up in
Apartments.
apartments, go to commercial property. I don't want to do it on here because I'll bring up confidential information for the broadcast. But if you go to the SharePoint and then commercial properties. Valuation. Rained up properties. And then 2023. Or merchants, that's it. So at the beginning, there should be 10. It's-
No, I think it's the next one.
Oh, that's 2022 rates.
There you
Is,
go.
no, that's not it, that's not it. Go to.
Go back to where you were, up to the top.
Yeah, no.
On the right of the grades,
All the way to the left or to the right?
to the right.
Oh, here we go, right here. You're on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically a 1, we have the apartment grade 1 is institutional investors.
Yeah.
They're newer. Yeah, scroll back up.
Well located.
No, back to the top. All right, well located, offer the best amenities.
Yeah.
Typically, you'll have REITs and other money pool national investors after those types of properties. Twos are often newer or older, but well located.
Yeah.
Lesser amenities than those prime properties. You could have institutional investors after them or slightly lower level investors. A grade 3, often older, built in the 60s to the 90s, that are in average location and will have average amenities. Some grade 3 apartments are older but are better located. That's, you know, we count this one in kind of that part of the category. Then apartment 4, I mean grade 4, they're not as well located as grade 3 apartments. They're often the same age or older as grade 3. They have not as good amenities as grade 3. So in the case of these 3, we're saying that 3 has the amenities that, I mean, the one with that we have grade 3 has the amenities and the other 2 are 4s and they don't. So I'm sorry, 3A and 4s. So it goes from there. So something you find in Scottsville it would probably be a grade 6. So that would be the down toward the bottom, or 5, down toward the bottom of our scale. And that's basically based, you know, because the market is totally different there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any further thoughts on this one? Do we have a motion?
I'd move to affirm.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks. Next one is POE application number 70. PID is 22171, Raya Road Associates. This is Abington Crossing number 2. They were trying to keep the 6.75. I think very similar, right? In terms of the analysis, again, the management fee, the routine capital projects, they're doing the same thing. And the assessor here is doing 6.25% capitalization rate. And they proposed 6.75% capitalization rate, because that was what it was before the adjustments. Is there anything further to add on this one? Media analysis is exactly the same, and you have a higher capitalization rate, but.
Explain to me one more time why you increase that, or why you change the cap rate. You increase the cap rate, right?
On this one, we decreased the cap rate.
Yeah,
The same reason as the other one, the other one, we increased the cap rate, this one, we decreased it.
You
But it was
decreased it that
because
one.
we determined based on our grade schedule that we were just talking about. That
It was
these two, both of these would be appropriately graded as a 4. Instead of a 4A. We couldn't figure out why we had made them a 4A in the first place when they should have just been a 4. And same thing with the other one.
Mhm.
When we changed it to a 3A, we thought it was more appropriate for the grade. And then the cap rate just kind of follows the grade. Once we set the grade, that determines.
isn't this the one? I'm sorry, it's hard to meet for me to keep them all straight.
Right.
This one does or does not have the additional like sport buildings and then.
It does not.
Exactly.
It's not. It's not.
All the amenities, the
Yes.
pool and the clubhouse, all of that
Yes.
are on the first property that we just
Right,
did.
right.
And that's why we called it a grade 3A.
Mhm, right.
And then they're not on this. Now, they do use them, and most likely if it's sold, they would either come up with a memorandum of
Proceeds.
agreement
Yeah.
that they'd use them,
Mhm.
or they just all sell as one.
Right.
To the same owner.
But that lack of amenities is reflected in that grade.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Do you have a motion on this one?
Would you affirm?
Think so. Go a second. One second. Thank you. Ricky. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That one was application 70.
70.
70. Wanted to make sure I'm on the right.
Okay, and then our final one, for lunch. Is Squire Hill, Charlottesville 3 LLC. That was BOE application number 71, 72, 73, PID is 22-172, 22-173, 22-174. And again, should be the same thing here. This is the lower, this is the 4A, so we're applying the 6.25 cap rates. Correct.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Any further discussion on this one?
This was a 4. We had it as 4A.
Yeah, 4A, now it's 4.
Similar to the
Yeah.
last one.
Versus the first one was 3, went 3A.
Right.
Do we have a motion?
I'll do it. Motion to affirm. Yeah.
Do we have a second?
Second.
You, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. I think we should adjourn at this, or
All right, let's
is lunch ready or? Okay, we just have to, the only thing is housekeeping, we gotta do the 2 things, we can do it afterward, is the minutes, we gotta approve. Should we go ahead and do that? Has everyone looked at it?
Yeah, we can do that.
Do we have a motion to approve the minutes from the June 2nd, 2023 meeting?
I took some too much.
I can be fine, but yeah. Anyone want to make the motion? Thank you. A second, do you have a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Last thing is, and we can do this later, it's just that. It might be a longer discussion, maybe we should have lunch first, but that's the accepting that one application late or not. Okay, we will adjourn.
Were we also supposed to talk about whether we want these paper copies?
I said yes, but Peter said the big ones, the applicant provides. So it's really only this, the question was regarding the small ones.
Yeah.
For the residential ones,
I'd go to keep them, I hate killing trees, but
yeah,
we've got a lot of buildings.
yeah,
There's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of confusion even with it, but.
yeah,
we're-
but yeah, it's easier to just like
Yeah.
take things and put it to the side, so.
I agree. I just want to make sure you were fine with that.
We can recycle all of it.
We will.
All right, do you want to pause with the recording pause?
Yes.
And then we'll adjourn. Our next one is at 2:15. Actually, before you pause, I don't know if this should be on the record, but next one's at 2:15. Do we want to? When do we want to reconvene? Do you want to reconvene and try to discuss that last issue before? We come back or before the next hearing? So how much time do you think we need? 15 minutes enough? So we'll say 2
Yeah,
o'clock?
I think that's fine.
Okay, so we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock.
It's 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Yeah. All right, thank you. So good afternoon again, Board of Equalization. We're back in session. The question for us before we get to the next hearing was an outstanding issue from last meeting. Had to do with an applicant asking us to accept what would be under our guidelines, a late submittal. It was, I think the issue was 30 days, there's 30 days after the date of the letter, Peter's office sent out. And you can summarize this for me, but
Postmark was 31 days after
the dates,
the date.
they're claiming that they took it to the post office on the 30th day. It was postmarked on the 31st day. And then we were trying to wait for the county attorneys.
Correct. The county attorney, I discussed it with them and the different county attorneys that handle different boards discussed it, and their general guidance to all the boards like this, the BZA, other types that do hearing type work, judicial work. They always, it's better to, instead of me deciding it's been 30 days and that's it, for you guys to make a ruling or a decision on each case. Yeah. So based on the same criteria is fine, but as long as you're making the decision.
Okay. As you all recall, this is my neighbor, so I'm recusing myself. It is someone I am familiar with, but I will just kind of help chair the discussion, but I'm not going to make any input. So any thoughts on this issue? You all want to accept it or?
I always have thoughts.
Please, yeah.
So on the one hand, I certainly don't want to get into the micromanagement of East York, because he's doing an incredibly good job. But on the other hand, I can understand their position. There seemed to be a little bit of confusion about the date, and it's one day. And so I feel they have made a pretty compelling argument to be allowed to accept this, have this additional day.
Do we make the distinction anywhere about postmark date and all that stuff? Do we make that distinction?
We do. It's in different locations, but the postmark is the generally accepted date in which we count it as received. Because we've got both the received in person, we have the thing in hand as of that deadline. And when we have if it's not in hand as of the deadline, the postmark date when it shows up later.
I think the last time we discussed this, I think the consensus was like 30 days really doesn't mean 30 days. Because from the date that's on the letter, when you send it, they may get that 3 days, 4 days later. So it's not necessarily a full 30, so to speak.
I do not believe that 30 days is intended for them to receive it and then 30 days later have that 30 days.
So it's the date on your letter.
It's really a statutory or normal. And I think Mr. Mayo had brought up, it's a standard, like when you're dealing with courts, to set a date 30 days out or a number of days out. And it doesn't matter that you haven't had notice of it the first day, but you still have that time, that set time period. And the problem we always run into as well, if it's 1 day late or it's 2 days late, when do you actually cut it off? If you don't cut it off at the 30 days.
I guess the issue in this point was that the date of the letter was different from, the date of your letter was different from the postmark date.
Correct.
And so I thought they were assuming that it should be 30 days from the postmark date. Where in fact, it was in your mind, or maybe by your policy, it's 30 days from the date of the letter. And so wouldn't they have fallen into compliance if it was 30 days from the postmark date?
They're making two different arguments. They're
Okay.
arguing that they're 30 days within the date of the letter, but the postmark is different than the day they took it to the post office.
Right.
And then they're also saying that because my letter was postmarked a day after the date of the letter, that there should also be allowed to. But it's clearly set that the date of the letter is the start and not the date of the postmark of my letter. So there's, you know,
Okay,
it's a double argument,
right.
whichever works. But
Uh-huh.
I literally just had this happen to me personally.
Mhm.
How would we approach this if it just wasn't 1 day off? So, for example, I had something that was mailed to me on the 15th,
Mhm.
okay? And I see a postmark date of the 16th on it. I didn't get it until the 28th, 29th.
Right, right.
Now, that's a bigger gap, but that same set of circumstances could occur. You know, would we be willing to extend that 1 day if it had been, 10 or 12 days from the time it got? Because this, what was sent for me was sent by Region 10, right here in town, and I didn't get it for, 12, 13 days later. How would we approach it then? If it was that big of a gap? Because really, the issue is a post office issue. Would we be open to the 1 day then? If it had been 13 days later?
I think this is a one-off. This is the only case that we're dealing with like this year. And they're a county taxpayer, and we should give them the benefit of the doubt and give them a hearing.
I'm open to that. I'm open to that.
As long as it doesn't happen, doesn't happen all the time, I guess.
I mean, my only other concern would be, are we setting a precedent that we're gonna have to live with when people are constantly late on their appeals?
What?
Creating havoc for Mr. Lynch's office.
But do we need to tighten the rules after we extend this one off? And then moving forward, we just tighten up the rules on it.
If I could make one comment,
Yeah.
just in regards to what you said, about, did it take 20 days or 25 days for them to get it?
Yeah.
I had a conversation with them after they received the notice, a very long, like 2-hour conversation with them, because we were still discussing whether they were going to let us inspect their house or not. That was, I believe, on the 19th. The 6th was the due date of the next month. So there were 2 weeks between our long conversation about, are you going to let us do an inspection? Are you going to pursue this? And the due date. So it's, they had plenty of notice that, they had gotten that letter in advance of that phone call, and there was plenty of notice for what needed to happen.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
And there were actually 3 property appeals that were turned in a day late this year. This is the only one that followed up and insisted on being heard. And I'm not sure I told you that before.
Oh,
It's a regular thing.
oh,
Well, they all turned in about the same, about a day late.
A day late, yes. One of them actually brought it into the office a day late. Theirs was mailed a day late, and I think the other one, for some reason, I remember there were 3 different situations, but they were a day, all day. Yeah.
So just looking at the Albemarle County Code and clicking through the link to the Virginia Code of Virginia. 58.1-3378 says. If such paper forms are mailed by the applicant, the postmark date shall be considered the date of receipt by the governing body. So I think the argument on the postmark is good. My concern would be that we don't have jurisdiction to issue a binding determination of the value if the postmark is more than 30 days after the latter of either the letter by Mr. Lynch or the March 30 deadline. I don't want to get too deep into the weeds on the statute, but that's my feeling on it. And I'm receptive to the argument that, you know, you should do what's equitable and they're a taxpayer. And most of the time I would, I guess, lean in that direction, but I would hate to try and issue some type of relief to somebody and then down the road it turned out that we actually weren't capable of doing that. It seems like a big mess. So we're kind of surprised the county attorney won't weigh in on it, especially if we made the request. It seems like that's a straightforward question of law that they should advise us on, but you know, we made the request, got our answer.
And I just want to make it, it's not quite clear normally, but the county attorney's office does not advise this board. It doesn't represent this board. It represents me, but not the board itself. So they're able to answer questions through me in relation to this type of question. Unfortunately, the answer wasn't as clear as we would.
Yeah, it seems like you ought to be able to get an answer on that because you prepare the packets of information. to us.
Yeah.
What do you put on it?
So then the only reason we're really having this discussion, because he was late like the other people, is because he had some pushbacks. So
Correct.
okay, well, that's all it is. Then I say no. Yeah, that's all it is. I say no. Everybody else was told you're a day late and sorry. I don't see why it should be any different than him.
Playing favorites.
Yeah, because we don't want to become the place where a squeaky wheel gets the oil. We don't want to become that.
Well, it also does seem to me that it's more of an administrative issue.
Yeah.
And our purpose is to deal with valuation issues. And that's, you know. Probably where I'm gonna have to come down. That's gonna be the greater weight for me.
And just thinking this through, like, so the Board of Equalization has no legal representation.
That's my understanding. That's what I've been told, not directly legal representation.
Anything else, like suppose there was like an equal protection claim or something, and then they said, we applied the statute inequitably, you let this one come through and not that one.
You can't do.
Well, I mean, it doesn't seem like an attractive case, but it's a little concerning to me that we might not have somebody in that position who could advise us on what the liability might be, you know, individually and as a board. If we're presented with a conundrum like that. We should maybe like vote to pursue some kind of representation for that.
I think there's certain. We have certain immunities in terms of, for being on the board, we're not necessarily subject to individual liability.
So, yeah, I think we have some, but it's not.
It's not absolute.
Yes.
Well, like I said, I'm recusing myself, so if anybody has a motion or anything else, feel free to bring the motion, or if you just want to abstain, I think the possibility is not to, well, probably should respond, I guess. I wonder if we just don't handle this motion either, or just have our discussion and just let it go, I don't know.
So I would be inclined, and I hate to do this to you, Peter, but I would be inclined to toss the beach ball back to Peter and the assessor's office and say that we'll decide the assessments that are handed to us and that we're asked to decide. But that it's outside of our purview to decide the timeliness of an application submission.
I like that.
That way. And then we can toss the beach ball back to the
The
county.
Supreme Court decides not to hear a case like that. It's in itself a decision. That's right.
So then, I don't think we need a motion then, I think we just leave it at that, and that's the statements, that's the.
Okay.
That's the position of the board.
I will contact Ms. Littleton and let her know that that they won't get a hearing because they were late, and that you will not make a decision on it, or you have decided not to make a decision as a board.
That is appropriate. I will make a note of that in the minutes.
And then there's, yeah, that'd be great. And obviously they have recourse. We're not the court of last resort in this. You can go to circuit court and
Exactly.
It's, it's not.
We discussed that in our 2-hour conversation.
Okay, let's, we're gonna have we have a lot of applications, so let's move forward. Okay, so our next case, Mr. Rohr, if you want to come up here now, your case is gonna be next.
It's coming in.
Okay.
All right, this is BOE application number 8. PID 19321. The owners are Narinder and Kual Aurora. All right. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you for having us.
Of course.
This is the consolidated Mr. Bailey, who's the real estate green state person, and advised me just because I don't deal with the properties, and they asked, you guys asked me how much I think should be, so I gave my value 600,000 for the house. But I think it's maybe ungenuine.
Well, let me, if you don't mind, I'm gonna stop you there, because I'm gonna give you just do an introduction of the hearing. I'm gonna swear you in, and then we'll start the actual hearing process. So, just as a kind of a introduction, we're the Board of Equalization. We're comprised of 5 citizens of Albemarle County who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We are an independent board. Here's how the hearing will work. You're gonna have 10 minutes to present your case. The assessor will have 7 minutes to present theirs, and then you'll have another 3 minutes for rebuttal. During the hearing, we may stop to ask you and the assessor questions. Please note that per Virginia law, there is a presumption of correctness, so the burden of proof is on the applicant to show that the value the assessor has provided is incorrect. Before we begin, we're going to go ahead and swear in all our witnesses. So if you haven't been sworn in already, please raise your right hand if you plan to testify. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And Mr. Rohr, do you have any questions before we begin? I will, but do you have any questions about the process or anything else? All right, the floor is yours.
Mr. Asali, do we have the gentleman's name for the record?
Bill Bailey.
Thank you. Sure. And if Mr. Rohr, if possible, if you can speak up a little louder, it's a little bit harder to hear you from this side. So I want to make sure Mr. Beard is able to hear you at the end too.
Okay, so
Definitely.
I got the letter on the 14th of March this year. And I discussed it with Mr. Perrin, and he came to my house and just worked with me. And I find that the property is from 21 to 23, $290,000, which is horrendous. Senior citizen. 78. Insurance is going up, inflation going up, implement repairs. Medicines to buy. When you increase your age, the disease increases, and each disease has medicines separate, and they cost a lot of money. And food and you all would say that inflation is 10-15%, and medicines horrendous. Some of the antibiotics are not available. So I asked Mr. when I got the letter and consulted, I said, please look into that. We gave a couple of houses which were sold not in the Wesley area, but away from Wesley area, barracks road, some tax area site. And he gave those houses and he sent us with the application that the price increase is, tax increase is 290,000. It's very much proportionately high. It should increase, but it should be reasonable. 25, 30%. It can be better. Getting that high. With all the other limitations. The insurance is do not include the land, of course, that's include the house. And their argument is that the material not available, manufacturing, labor, costly, and so they proportionately increase that. And the maintenance person who comes charge you different. As a result of that, to keep the house insured and to keep the insurance value down, I tried was $1,000 as deductible. Now I raised to $5,000 so that I can handle a little bit better. And so that's I asked Mr. Bailey to look around the area in Cumberland Road, where there are few houses exist and nearby in Wesley. So he will talk there.
Really?
Mm.
Good afternoon.
I took a look at 7 contiguous lots, including Cumberland Road and 3 lots on Wesley Drive. And there's one house that's relatively new at the corner, and that's appraised at $1,572,000. But then the rest of the houses are all built in the late 60s, 70s, somewhere along in there. And in the 7 additional houses, Dr. Aurora's turns out to be the highest priced one in there, and I don't think it's not the largest, not the best. It's a nice house, but it's not the best. But anyway, he's now assessed to $1,061,200. And so I don't understand why his would be second highest to the newer house up on the corner, which was 2305 Cumberland, which was appraised at $1,572,300. The rest of them are down in the 800s and 900s, 600s. And so that shows some difficulty for me. And I know I'm limited on time and I'll be quick, but I put together some ideas for Dr. Aurora, and from my perspective, the real estate market has begun to level off, finally, thank goodness. And after a couple of years of a hard market where the prices were wildly out of control and ultimately so unsustainable, these prices were driven by high rising cost of building materials and shortages of such. I believe we will see new construction stay relatively strong in the area to influx, except for the influx of because of the influx of new people in Central Virginia. But I also believe that the older and outdated houses will lag behind because newer designs are much more appealing with taller ceilings and more light and so forth. And they've become desirable. The younger generation will not want older houses with multiple areas to maintain, multiple acres to maintain. Wesley has been a wonderful neighborhood over the years and very desirable to live in over the years, but is now getting very costly to maintain as well as very difficult to find help. The convenience of Wesley is now being overshadowed by the tremendous amount of Class A traffic that is not only dangerous, but also the volume of traffic makes it difficult to enter and exit the highway. When there's an incident on 250 or 64, that stalls the traffic from getting anywhere. So it's tough to do. So my time up. So what I know.
Well, no, that's just the assessor pulling up the house and everything. Is there, there's gonna be 3 more minutes at the end to add, so.
Basically, I've told you mainly what I want to say. I mean, Dr. Brewer's got a nice house, but it's certainly not the prize of the neighborhood by any means. And it's comfortable and he lives there. Well, I hope. But it's I think not the most expensive one there, and I think there's several of those, but a lot less price wise. So anyway, if we can get some help from you, I appreciate it. I've known Dr. Rohr a long time, and he's a wonderful friend, but he's a wonderful person too. He helps a lot of people in this neighborhood with free medical help and all that kind of stuff. And so if you can do him a favor, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay, so any questions for the applicant at this time?
I do have one question. Your listing of those
I'm sorry.
comparables, the listing of the other assessment comparables, do you have the square footages of those?
Got, I've got those 7 properties. Sure.
I think he has them up.
Oh, it is the.
I have the values up.
The values are, those are gonna be the 7 that are all covered.
Thank you. These are all the ones I'm comfortable with.
Dr. Rohr is 23, 39.
30, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Didn't want to do that.
Okay, so we'll
Okay.
to the assessor then.
We do have a layer with it, and if you guys can't read those numbers, then I can tell you what they say, but I want to first say that our values are not based at all on the occupant. Whether if the occupant is older, has health issues and stuff like that, that has nothing to do with the value of the property. Now, we do have tax, what do you call it? Tax relief for people who fit certain income and asset, categories, but not just based on the occupant in any way, other than that. Now, we've included comparable properties in our analysis, and 2 of the ones that were provided by the owner in advance. They were, the assessments were 661 and 741, so they're a lower level than the subject property, but they are much smaller. They were built in the 60s, and the subject was built originally in 1970. But they are a lot different in both square footage and acreage, so they are inferior homes value-wise. Also, the subject property, which was originally built in 1970, had a big addition added, and effectively it is a newer property than that. And we've explained that we have made this, even though this actually has 4,784 square feet, so it's not a small house. We have adjusted, we have made it a grade B+2. We would normally, you would have a house that size in a higher grade. It would be in at least the low A range, if not higher. But because of the older and newer and the different finishes, we've made it kind of equalize out as a B+2. So we feel that we've treated that situation appropriately with the grade. Now, these other, the ones that were just talked about on the Cumberland Road. So the subject property is up here in the top left, the surrounded, the outline in blue. It shows the 4,784 square feet. The property across the street, and I'm gonna have to switch back and forth between assessments and size. But the property across the street. What did I do here? So is assessed at 913,000 and is 2,744. So it's much smaller, but it's almost as valuable, and that's typically due to grade of the property. The one next to that, we're talking going across this bottom of the street, is $1 million assessment. Living area. It's 2,769 square feet, so that's also a much smaller property. The third one across is 1,000,005, but that one is 4,000 square feet, over 4,000 square feet. The house next door to his, 848,000, is the assessment. It is only 2,461 square feet. The other two to the right of that are respectively top to bottom, 634,000, 733,000. And the sizes are 2,555 and 2,977. So those are quite a bit smaller than the subject also. I can also show you the grades of all of those. So you can see, so this is B+2, you got a B+2 next door. B-2, Bs, As, B-2s, B+2. So there are other reasons why their assessments are different besides their size and their grade. Is that their grade? I think so. You take a look at it. So I, based on this information, based on our model and based on the description of this property, and the fact that I'm sorry, I left something out. Besides the fact that we're treating it as B+2, even though it's a larger size to make it, to adjust for the different finishes in the two different parts, we also have 10% functional obsolescence that we take off of the building because of that combination of things. So the mix of the old and the new. So that's all that information I have.
Any questions from the board, the assessor?
Yeah, I'm just curious, what was the square footage of the addition and what year was that?
Oh. You have that? Yes.
Like 96, based on the document.
That, yeah, 1996 is when the addition was built. Let me see if I can. Tell this. No, that doesn't differentiate sketch. Let me see if we can. Yeah,
Dr. Aurora, do you know offhand how big that addition was? Where you at it?
Very nice question. I tried to look at all these before coming.
Oh, sorry.
I could not see it. I think it is definitely smaller than the old.
For the main house, okay.
Yes, so that's what we, and also the house is not whole brick, it's the sides
Yeah, it's the picture.
and the front is the stucco.
Okay,
It's,
So it was regarded as whole brick, which was.
Okay, so this shows it.
okay.
If you see the dotted
This dotted
line
line,
here,
okay.
so it's this two-story area was added. This is the original house and this is the addition. So it's 40% of the total, I believe,
So it's
approximately.
And then what are you using as the year, like effective year or year built on the?
2008. As the effective year bill. We're using 1970 as the year bill for the entire house. And the 2008, the effective year bill is just based on condition and the original year build.
Depreciation is average.
So if this house was completely built all at one time in 1970,
That's how you're valuing it, or no?
that's how we're valuing it, but then we're also taking off the 10%. And we've down, if it was built as a 4,700 square foot house in 1970, it would be different because we wouldn't be doing those other things to reduce it.
So I don't know if there's a lot going on here with all the numbers that they're telling us that you may not understand. So a couple things that I'll just point out before you have your 3 minutes. One is what they're saying, what we're trying to determine is, because you have this addition to the house, there is the fact that it's a larger house. So what the assessor is saying is, because it's a larger house, usually the grade is a higher, it's an A's. And then, so everything they're using to figure out the numbers, they have formulas, they have a computer system to kind of plug in the numbers and kind of do it based on neighborhoods and things like that. But that's generally what they're doing. So what we're trying to figure out is things that they put in there correct? So does it add up to the actual value of the house? But in this case, what they're saying is, even though you have addition from 1996 and you have the main house was built in 1970, they're treating your house as if the whole thing was built in 1970. They're also deducting the value of the house by 10% because of that kind of mishmash, because it's not all built at one time. So they have already reduced it 10% based on that. The other thing that when I was saying about they're saying usually larger houses have a higher grade, yours is a B+2, which is a little bit of a lower grade that they've applied, which again brings the value down. I understand you still might not agree with the valuation they came up with, but I'm just trying to kind of translate it in a sense what they've kind of told us. So now the floor is back to you. We have 3 more minutes, up to 3 minutes, if you want to add anything else. You don't have to, but if there's anything else you want to add.
I don't know what I could add. I mean, you all have all the data that you're making decisions on. I know you all do a good job, but at the same time, we see flaws. We see maintenance problems on those 3 front houses up on Wesley Drive. They're not well kept up at all. And so those things should go into the value of a neighborhood, but I can't tell you what the percentage ought to be or anything else. So we got to rely on you, I think, for advice.
Sure. Any questions? Yes, please.
The other thing is thank you for explaining all the details. Yes, I couldn't.
I imagine you can follow.
How much was the old house square footage and how much is 40% of the new?
I don't think they had the exact numbers for us, and they're not, that's why at the end of the day, they're still calculating all of it as if it was built in 1970, but we were just curious because we wanted to make sure they weren't overvaluing a portion of it as 1996 or showing that the whole house was built in 1996 but they're applying it as 1970 is our understanding. Hopefully that's helpful. Anything else? I kind of jumped in, so I just want to make sure you.
Does stucco change anything as far as the exterior?
I don't know. Is there any?
It wouldn't have, it's a similar quality.
Yeah.
You know, so you can see the house here, and you can see this part over here that was the addition. And we would consider that all the same quality from the outside. It was the inside that we saw the differences in quality.
Okay. So that's it's the stucco and the brick, they won't go individually, like it won't go necessarily exactly, that's where the grade comes in, where that B+2 valuation comes in. If there's nothing further, I'm going to thank you all. We're going to consider it and we're going to confirm, make a decision and mail a decision out to you in the next 2 weeks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. At the meeting.
Is 2,800 square feet before the addition.
The addition is 28.
Your original 2,800, the addition is whatever.
Thank you.
It's about 2
So much. Have a
Thank
great
you.
day.
Very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Great.
Yeah, have a good day. Mr. Bailey.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks. Should see you again.
Okay, let's time to deliberate. Anyone have anything they want to discuss? My only thing is that the 1970 to 2008 doesn't seem, is that part of the
That's depreciation.
depreciation? Just the average would be on a 1970 house is only that many percent.
Oh, yeah. It's average, yes.
Average.
Yeah, the depreciation there's
It's
not a lot
15.
of depreciation.
It's just 15% on a. I needed, there was no evidence, there was no evidence presented that's the condition of the property or anything.
No, it's not bad condition. It's just, you know, the older part has the original bathrooms and, you know, just style wise. It's old. It's obsolete, not obsolete, but. They-
Okay, yeah, we have. I've been just. Oh.
From the standpoint of these other comparables, I'm looking at 23, 25. Cumberland, and 2335 Cumberland. 2325 is assessed at million. Roughly $1 million, $1,003,000. And it's got 2,000 square feet less.
Is this a new list that he gave?
Yeah, those are the neighboring.
Are they on?
They're just,
Yeah,
it's all,
it's a neighboring property.
yeah, it's just the assessments from the neighboring.
Yeah, so it's much smaller. It's got about the same assessment. There must have been some other things in there. Or-
Exactly.
Okay.
There has to be something else in there that's causing difference in that.
This one has a full. What was the other address?
And the other address was 2335. And it was assessed at 913, so 100,000 less, but there again, it's only 2744 square feet. So. It does have some finished basement.
So that's the one direct. across the street, so that's- That one was built in 74. It's got a full walkout basement with, almost 2,000 square feet finished.
Okay, so it's
So
roughly,
there are other, it's a B-2 like the subject.
okay,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, B plus,
yeah.
it's lower grade.
Yeah.
B+2 is.
Square footage is similar actually, but it's just a lot of
Yeah, so-
maintenance.
Right.
That one's a finished basement.
so it's similarly assessed.
Oh, and yeah, Billy. It's a one-story house
Okay,
and it'll automatically be higher
right.
for the same square footage.
Oh, and then the 2335 is a similar situation. It's got that finished basement, I guess. And it's also a one-story.
And we definitely value our one stories in that market. I'm probably all over.
Okay,
Definitely here we found that there's a big difference. Yes.
but it definitely doesn't seem out of line with the neighboring houses.
No, just that one in the corner, I think was on in the grade was lower as well, and that was also lower, yeah, that one.
Right.
But again, I think it's based on grade. As long as the grade is appropriate and we think the condition.
The landscaping around that one is off.
Yeah.
You can't see it.
Do we have a motion? Or, I mean, we can have further discussion, obviously, but.
I'll make the motion to affirm.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Are you here for the next hearing? Yes. And we can go ahead and get going, yes.
Thing that comes in for this.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Data will become juicy.
Okay.
Starting with the corner lot 77. The peel number 77.
So our next hearing is number BOE application number 77, PID 27645. Not sure I was pronounce this, Cladek?
Claudia?
Clada.
Claudia.
Clada Holdings LLC is the owner. And let me go ahead and go through. Did you hear my spiel before? Were you here when I said
I
it?
did, I'm happy to be sworn in.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so whoever's gonna testify, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. So nothing.
Okay, so I'm assuming that you all have the packet that we submitted. So this is assessment for a corner half acre lot. It's been assessed at $41,800, which is an increase of over 27% from last year. And so just for starters, I believe the county average assessment is around 13.46. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. So it's much higher than the county average. And in the materials that I submitted, I've indicated that we're having a hard time understanding that assessment for two reasons. One, for surrounding properties, and then the second, because of the condition and unusual circumstances. So as you've seen from the information I provided, this half acre lot, I mean, for lack of a better term, it's just a scrub piece of property. It had a home on it once upon a time, way before we moved to Albemarle. It abuts the road that our property is on. And for the first 4 years that we owned our property, it was just vacant and abandoned and trash and fallen trees. And it was just a mess. So we reached out to the owner to purchase it, really just kind of like to do the right thing, because it was just an eyesore and it's on this beautiful road. And so we did that. And as you can see, it's got all those different easements. I did get one additional piece of information that I wanted to distribute for you all that I did not get until after I had submitted my packet. But basically,
Again, please make the assessor gets a copy as well.
yeah, it came from Dana, so
Oh.
Dana's got it. It basically confirms the fact that whether or not this property is buildable is highly questionable. So you can see on what I just sent you, when after our appeal, they went back out and looked to say that, the dwelling that had been on there was non-conforming. Well, I won't read it to you, but you can see for yourself. It's highly questionable whether or not you could even build on this property. Even if you could build a tiny little home on it, it's, you've got the VDOT easements, you've got the Dominion easements, you've got these big boxes of humming power machines. No one is going to spend $41,800 to purchase that piece of property. And I just don't understand how, to be honest with you, we bought it because we're trying to do the right thing. We paid too much for it. But based on the adjacent properties that we also own, that are non-buildable and literally right next to it, if you average out what they are per acre, this is considerably higher. So, I don't know what else I can say about that. So it feels like an unbuildable piece of property that's being assessed at a premium rate. And I think it's neither of those things. I don't think it's buildable or at a premium rate. And you can look at the pictures. And look at it, you look at the assessments and what's actual buildable on this piece of property. It's less than a tenth of an acre. 0.06 is potentially buildable. So for it to be 41.8, I just can't understand that.
All right. Any questions for the applicant? Okay. All right.
So, what she just handed out is also in our reports. So looking at this property, we are treating this as a buildable lot. Although not a prime buildable lot, a restricted buildable lot. If this was a half acre lot that had no problems with it, we would be assessing it at unclosed, $105,000. I mean, Albemarle County does not have building lots that are worth a small amount of money. We are at 41,000 because of the restrictions on it. We've brought that 105, and actually what we do is we start at $140,000 for a 2-acre lot in this area, in this market area. In this general area, we had another 30% increase over that 140,000. So a 2-acre building lot would be 140,000 plus 30% for a normal building lot for a house to be built on. So based on the fact that this is smaller, it's a half an acre, 0.53 acres, we reduce that down to 58% of the value. We reduce it down another 50% and another 10% for the issues that it faces. So 41,000 is really to represent that reduced property for what you can do with it. But to be able to build a house, even a small house in this area, $41,000 is not, a normal value, or it's actually a pretty low value for somebody to be able to build a house. We do point out that the owners of the Mothmans paid $35,000 for this 2 years ago. So we are a little bit above that. And so what she just handed out is where we asked community development to kind of make a determination or give a guidance on the ability to improve this property with the house. And as it says right in the front, it's inconclusive. But there is an area that you could build a house on. It's obviously not going to be a McMansion. It's going to be a small, modest, very modest home. But based on the lot value of $41,000, you would only typically have a modest home, especially in this area. Now, there are different areas of the county that you might have a $41,000 home site on that is not, that has no restrictions on it, but certainly not in this area. But that's basically where we fall. And it was a house like, like she said, there was a house on it in the past.
House that was on it didn't meet what the current standard, so with regard to setbacks and all that.
The
I
question,
mean, you can see the pictures of this property. Would any of you pay $41,000 for that piece of property?
the question I have, so when they looked at this, is the easement, that power line easement. Do you know how wide that power line easement is? Is it wider?
It's documented on that piece of paper I just gave you.
The blue, is that the easement? I don't know if that's the easement.
It says it's an unspecified, yeah.
Yeah, that's my only, because that's the blue is the width, it looks like the width of the power lines themselves. But the easement may extend wider than that.
And I also, from what I understand, you can't have like a septic field under Dominion lines and stuff like that. So even how you would put a septic field in or a well is, with all that stuff going on underground and overground, I don't understand how that would be possible.
This would be good. It would be nice to know how wide that easement was. Because if the easement covers the green area, which it very well might, then there might not be a building site. Or if it doesn't, there is I guess, I think that's an important factor for us to know. But I don't think anybody's gonna do it unless we have a survey or,
There's no survey unless someone had a deed.
yeah, the
maybe-
deed,
maybe
yeah.
Specified, but most of those old easements are of unspecified width. Can you tell me a little bit about that? Paved area, the front of the property that leads into that telecommunications.
It's just it's a paved, it's not paved. There is a concrete slab that's left over from something. But there's no pavement, there's no paving.
So this area here that leads over to this communications, do you know?
That's just bald.
Okay, do you know if that's an access easement? For a telecommunications?
The accent easement for the communication is right next to the communication box.
Okay.
So this is all just,
Okay,
it's not paved.
okay,
It's just.
okay. So it just comes right off here, just right at the corner of the property into the.
That's, yeah, so
Okay.
all of these boxes that you see here. all of these telecommunication boxes are located right about here.
Right.
And then there's a, for lack of a better term, a little driveway next to them so they can come in and out.
Thank you.
We, any other questions? Do you have anything else you want to add on this regarding that?
No, I guess. You've got two adjacent pieces of property again that we own that are a quarter of an acre. So those are also legitimately potentially buildable. And they're not anywhere near the price per acre as this one. Again,
I don't know if they're considering, are you all, I think that's,
it's in the packet, it's this very
Yeah.
last page.
no, I see, the county is not considering those buildable lots, that's why the values are lower, I think.
Okay, so
Because the side, I think, with the setbacks and everything else, there's no. You probably,
Yeah, this is just residual land, so we're not treating it as being building, either of those.
I guess I would argue that this piece is not buildable either.
understood.
And-
Well,
and, I mean, just because you might physically be able to squeeze a house in there, doesn't mean that that's really truly a buildable lot. And I would just ask, as citizens, would you pay that for that property? Do you think that's a fair market value for that property?
understood. We will definitely consider all that. So we're gonna move on to the next hearing, so you can. This is.
This is our main property, it's our home.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and read out the hearing, the numbers and everything else.
Okay, sure.
This is BOE application number 78, PID 27647. We've got the same owner name as last one. And now please begin.
So 2023 tax assessment reflects a 22% increase in the total market assessment, including 25% increase in the land and 20% increase in the home. So this overall 22 increase is again significantly higher than the county average. So we're trying to understand why our increase would be so much greater since we have not had significant changes, improvements, development in the last year. So again, I don't want to review all the stuff I've already submitted because you've taken a chance to look at that. But one of the things that I noted is we feel like it's assessed improperly, both based on fair market value and also other comparable properties. So just starting first with fair market value, which is the standard that assessments are judged. I asked for our market comparisons that were used to determine our home and was provided a list of 12 properties. I don't know that I do have this as well.
We should have.
Okay, so those are the 12 properties that were given. 12 properties in our market area, which is 211, and these are the ones that were sold in 2022. So of these 12 properties, which is how our fair market was, from what I understand, determined, 5 of them were land only and therefore not really a good comparison for a residential home. And none of them were in the same category with regard to ours, which was rural, size between 20 and 99 acres and have a residential home. So none of these 12 are comparable in that way. Additionally, for these 12, the assessment to sales ratio average was 1.142, which means on average, these whole homes sold for less than their current assessed value. So again, we're talking about this giant jump on our home and the market value questionable. So I tried to look for some more relevant market data for homes that were sold. And these properties were in the Ravenna district. They were, rural standalone. What I mean by that, they're not part of a subdivision. And the average sale price, and this is in your packet, for these homes was $289 per square foot. So again, this is our area. These are homes, not just pieces of land. And our home is being assessed at 36% higher than what this fair market says. So I understand it must be a really daunting task for these assessors to try to make comparisons when the homes vary so greatly. You have homes that are in a subdivision, you have tiny homes, you have giant homes, you have homes on property. I understand all of that, but in looking at what is a fair market, it should at least be comparable with types of homes. A home on a property of 20 to 99 acres, relatively close size. I just don't understand, because I don't feel like the market data suggests that we should be that much higher. The other thing about the market data is our home is in this geographic footprint, which is 1.3 has a market adjustment, which is inflated. Or higher, I should say, not inflated. But I don't understand where the market data is that shows that that little geographic footprint should be 30% higher. So even if you were to be able to defend that 30% with true market data, that's already been applied to our property. Our property started with all of that already applied. We had a huge increase, rightfully so, in 2020 because we renovated our home. That's understandable. But now we've already got the house grade being accounted for. We've already got the 1.3% area thing being accounted for. So we're already way up there. So when you're looking at the county average, how is it that we're so much higher than the county average? Why wouldn't we go up the same amount, still being at a higher level, still being the 1.3, still being the grade, whatever we are, excellent or A+ or whatever it is? It doesn't make sense to me that given the home sales, that we would be that much greater than the county average. And then the last thing I tried to do, and I think this is again, I feel for the assessments because the properties are so different, but I tried to look at properties that were like ours with regard to a residential home on a piece of land and in that same geographic footprint. And I just can't find any market data or any comps that would justify our home being assessed at $3 million home land. I don't know what else I can tell you about that.
Well, thank you. Any questions for the applicant at this time?
So, so one of the key pieces of information is that Mossman's paid $1,150,000 for their house in 2018, but then they went and they spent an additional $1,450,000 to renovate the house. So they actually spent $2.6 million on the house overall. So it wasn't a $1 million house after they were done with it. So, and as she mentioned, I'm sure we increased the assessment after that work was done. And then in regards to the 1.3 location adjustment, it's a generalized location in this area. So if you look to the left of the map, it's actually 1.5 location adjustment, and it goes down as you go to the right. This is based on sales we've had in the past that indicated differences in the land value. Now, that adjustment only applies to the land. That's a location adjustment on the land value. So, the sales that we have, the 12 sales that we have for market area 211, caused the entire market area to go up quite a bit this year, more than the average for the county. And that was in order for us to assess those properties appropriately based on the ratios. And, the same model, which we have we have settings basically for all types of properties within the model, whether they're mansion homes or B grade homes or lower or anywhere in between, location adjustments that adjust the land, different land rates for each neighborhood, So all of the model is calibrated based on the sales that take place. The model for the neighborhood is calibrated based on the specific properties that took place in the last year within market area 211. And whether there are not always properties of all different types. You know, you're not going to have a large acreage parcel or a small acre parcel or a high graded property and a low graded property to make sure that everything is covered. But we work with, you know, the sales that we have. And, you know, over time, you generally have sales that support all of the different parts of the model. And certainly within the county, you'll have sales that cover all different parts of the model. You might just not have them specifically in the neighborhood. But the way the model adjustment works very well. And you know, we're like I said, aiming to get those ratios at 100% as we are required. The median is at 100%. There's certainly with a 26 COD in this neighborhood, it's a, you know, in rural areas, you can have pretty high CODs, very high variance. The fact that one of these very low end land sales sold for a lot less than the assessment kind of throws that number off quite a bit. And it makes that average of those ratios seem high. But looking at just the ratios and excluding the ones that are outliers, it's a very reasonable range of ratios. So that Dana, you know, and we actually show these different properties in our grids, the sales, including the ones that were provided by the owner that she'd mentioned, but they are, you know, 1,000 square feet smaller. They're different, you know, they're similar in some ways, but they don't have a second home like the subject does. They don't have as large a house. They don't have as much acreage. Even these don't have as much acreage as the subject property, like our sales, the majority of our sales do. So, you know, it is hard to, with a variety of properties out there, to do these assessments. But I don't think after having reviewed this, that we are off on this assessment based on the amount of money spent on it in the past and the condition and grade of the property, the second home, what the comparables are showing, even though they're not exactly similar. But, you know, I feel that we have support for the assessment.
What's the market area there?
It's 211.
Or like if you.
Oh, so if I
neighborhood
want
like
to
the
show
other
it to
one
you.
then? With the whole, like all of Keswick or?
No, it's just one portion of it. And I did want to give Dana an opportunity if she had anything to add. So it's basically this. It doesn't include the properties that border the other county, but it's these kind of northeast section.
So the other purple color is a different market.
That's a different market area. I think that's
So
probably.
that all of that pink is 1.3.
No.
Oh.
No, all of this color is 140, I think $140,000 base rate on the land.
Where's the market? Where's the 1.3?
The 1.3 is a location adjustment that falls just around this area.
And when was the last time that 1.3 based on market was validated? Because it's that feels very specific of that many. I mean, that little tiny spot, there haven't been that many homes for sale, let alone for you to decide it's 30% higher.
So the location adjustment typically is the most along Louisa Road there. And like I said, this area is the 1.5 adjustments here. It tends to go down as you go north. And
All those yellow ones
all
are
of this
1.3.
is the 1.3s. And it would have been established originally based on sales and then upheld with sales over time.
The idea is the 231 corridor.
It's Gordonsville Road.
I'm sorry, Gordonsville Road. I said it wrong. Thank you.
that corridor, you guys, you all. What are the other, what's the green and purple get last? Okay, 1.2 green.
1.1,
So the further away you get, the
exactly,
further north, or the closer you get to Gordon's, the lower.
right,
And then it becomes 1.5 to the south.
correct. And it goes up even higher as you get closer to town, depending on it, you know, it goes down as you get away from the road. In different situations.
And that's only, that's only applied to the land, this one.
Only applied to the land, correct.
Okay, that's not.
Correct.
Is there a building adjustment in this?
There is, 211 has a 1.2 adjustment on it.
And
that
that's
was-
all of 211?
All of 211 has that on the improvements.
That's big or small size, it's for any
Any
improvement.
size. Any size, yes.
What is 211 exactly?
It's this as we were looking at. It's just a number that we designate for it, but it.
The light pink, like northeast Keswick was pretty much. like-
Yes. It's that pink area that we were looking at, if I could find the layer again. What we designate as this area.
Does anybody else have any further questions?
What, okay, so what market data made that area for sales in 2022 so much higher than this county average?
It was those 12 sales.
But those 12 they don't even match me. And assessment to sales ratio is at 1.14, so they're assessed higher than they're sold for.
So you're talking about the average of those?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's not the way you look at assessment sales ratios, is not by an average. Because the average is thrown off by outliers like these 2.55 and 1.53. But as you indicated, those two really small, low value properties don't really indicate what your property is worth, not your larger one. It's really the improved properties, not just the improved properties, because it is important to have the land sales to help us establish the land part of our equation. But the way the rest of the houses that are in there, whether they're exactly like the subject property or not, how they apply. So we've got a $1.5 million home, a $1.1 million home. So they're not all really low end. They do cover a range. Jason.
no, it's just, what I find hard is, my husband and I were homeowners in Henrico County, which is a comparable rate for 16 years, and homeowners from the city of Richmond, which has a much higher rate for 11. And we never thought the assessment increase because we could make sense. But for us to be so much higher than the county average when the sales doesn't show that, I'm at a loss. I would be happy to take the increase again, because we were already up here. We already had the 1.3. We already had the grade rating. We should be moving proportionately with the county average, unless there's sales data that says we are way out of line, and I'm not seeing that.
So I guess the question I have, in response to that line of thinking, is, if we kind of grant your high water mark and say, yes, the evidence you submitted is persuasive that the valuation is too high. It's hard to swallow that the number you've selected, for me personally, would be accurate, because it's less than even the renovations that you did. It presumes that the house had negative value before you began the work in 2019, wouldn't it?
Well, okay. What trumps? The market value of what things are selling for, or what I put into it? Because I might made a mistake of putting way too much money in. That doesn't mean that the house is necessarily valued to anybody but me because I wrote the check.
Absolutely. You
So-
strike me as a shrewd person though, and just, I mean, is that the way you feel that you didn't think you got as much value out of the 1.4 million that you put in? Is it-
That's a really personal question. I don't think it's.
Well, you're under oath to tell the truth and you come here and asked us to make an adjustment, and so. Asking whether you think you got full value out of the $1.45 million you invested in your home.
Well, another way to look at it is, do I think our home is worth $3 million? I don't think I could get $3 million for it.
So that's a good question, but it's a little different than the question I was hoping to get answered.
Well, yeah, the answer is I'm glad we spent the money that we did because it's our home and so for that, I'm glad I spent the money on it.
But you think that having invested the 1.45 million in the two homes, that at the end of all of that, they were worth less than what would it ask for 1.18? 1.372.
Well, I don't know, maybe we split the difference, but.
Personally, just speaking for myself, I'd be much more open to an argument like that. I just think it's very difficult to meet the burden of proof from where you are. It just seems unlikely that the house had less value at the end of the process.
I see what you're saying. But do you think it's as high as what it's assessed at?
Yeah,
think
I think
we-
personally, I think you've submitted some persuasive evidence. I'd be inclined to seek a number in between the appraised value and the value that you selected. Speaking only for myself, one of five folks up here.
Any other questions, or if you want, you still have time for rebuttal if there's anything else you
No,
want to add?
Um,
Well, we
I
thank you.
appreciate your time and this isn't my wheelhouse. I don't know what I'm doing. So you seem to. So I hope I made my case, but
We appreciate the
Appreciate your time.
presentation. We appreciate your time as well. As you heard from last time, we'll confirm, make a decision, and we'll. Within the next 2 weeks, you'll have our decision.
all right. Thank you very much. You
Thank
all have
you.
a nice day.
Have a great day. Let's start with the lots. If we're starting with that, my concern is just the fact that I don't know if it's actually built. That's my. Based on easement, just based on my general idea of those easements and where that power line is and where. Because obviously, when the community development, when they look at it, they don't necessarily, and as they said, they don't know where the I mean. They don't know exactly where that easement is, and they're going, that line is right along where the power line is, where that starts. So that's my concern, is that. If the easement is going anywhere into that, then you've pretty much gotten rid of that. There might not be a building site. That's my. We don't have all the, of course, I wish we had that piece of information. But just based on like common sense, I think it doesn't have it, but. I don't know, that's my.
I think I agree that I feel uncomfortable relying on the statement of whomever looked at that, where he sort of says directly, without knowing anything about the underground line. Here's what I think.
Well, it's overground, it's over, it's right, there's no
It
under,
is over,
it's,
yeah.
yeah, it's over, but it's a larger line, it's not. It doesn't just feed one home, that line is decent, it's not huge either, but it's a decent
Yeah,
size.
it's not that high tension power line that runs up the road. It's kind of a standard, pole with
I
3
think
wires.
in
Oh,
addition.
it's okay, I thought that was the wide, I thought it was a little bit wider.
In addition to that, even if, we grant that and say it was buildable, I would argue that that may be buildable in name only, it may be buildable in such a narrow respect that it really shouldn't be considered buildable for the purposes of assigning valuation. The number of people who would want to build a house in that exact configuration and that exact size is probably negligible.
And they bought it and they bought it for the price they did just to add it to their lots. I mean, it's what they have.
Yeah,
they own
build
it.
on it as a utility, maybe. If they could.
Doesn't she have a burden of proof to prove that it's not built?
Well, I think she's raised a compelling question.
Yeah.
And, based on this evidence, it's really not, there is no proof that it is built.
Yeah.
Usually they're at least, what, 20 feet, 25, I mean, because on this, we're only giving, how many feet is the that little image on the picture?
On setback,
Yeah, that little, the blue or whatever it is, how wide is
25 feet.
that one is 25 feet, the blue is 25 feet?
That's what it says on it.
there's also
No, that's 25 feet from the red to the
Oh,
green.
yeah,
Oh, is that what that?
Yeah, it's not the width, that width is smaller than
yeah.
that. That's, looks to me less than 10. Compared to the scale, I don't know, might be, yeah, it looks less than 10.
And the other issue is, of course, that there is likely an access easement, granted, to access those communications facilities. And that's not really addressed in the adjustment. I don't think. Is
I think
it?
there's easement, the
Well,
front,
it talks about the overhead power line adjustment, location adjustment close to road, but no adjustment for that. And that does affect it.
So the-
Yeah, we're, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, those pedestals seem to be like right on the line
Right.
between this parcel and the adjacent
Correct.
quarter acre parcel. And whether the easement line, lies on the little parcel or not, they've just sort of created a place where the trucks pull in. And it's like it's a pull off where they sit and service the pedestals.
So the 50% adjustment we make is not just for the power. We don't make 50% adjustments for the power.
Okay.
That would include all the issues.
Is that what it says in the Eagle Explorer there? Because in the submission that we received, it says power line at 0.50.
Well, yeah. Because that's what it actually says in our system, but there's only one thing we can choose at a time on there. We already had 4 adjustments. This is the parcel. We only have 4 adjustments we can fit into it. So we have to combine some together. And those are typically, the way we do it. We call it one of the things. And then-
but because it's in the home site, that's where it's inflating the number, because you're considering a home site. there.
That is definitely why the value is the way it is. Yes. And the reason we asked them to make a determination, even though they were not very, inclusive about it, is because they're the planners who would actually approve a site plan. So the fact that they didn't say, no, you can't build a house here, this is not going to work. I think is at least one piece of information that we can go by.
It's just that they don't have, I mean, that's what language is, they don't have a survey, so if they.
Without
that is-
lots of details and getting into it, they're not going to give something conclusive, an answer. I've never gotten a conclusive answer out of them.
Unless they actually have an application. fee.
Exactly. Because it's might come back on them and, so.
So that size adjustment of 0.58, that's just based on the proportion of the actual acreage to the model acreage of 140 per acre. Is that right?
Sorry, say that again.
So there's a size adjustment of 0.58 applied to.
Correct. That the
And that's-
0.58 is directly related to the 0.53 acre size. So
Right.
compared to a 2 acre size.
Yeah, so guess what I'm wondering on that is like, is there actually a discount for the size of the parcel? Like, given that it is very small, not just a pro rata application of the $140,000.
Yeah, I think that's separate.
So
0.58 is separate.
So yeah, the 0.58 is, if this was a 0.53 acre parcel with no other problems, we would just have that 0.58 adjustment to bring it down to the value of a 0.53 acre parcel.
From a 2 acre.
from a 2 acre base rate. Yeah, 140,000 is supposed to represent what 2 acres would go for.
So, you know, it brings up an interesting question, because when you have a 0.53 acre parcel, even if it's not encumbered by these easements, you know, you're still gonna have difficulties, additional difficulties.
Setbacks.
Well, yeah, you've got to get a septic and an
Right.
alternate septic, and you've got to get a well, and so, you know, it's often quite difficult to do on a half acre site in the best of circumstances. So, you know, that to me seems like there should be, you know, would it warrant having an additional adjustment just for the sheer difficulty of building on a site that small, regardless of the easements?
And some of these overlap. Some of these
are.
overlap. I mean,
Uh-huh,
there's an easement
okay.
on there, but there's also land that's not under the easement. There's a power line and there's land that's not under the power line. So you do have room in there where you
Yeah.
can build your house. You do have room in there, most likely, where you could build these septic systems. You know, it just is not defined. They haven't defined it
Right,
because they're not interested in it. Community development doesn't, they won't define it
Right.
for us. They'll just make these kind of general statements. And I just want to point out also, we do have a note in here that power line adjustment really represents not just the power line itself, but the northwest third of the lot and the easement. So we are lumping that all together in that 50% adjustment. Is that 50% adjustment appropriate?
My concern is just the buildable lot part of it.
Yeah.
Is it a buildable lot? That's I
Right.
think the essence of their question and ours. I don't know based on what we have. It doesn't seem like that's just from looking at it based on just knowledge of power line easements that we have in that area, or just generally Albemarle County. They're usually not limited to 5 feet or 10 feet. And as Karen said, some of these older ones are very vague. They don't have an actual thing, but I imagine it's usually 20 at least. And if that's the case right now, this sketch has that. And again, we don't have the dimensions, but that looks like to me, based on what 25 feet is there, it looks to be about closer to 10 feet to 12 feet. So again, if you double that, then you're taking away. Not a decent chunk, that's only 2,800 square feet, you're gonna be taking away, you go down to like 2,000 square feet, like, and are we now at that point, is that really a building site? If you're getting it down to that small number, and then the question of septic and all other stuff.
well, it's also just limiting in the fact that just by virtue of all these other things, you know, that really is the only place that, and you know, that's the only building site.
And whether, I mean, again, to me, it's just a matter of, can you build on it
Right.
altogether? Like, I don't know if you actually brought an application to the county, I don't think they would. I mean, from my thing, I don't think they're gonna let you build on it, despite this, because of that easement, but. And then, because you have to get a perk and everything else too, so. The only question is just the fact that there was a house there before, and I know that was one of the points. I think their position is if the house is demolished, they're gonna.
Like 24 months or something.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
2 years.
2 years, yeah, this is, I imagine, this is a lot longer.
You lose the grandfathered.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't know if they're gonna, if we make this, sorry, if we make it residual, what difference would it make in the?
Oh, to make a big difference.
Yeah,
So that's kind of the first choice. Is it buildable or is it not buildable? If it's not buildable, that's easy. If it is buildable, what adjustments would you want? So it would be.
The regular lot that didn't have any of the drawback, no power line, no adjustment for being near the road was 140 times 1.3, right? So that's,
well, times
Times
point,
0.58.
for this one would have been times 0.58, so it's.
but not for this one. Let's assume, a vanilla 2 acre plot,
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the same
yeah.
area, that's 180.
Yeah.
Right, and that's 2 acres. So
Under,
this,
yeah,
this is a quarter of that, right?
Yeah.
And so.
but you
this
only have
is-
one building site, so that's why that building site part, because they add a lot. For one build, like there's an extra value for the fact that there's a building site, right? Or 2 acres and a half acre, it would be one
Yes,
regardless.
It's one building. site.
Yeah.
Is that your question?
Well, I'm just thinking, I'm thinking that through. It seems like this is a quarter of a 2 acre parcel. and it's a quarter of what that vanilla 2 acre parcel would be in this area.
Mhm.
And so there is no discount for the bad features of the site.
If you're only applying the size adjustment, there's no adjustment for the bad features. The bad features is a 50% adjustment
So
on
if,
top of the size adjustment.
but I guess what I'm trying to articulate is that if that were actually being applied, the number would be less than 47. Because it's a quarter of the size of the vanilla 2 acre parcel in that area. And it still has these bad features that ought to reduce it beneath the 47,500. Based on the undesirability of that parcel, it ought to be worth less than 25% of the vanilla.
Well, they don't,
2 acres.
Okay, so-
value it that
So
way.
first of all, the size adjustment on even though it's a quarter of the size of a 2 acre site, it's 58% of the 2 acre site value, because there's a curve. You get less of an effect as you get smaller. You get more per square foot as you get smaller. It's not gonna be a 1-for-1. So
Right.
if you're, $10 a square foot at 2 acres, you're not gonna be at $10 a square foot at half an acre.
Gotcha. So I understand that. How is the curve derived? Like, is that a data-based curve?
Yes, yeah.
From
So we,
sale-
from using sales of 2 acre sites and half acre sites and 1 acre sites over time.
Okay.
In the same way, we derive the RS1, which is the residual rate for anything over the 2 acres.
And use blended data, buildable and residual in deriving that curve, that factor.
Well, there are two different parts there. So we'll use the buildable parts for deriving the curve of the home site. And we'll use the residual part for deriving the rest of it. Yeah, because there'll be two separate curves. So to answer your question, Mr. Arsali, residual rate is 21,000 times 1.3, we still have the location adjustment, times 0.53, which is the size of the parcel. It would be 14,500.
It goes down. It goes down low. But are you still applying the power line and all that or not?
No,
Okay,
because
yeah.
under
Yeah, because you're not gonna need to do that.
there's
right?
no
Okay.
effect.
I think they should abandon their building rights or try to assign them away and just pay the residual tax.
But that's
not one of our options.
well, our determination is it buildable still. I think that's still a question for us. Is it buildable, or we have two things. We say yes or no, and if it is buildable, then we have to think about the adjustments between just more and more. Adjusted.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable saying that it's buildable, but I'm not sure she carried her burden to show it's not either.
I don't know that she has, I think she's made a compelling argument that it's likely not buildable. But she hasn't proven it, but I think she has made a very good argument that its desirability is very limited because of that limited building area. And so even if it is buildable, there's just that one tiny little place where it can be built. And so that does make it less, in my mind, makes it less desirable.
It's less flexible.
Yeah.
Let's say we do power line down to 0.25, another half. What would that get us? Right. Let's have more. I think that's the point. I think it's a multiplier.
$23,800. Let me make sure. Let me change this back. 0.5 is 0. 47.5. 47.5.
The units, the 1 acre units. Or is it just one buildable lot? Okay.
Yeah. So, for 41,000, right? 41,800.
Okay.
All right, I think it's 40.
41 on the first page, 47,500.
Oh, yeah.
You can put like a small guest house on here with some landscaping. But not with power lines, I mean, I guess that would be hard, but I mean, if you wanted to.
If it fits in there, why not? Yeah.
Small and do an Airbnb or something.
Yeah, that's the value.
Airbnb, but,
It's 47 on the last page. too.
Yeah.
oh, because the Airbnb regulations. require
Yeah.
that.
They wouldn't let
Yeah.
you.
No, it wouldn't, would they?
But it could be a guest house. I mean,
But
They could even put a little house on it,
Yeah.
maybe.
if you could fit it in there, that's where the value is for them
Yeah.
because they have the farm
Put a
next
little
door.
tiny
it
cottage in
wouldn't,
there.
you wouldn't do
And some young couple, like,
that. Small pool. No.
I don't think you want a pool right there. Right by two-thirds. Right next to, yeah, under the power lines and.
You know, we had, I don't know if you guys remember, last year, David Farrell had a listing in Northfield. I know because I was familiar with it. And there was a lot at the end of Northfields and Carsbrook. And it had all these restrictions on it because the neighbor put them on the property. But it was like the house has to be at this angle and this and this and that. And David was trying to sell it and he virtually couldn't get $60,000 for it. And it was in Northfield, you know, and so like, that's a classic example of it's buildable. But
But you can't. forget it.
yeah, and so. like,
Realistically, what anybody knows.
yeah, exactly. Normally,
I don't
if
think
the
so.
lot would be $120,000 to $150,000, but now it was, he could get 60,000 for
Yeah,
it.
the undo complete.
So.
I didn't even have a lot.
Yeah,
Well, you have a lot to do. That's.
and so, I mean, in fact, I remember him saying he was gonna tell his client they should probably come before us because of that.
This is 47.5 there.
So, yeah, it's buildable, but
This is say 47.5 here, it says 41.8 up there.
I'm like, but it is still. Yeah.
All right, so we sent a notice in January and obviously had a value in January of 41.8. Since then, something changed and we're showing 47.5 as what's being calculated, and I do not have an answer as to why.
That's 0.25. Again, what was the value?
Oh, so 20. Let me put this back in. 0.25. 23.8.
I'm inclined to do that. It's half of the thing for the power line slash. And power lines, there's more of an easement that's limiting the value, and then you all can't do more than 4 things, so just applying it towards that, so that's. As of right now, unless they actually built something on it, or it looks like they could build on it. Then we're not saying it's not a buildable lot, which bring it down to 14, but. No one's gonna do. I think all of us are of the idea that. There's not much value to this property, there is value for them. There is value for them, and there is the possibility that they could build another unit just there for themselves, so. Anyway, that would be, I think I would go with the 0.25, it'll be 23.8.
They cleaned it up because they like it. It's better for the view.
Yeah, it's better for there, awesome. I would do the same thing if it's next to my property and it's bad, I mean, I would pay a little bit more, but. Yeah. That's just the market. Do we have a motion? So we still have the other bigger one to actually go with too, so. We have 20 minutes till the next hearing. I can make the motion, since I suggested it, I'll make the motion. I will move to reduce the value to 23,800. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You got that, Evan?
Yeah, 22,800.
Yeah, I would have never argued that there aren't problems on that site. Absolutely, it's just how to deal with them.
Yeah. The issue, a lot of things. Okay, so the other one, so now going to number 78. This is the house. Do you mind bringing up that property?
Oh, absolutely.
kind of go through the valuation, like go. And the best way is just look at the property card, I guess, on this one too.
This is the large house, this is the small house.
They don't own that parcel next door today where the house is right there.
I don't believe they own this one.
That's a little bit of a, I mean, I don't know if they didn't argue it, but on those bigger properties, it's a little bit of a factor, because part of it is you want to have this big house and not have anybody close to you, but the house is really close.
Oh, so.
Was it that she wasn't questioning the land value, just the building value, or? That's a bit tough, I mean,
It's a beautiful house.
The land, there, the building. Other side 182, 682 for, how many acres is the total?
53.5. And if you have any questions about the house, Dana was in. it.
Okay, yeah. So what, if it's the land, if she's not questioning the land, do we want to discuss land or just leave it what it is? I mean, she didn't really. I don't know if she had an issue with that or not, and part of the. That's part of the increase, a substantial part of the increase, I guess. 200 something thousand. But. She didn't really say, for both things, she didn't have. Too much to say other than just the comparables. Comparables are tough because there don't seem to be. Much, so what the increase, did the land, the base rate went up on the land?
The
That factor?
multiplier for the buildings went up for the entire neighborhood. So
The
the entire
buildings.
neighborhood up
Okay.
went up 20% or something in that range.
Okay. And then what's the grade right now you have?
The grade is A+3.
4,700 there.
It's a 2-story.
And what did they? They spent like that 1.5 million, what did they spend it on?
They did it to renovation on the house and on the cottage also. There's a dependency dwelling.
Okay, that's that part of the 4,700 or no, it's separate?
No,
they're
it's separate.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's another 1,107 square feet.
Okay.
And we have that as a C home. You can see it in the picture of it.
Yeah.
Do you have the data from like 2018? I wonder what the improvements were assessed at prior to the big capital investment.
Yes. We have the overall. Super.
800K.
Right here, we have the final. So before. We had about 1.5, just under 1.5 million.
Yeah, so it's one, the building.
I'm sorry, that's total value.
Yeah.
So the improvement value was about just over 800,000. And then after we picked up more value, it was up in more than 1 point. And that has increased since then.
Yes, I just don't think that ever got properly adjusted. I mean, 50% value capture on what I'm sure was a very nice renovation on a house like that is like an abysmal return. It's probably worth way more than that. And it just feels bad for her to have it adjusted now, but it probably should have been higher then. And been a good market from 2019 and then.
The return on those investments are there though, on these houses, when you put in the money.
What
but
was that? What was
As
that?
a return on putting in money on these houses is not always there. But regardless, I mean, you're still at a much slower, your base, and you did reduce it already, it looks like, right?
Since last year.
Or I thought this year, looks
Or
like,
this year, I'm sorry.
appraisal
Yeah, that's what I
review went
meant.
down,
Since earlier this year.
yeah. Well, it's 3.152 and then reduced it, reduced 152,000.
Yeah.
This is a tough one.
Yeah, I'm inclined to do something on it, but I'm not sure she gave us really a.
That's a good, yeah.
Medium point here.
No. I don't know, when I look at their, when I look at the assessors comparables. Louisa Road. Sold for $4.4 million. I mean, less acreage,
That house was. If it's the one I'm thinking it is, it's like, yeah, it's more of a,
older house.
no, but it's like, it's more grand. It's a grand home.
Oh, Grand House.
But it didn't need a lot of, from what I remember, is that the one? You do mind pulling that one up for us? 4 or 5?
It does have an L-1, so it's luxury, so it's a
Yeah.
higher
Okay.
grade.
I think that's the one, John Grisham bought and has renovated after the fact, I'm thinking that's the one, it's the Airsley or something, is that the one?
No,
Oh, this is not that one,
no, it's
okay,
not.
which one is this one?
It's a farmhouse style. Oh, Horseshoe Hill.
What's that?
Horseshoe, Horseshoe.
Trying to think which one.
You can't see it from the road.
Okay.
Well, but then you got the comparable number 3. Sold for 1.5, but it's only one, less than 2 acres.
That's it,
Right.
that parcel is adjacent to this property. It's an example of one of the sales of several sales in that market area that sold for considerably over what we had it assessed for last year, and that was significant in driving the increase in the area. Not just that house, but.
I mean, when I look at that sale and I see that, let's say, okay, your land value is what, 1.13. So your base rate on a 2-acre lot was 180,000 in this neighborhood.
Well, it's 140 plus the
140,
location
it's
adjustment,
1.3.
depending
So
on which.
180, or isn't this 1.3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you look at that and you just, make a land adjustment, you're up to 2.5, and this is only a 3,000 square foot house with no dependency.
Right.
So, I mean, I think I feel like you've got good comparables. I'm sympathetic to her, but I don't really see where she's provided comparables that are supporting her request. Evan?
Yeah,
you wanna weigh in?
I mean, I agree, the comparables are not the most persuasive part. I mean, I do know that the land value was $650 in 2019 and it's 1.15 million now. A $500K increase there. I don't truly understand how the land use piece comes into it, so I'm just gonna ignore that part.
It's probably best to ignore it because it really doesn't have anything to do with the market.
Do you mind pulling up that map again with the 1.3 where it applies? Is it
location adjustment?
the location adjustment? Does it apply like to this? Because obviously this is going back, I guess you're applying to the whole parcel. I was just thinking, if the back half of the parcel should there be any adjustment to the back half? Is it flat? What is the back half of that one?
Yeah, so it'll be the entire parcel in all cases. And we apply it to both the home site and the residual land.
But you're not applying it to the ones to the north, is it?
Not the ones behind it, correct.
But what about the ones to the north? Are those conservation
These are
easements?
conservation
Okay.
easements. Most likely, that's why they don't show any.
Yeah, okay. That's the only other thing, the fact, I mean, I don't know if you all don't, I guess you don't do that, but it's the 1.15, if we should apply 1.15 to the back half of it or something like that. But if you're saying it's just one. Visible lot. I'm just going off of Evan's land value
Right.
Mm-hmm.
thought,
But she specifically didn't ask us to, although I think we can adjust it if we want to.
well, she kept on arguing the 1.3, so I guess part of that argument at the 1.3 is if it only applies to lands. I guess in that sense, she was arguing it.
Well, no, wasn't she arguing the building should be 1.3?
She asked her as the building, but I
Yeah.
think she sort of,
She knew about the 1. Or she saw the 1.3 somewhere and was pushing on the 1.3, but it only applies to land. Right, there is the 1.3 was just on the land.
No, her application says building 1.37.
Oh, I'm talking about the location, the factor.
Oh,
The
okay.
adjustment. She
okay,
kept on
so-
arguing about the
yeah,
location
yeah,
adjustment,
okay.
but only applies to land, but she just left it
Yes.
blank, so I don't know if she was arguing the land value. But.
Well, when I look at your comparable land sales, you've only got one that is anywhere near the same size, and it's sold at 25,000 an acre, and you've assessed hers at 21,000 an acre. So, I don't know that sale, and certainly, but, that's what you provided as your comparable, and, she hasn't provided any sales.
Which one is that? The 29
That's that
acres?
29 acre parcel,
Yeah,
you see that one?
yeah, 2/7.
Yes.
See, do you mind pulling that one up real quick? I'm curious to see what it does, yeah. 27855
You mean on the map?
on the map.
how confident are you in the grade there, Peter? 8+3, I imagine it's somewhere near the very pinnacle, right?
That's a question for Dana.
I'm sorry.
How was the grade assigned? Did you guys do a walkthrough? Did you have pictures or?
Oh, I was in the property actually several times. I was in it before the renovation and then during and following the renovation as well.
And recently. for the
And
review.
recently for the review,
Right.
I did another complete walkthrough as well, and, we do have a grade guide that kind of outlines some parameters for grading, and
Do you feel confident that that should be applied as well to the smaller cottage dwelling?
the smaller ones
it's
at
a
C.
C. Yeah. It's definitely a low end, just below average grade property. And an A+3 is not,
Not the highest.
it's not, for a $3 million property overall, you would see an L or higher. So this is the kind of toward the top of the A's. But I'm sorry, Mr. Asali.
Oh, so yeah, if you take off that.
0.8 location adjustment, but what would you like to see?
Oh, this is the one, they did have a garage thing, that has that barn garage. And then I recognize that property. Has a creek going down the middle, but it had this big like metal barn garage thing, so it wasn't a vacant lot, it's the 30 acre. There's no house, I don't know if that one had an apartment or something in that garage thing, but.
It was a partially finished upper level.
Oh, okay.
There is a structure.
There
on
is
it.
a structure,
Yeah,
okay.
there is a
But
structure.
that
Has some value, but
huge equipment barn.
Pool house, what is the pool house? It's not livable square footage.
The pool house actually is quite simple on the subject parcel. It's kind of an open pavilion. Nothing elaborate. It's an older pool house and they did not do renovations to that.
Yeah, I'm kind of left in a position where I would like to make an adjustment to this, but I just can't really muster the argument for it.
well, the land, I don't know about the structure with the. A plus, what they've spent on it, all that stuff, I don't see that. But the land, and I mean, Karen was looking at that, that one just has that garage thing, so it's not necessarily. The 25 per acre, my only thing is just, there's a good chunk of it that's further to the. North, looks not as desirable, I don't know, I mean, it's pretty wide, decently wide, and it's used, I don't know what is in the middle there, but.
So I think the relevance of the renovation cost is.
Yeah. Which is that A plus, and that goes towards the A+3 and all that
Yeah.
stuff, 'cause that's what they used to do.
Excuse me, Peter, are these aerials more recent than 2018,
This is 2022.
2022?
So we do have a topography adjustment on, how much did you say, 25? So on the residual. I'm in the wrong parcel, sorry, I was looking at that other one. I didn't think there was a railroad track here. Okay, so we break out this RS2 section, which is 25 acres, 25 and a half acres, and we have it reduced 70% for topography. So we're reducing some of that residual land, quite a bit.
What's the 682?
The
The second one.
Oh, that's
Front
the,
25.
that's the main part of the residual land, which is, you know, we don't necessarily identify which part of it, but I'm assuming that all of this through here is the topo part, or maybe all the way to
Back
that,
corner, yeah.
and then the rest of it would be
That
that,
front pasture.
everything other than the home sites.
Large that, have they
Oh,
clear
yeah.
cut that?
The front.
Or is it, have they cut that? I mean, that,
Yeah, they've completely, that's a totally different issue that we're not getting into. in this.
okay,
That's not a part of this, luckily, but yeah, they've done something here.
Well, I mean, would there be support for a reduction in value if they've gone in, they cut their land off? I mean, they clear cut it? You wouldn't do anything for
Not
that?
for the market value, no.
Okay.
No, that all affects land use qualification.
Oh, that's their land.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I don't know if we have anything to really hang our hat on, if that's the case, that's what it is.
And I did want to just point out, you were talking about the 1.3 adjustment on the whole parcel, but we do have that on all of these
All these
large
bigger
parcels that are north of it.
I mean, some of those parcels are definitely superior, like, there's a value to having that big wide, like, going up to the south of mountain there, versus this one's a little bit narrower relative to, but it's still not bad, it's on two sides, it's a good, still good lot. I think we're getting close to the 4 o'clock, do we have? We obviously can table this, or we can have a motion at this point, if anyone has a motion.
I will make a motion that we affirm the assessment.
Do we have a second? All in favor?
Hi.
All right. Move on.
Oh, it was Mr. Wendy who seconded.
Okay, Mr. Shulman? Yes. Please come on, have a seat.
So that's wrong.
All right, this is BOE application number 6, PID 15714. Property owner is Martin Shulman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much.
I'll do my little spiel before we start. Please have a seat.
Sure, you got it.
We are the Board of Equalization. One of our members stepped out, but he's gonna be back. The board is comprised of 5 citizens of Albemarle County who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We're an independent board. Here's how the hearing will work. You will have 10 minutes to present your case. The assessor will have 7 minutes to present theirs. You'll have another 3 minutes for rebuttal. During the hearing, we may stop to ask you and the assessor questions. Please note that per Virginia law, there is a presumption of correctness. The burden of proof is on the applicant. Before we begin, I'm going to swear in the witnesses. So whoever's intending to testify, please raise your right hand. Shulman, again, testify. Yes. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You go. Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Shulman, before we begin?
I understand the process.
All right, perfect. So please go ahead.
As an Albemarle County resident for 42 years, I have never questioned any tax or assessment for real estate. As a homeowner, a business owner, paying business license fees as well as property taxes. I have owned this parcel 67B for 35 years. I really appreciate the board members' time and this opportunity. As a former BOS appointed member and chair of the 250 West Task Group, I totally understand the efforts and sacrifice it takes for your appearing today on a volunteer basis. I come in a collaborative manner to look at an inequity that is baked into the assessment protocol of how a recently upzoned property is assessed. The assessment on this property has almost tripled from 22 to 23. And I believe it is correct for January 2024. But it is premature as an evaluation for January 2023. I am unable to put shovel to dirt, to move earth, to define lots and build roads and expand the footprint of the existing business until the final site plan is approved. A change in zoning does not increase property value by Board of Supervisor proclamation. It stipulates a process that depends on a final site plan that requires thousands of hours of engineering and planning department review before any dirt can be moved. There are more than a dozen departments, regulatory departments, from fire to VDOT to Architectural Review Board, sewer and water, that have currently at least 50 outstanding requests, which is simply part of the process. The January 23 assessment is a virtual reality. It is not a real value or fair market value. In fact, in November, December, even January, the developer working with this property attempted to solicit independent investors to buy out the second parcel owner's parcel. It is a second generation that is resolving a trust from their parents. This property has not been on the market for 7 years, the second property. And they got to a point where they simply had to sell. And despite having 50 approvals before the Albemarle County Board of Supervisors and development in the past, this developer was unable to prove fair market value and get an independent investor to invest in that property. He went to a bank and based on his own personal finances, bought out the other property owner. That closed in February. It did not close in 2023. We have a preliminary site plan now that has been approved as of February 23, not December, as of January 1st. The final site plan must be filed within a year, and if not approved, expires within 5 years. It is only with that final site plan that the monetary value attributed to this property is realized. It takes the minimum of 9 to 18 months for a typical final site plan approval for a neighborhood model community of this size to occur. The upzoning occurred mid-August 2022, which gave us 3.5 months for a process that averages a year or longer in order to actually create value on this property. I have always perceived our tax structure system as an investment in improving our communities, roads, schools, services. I have seen my career within a community matrix, raising a family, providing 24/7 healthcare services in Crozet for over 40 years. our proposed development has 4 components that support the community's comprehensive plan. To give you some background, first, every year the county requires approximately 1,500 new residences to accommodate growth. That is the first criteria that we meet. Second, we offered 20% affordable units for this development, which is 25% above the county requirement. Third, we committed a voluntary cash proffer of $280,000 for road and school impact, which represents 10% of the projected property value, or the equivalent of 13 years of real estate taxes. Fourth, we've dedicated 7.8 acres of the 22 acres of these 2 adjacent parcels for a county initiative to connect the community to downtown through a native trail system. In these ways, we have invested in the community. It's been a continuum for 40 years from my practice life in healthcare to being a resident. Originally, I had plans in putting a boarding facility for animals on this property. And I was convinced by Susan Steinmart, a former advisor to planning, that this was a much more valuable property to support the future employment center across the street, where the former Acme site, the former Del Monte site, requires walkable residential communities to support a future employment center. That is in a nutshell how I see an accurate assessment that is premature, that creates a virtual that boots to the ground has not proven to be a 2023 value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board at this time? Good assessment.
So the rezoning of the property is absolutely always the trigger for the property to be more than the certainty versus uncertainty. I mean, there are obviously steps you have to go through after rezoning to get a site plan approved. You know, have a lot of different things included in there, but those are just kind of figuring out the details. The ability to build 110 dwelling units on this property is where the value lies. And that ability was given in August of 2022. So in our case, every single time a zoning is changed on a property that allows a different or typically higher use of the property, we're required to assess it at what is then the market value starting the next January 1st, because these zonings start, you know, the land is assessed as January 1st. And, you know, certainly not going to put any words in Mr. Schulman's mouth, but it sounded like he agreed with the value, just not the timing. So, you know, I've never seen where anyone would say that there's a delay in the value of a property that's rezoned because there has to be a site plan and other details that are determined. That happens in every single situation. But the fact that the owners went through the process with the Board of Supervisors, which is a very extensive process to get that rezoning done, is a huge hurdle, which is something that a proposed or a prospective buyer would say, oh yeah, that's all done. The rest are just details. So to us, you know, it's well supported. 110 dwelling units is a 4.64 density on that part of the parcel. And that, you know, is where we determine our $450,000 per acre value. But of course, that's because the site work, it needs to be included in that. That's reduced. And that's how our value is determined for that part of the property. Now, this property, as you can see on the picture here, there's a veterinary clinic in the front. I did an inspection of that, but I'm not sure, I don't even think that's even part of what's being contested here is the value of the veterinary clinic part. It's really this back part that was changed in zoning along with the neighboring property in which these 110 units are going on to. So we have the value broken down between basically a site for the veterinary clinic and the veterinary clinic itself, and then the rest of the land, which is for development under this new zoning. So I think we're well supported in the way we have it. I disagree with Mr. Schulman on the timing of when this would actually be worth more money, and it was at the time that the zoning was. Unless there's anything that you want to say.
So Shulman, based on that, I have this questions for
Thank
Mr. Shulman. If you don't mind, I have some questions and then give your 3 minutes to rebuttal. Okay, so I just want to clarify some things, just looking at it. The 110 is for both, is another parcel's part,
That's
right? Okay,
The one next door right there.
that one, okay. The veterinary clinic building, which I'm assuming is your practice. You're keeping the building there?
Building will stay and
Okay.
it can be expanded from 3,000 square feet to 5,000, but not until the final site plan has occurred. So there's value that doesn't exist.
So
in this
how-
assessment.
How many units are they, based on now you have a site plan or anything else, how many units are they putting on your parcel?
About 50,
It's about 50, they're able to fit 55 units. About
50
50.
to 55.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how they're fitting it, because it looks, I don't know if the wooded area is.
That's
the-
part of the 8 acres that's being dedicated to the county.
Oh, that's part, so it's all gonna be right, it's gonna be very close to the,
It's going to be surrounding the veterinary hospital. There'll be a new entrance to the right of the veterinary hospital.
okay,
And it will then spur left and right, and then be a future expandable cul-de-sac should the growth area expand further east.
and then my other fault, I'm assuming, and you don't have to answer like the exact thing, but I'm just assuming you have a purchaser developer who is handling all of this.
Yes.
The application for you weren't necessarily, I mean, you would have been the applicant as a property owner, but you have a contract purchaser on this property.
Yeah, and for example, my contract is triggered and stipulated by having the final site plan.
Right,
I cannot sell my property. Not only until the final site plan occurs, but as of January 2023, we spent 2.5 years trying to get a sewer easement from 4 local neighbors and did not have it, which is why the developer could not find an investor to invest in the property. This development doesn't happen without a sewer easement, which we did not have in January.
but you do now. I mean, obviously, we're kind of disregarding what's happening after January, but
Still working, sure, it's
Yeah.
post January and we're still working on it with promise.
okay. And then that's, so you have your 3 minutes, Raul. Sorry, I just wanted to
Sure.
clarify those issues. So do you have anything else you wanted to add, or
Well, perhaps now we're in rebuttal.
this is your rebuttal time, so
Oh,
please,
thank you.
yes.
So, yeah, and so what I feel the tax assessor has failed to do, and I think he's done a great job. He has not proven by historical examples that neighborhood model communities have sold within less than 4 months without a final site plan. That is again a virtual reality. I don't see pen to paper examples of that happening. And that's what we have. We have a zebra. We don't have a herd of horses here. This is, I realize it's awkward. You guys are a board of equalization, not necessarily board of fairness. I'm not saying there's a lack of fairness. I'm saying maybe this needs to be punted back to the board of supervisors. I would like to see the board stipulate that there would be a waiver, a moratorium on an increase in assessed value until a final site plan. That is correct, and if it's been incorrect for the last 30 years in this county, it still doesn't make it correct here.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant or the assessor?
So I think I understand kind of logically why you have adopted that position. I guess I'm curious to know like how you form that belief. Like, are you aware of any county in Virginia, any locality in Virginia treating the approval of the final site plan as the trigger event for the increase in assessment?
I am ignorant as to what the policies are in other counties in Virginia.
So, so the basis of the request is that this is when you're going to realize the value, like personally, under the
Sure,
terms of the
yeah,
contract.
I can prove that I have no additional value based on my contract. And with July 4th right behind us, it is analogous to me as a taxpayer to taxation without value, not necessarily representation, but without value.
And so if you never achieve the final site plan, if you abandon the project, say, and just let the land exist in its current condition, the approach would be that the assessment would never increase in.
Sure, in 2028, if I don't have an approved site plan, this is a rural property. The zoning goes back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? All right, well, Mr. Schulman, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
The board will confer and make a decision, and we will mail out the decision to you in
Okay.
2 weeks.
So I go.
Thank you, Dr. Schulman.
You guys are awesome. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And thanks.
Sure.
Yeah.
Next, hearing's at 4:30. All right, any discussion?
Yeah, how do you value something when there's a site plan? It's
Well, the zoning's by right at that point, and that's what I'm assuming
Yeah.
is you all put the zoning as neighborhood. Do you do it based on what the density is? How did you value, like, where did that value?
Density.
That's
The value is based on the density.
And then the adjustment for the raw land until the site work is done,
Yeah,
is 50%.
50%, okay.
Yeah, so our site
Okay.
work adjustment really is to take in all that, what they turn into open space, what they
Yeah.
turn into roads and,
Right.
and utilities being added and all that kind of stuff.
Okay,
Topography is additional in this parcel because there's some topography.
Okay. and then where do you get where does the value come into the?
$450,000 per acre.
Yeah, is that because it's? Say
That is
5 per
from
acre?
sales of properties like this that are at that density, R4, R6.
Okay.
Those types of properties. There's a lot of that going around,
Mhm.
or a lot of that available, sales of that available. And I do want to comment that we're not talking about there being a 4-month expectation that a property will sell after it's rezoned. We're not saying it would definitely sell before January.
But the zone, I mean, it's a by right, but by the time the board of supervisors approves the zoning is now, it's zoned for that density, so that's the value, that's the argument is, that's the value of the property.
Correct.
It's just that specific site plan has not been approved, but a site plan will be approved with that density depending on what it's gonna be, is I think the general idea.
Kind of like saying only the last play to score the touchdown is
Yeah.
worth any win percentage.
Hey, based on our last conversation, it's buildable.
I do have a question about your comparables.
Okay.
Your comparables were also properties that were zoned appropriately but did not have final site plans.
Yeah, well, okay, so, I mean, most of these are R4, R6, they're automatically
By right.
by right
Right.
ability to build that density.
Okay.
The other ones,
PRD.
PRD and PDMC would have dictated what they are allowed to build, just like this, they're dictated to allow 100, up to 110 units. So whether they actually had their site plan when they sold, I don't know that. And I've never considered that as anything pertinent to
Right.
Because the buyer might have a different idea for the site plan.
Oh, right.
You know, just the ability to build what they want to build is what they're looking for. They might not want to build what the other person or the previous owner had intended to build or got approved.
Well, neighborhood model district is also very flexible.
Right.
So
Even
they
the
go by
zoning.
block and they have a range of what they can put in each block. And that can be adjusted, which is why it's positive for the developers, because if market changes, then they can change within that block segment.
And they definitely do, exactly.
So they don't have to have the whole project approved.
They
Just
get
go
it,
block by block.
they get us overall rezoning for a neighborhood model district. And then they identify what might go into each one of those blocks. And then as they develop block by block, like for example, Brook Hill, they'll go back in and say, well, we're only gonna put 110 condominium units here, but we're gonna add additional residential over there. And so the county goes back through and says, well, it's a total of this number of units. And so you put them here, then we'll have less over there or more over there, depending on what their plan was as far as approval.
And they'll do that by putting limits on how many
Yeah.
units you can build. And it might be how many dwelling units you can build, might
Or
be how much square footage of commercial.
Yeah.
And then, even then, they can be adjusted in the future. They might have to come back for some approvals if they exceed anything or want to change something, but you know, like in this case, it's not even, I don't think it's even saying anything about the type of dwelling units, whether they're all separate dwelling units or townhouses or anything like that.
Well, there's no way they can fit
Right.
0 low line
No,
homes,
they-
so it's
no.
like this is apartments, I think.
Yeah.
This is gonna look up-
Yeah, space wise, that would
Yeah.
help determine that.
And the only thing I can think of that can fit that many units, because there's not like where the area is, especially with the topography in the back, there's not much room with the different. I was thinking maybe the veterinary hospital, they're moving, like could demolish it and make it part of, like, put a part of the building or something, but if they're keeping it, then there's not much room back there, so. But it's by right, that's what they have, that's.
Right, right. And that was a general statement as to
Yeah.
a normal thing.
Right.
In this case, yeah, you could only fit townhouses or condos or something.
Then he said it was 50 to 55, and again, you're taking that into account, that's what you're valuing is 50 to 55 units on this parcel.
Right.
And we apply it to everyone upon rezoning.
Right,
So it's not,
it's uniform.
Including the property next door.
Yeah.
Which was not appealed.
And how much did that sell for? Do you know?
Oh,
I mean, it's after, obvious.
Did it sell?
he said
He said it
that. He
closed.
said that it
No, he said
closed,
closed.
so
It's closed.
I don't know that it was on.
Okay.
Well, it was part of it, it must have been the same contract, they might have paid, they might have done it.
They had a trust or an estate on the other parcel.
It's like a residential house, isn't it?
The same land use though over there. One point, okay.
Yeah.
1.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1.85. I just brought it up.
I mean, it's obviously past the time, but even with the circumstances, and what's the tax assessment? I mean,
It's 14 acres. Oh, it's.
2,336,700.
on this one,
Yeah, we
No.
marked it.
and this
as
one
a
has the veterinary building.
sale. I don't know if there was any relationship between this trust and the Emerald Land LLC.
I have a feeling Emerald Land is the developer.
I think that's Mr. Couture. Isn't he? Yeah. I think it is.
Do we have a motion?
Move to confirm the investment.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. I
Yes.
didn't get your eyes.
I still think they need to say yes.
The big is the next residential. Whatever this is.
Oh, this is Dana.
Okay.
Do any housekeeping items to follow? I've got a work out, probably ready in 5.
No, I don't, this is it. And then tomorrow, 8:30, I'm assuming everyone wants to start 8:30.
Yes.
8:30. We don't have a 8 AM here.
We should be done by 10:30. No. Noon?
Try to run through it that quick. I don't think it's, well, this, again, tomorrow. Tomorrow we have one, we again have one applicant doing 4, another applicant doing 8, so hopefully we can do it like we did today, so. Yeah,
Unless you need more time this afternoon, you have something you don't finish this afternoon, tomorrow morning we'll start at 8:30.
exactly, that's what, yeah, we're.
Do you mind if I take
Yeah,
a
but
quick
what
break
is it?
because get certification?
I'll meet at IHOP and have breakfast.
You know, did.
Sorry.
Strong preference for.
You don't see us enough, you wanna see us even more?
Photos.
There we go. That's a. Or we just get them to get us breakfast too, that's lunch. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and start my welcome, so Peter comes, Mr. Lynch comes. So good afternoon and welcome. We're the Board of Equalization. This board is comprised of 5 citizens of Albemarle County, who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We're an independent board. And here's how the hearing will work. You'll have 10 minutes to present your case. The assessor will have 7 minutes to present theirs, and then you'll have 3 minutes for rebuttal. During the hearing, we may stop to ask you and assessor questions. Please note that for Virginia law, there is a presumption of correctness, so the burden of proof is going to be on you to show that the value is incorrect. Before we begin, I'm going to swear in the witnesses from the assessor's office. They've been sworn in already, so it's time you swear in. So you can raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That's what I'm here.
So, thank you. Do you have any questions before we begin?
No, this is new to me and I'm just gonna roll and flow and just be a part of it.
Sounds good. So we're gonna wait a minute until Mr. Lynch comes back from the assessor's
Oh, Mr.
office.
Lynch is here. Oh, I
Yes.
never met Mr. Lynch.
So once he comes back, we'll go ahead and get started. You're our last hearing for the day. We've been here since,
It's true. You guys are tired and you wanna just,
we've been here since 8, so.
Bless you.
No, but we will take our time. Please take,
I hope you had lunch.
we did.
And the last person is always the, okay? They're just like,
We have a full day tomorrow too, so it's okay. You're in the middle of it.
so you guys like, this is out of the, so you guys like independent, do you work for Albemarle County or no, you just
We're
like
just volunteers.
population collective, just like I?
We're volunteers.
Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate it.
We didn't realize what we're getting into this year.
This year, well, this year, I'm gonna tell you guys, this is the very first time I'm doing this. And the reason I'm doing this is because I'm angry. Because, you know, when you are called to speak the truth, you're just like, screw it, I'm gonna do it because it's wrong. So I'm here to speak the truth and just make people aware that I'm not a silent little.
Well, everyone has a right.
Right,
Everyone has a
right,
right,
right.
and this is your right to come before us
Right,
and have this done. So
Mr. Lynch.
Hello, yes, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Lynch. How are you?
all right, well, please, I already went, Mr. Lynch, I went through the spiel and everything
Okay,
else. So we're gonna go ahead and get straight.
So,
started.
ladies and gentlemen, my name is Edith Begg and I lived at the 2086 Aviano property in Albemarle County in the house since 2005. In the same house, the same owner. And I brought, it's interesting, I went on the recollection of notice of real estate tax assessment. And I'm not gonna dig since 2005. But I'm fair enough to just look at the trend of market value increases 2017. I guess that's. So the trend for increase in taxes, annual increase in taxes was $100, $150. stay quiet. I understood the logistics. You know, food comes up, everything comes up, but then when the COVID hit, the market value went up to the sky. Up to the sky. All of a sudden, the $100 is not 100 anymore, it's 800. So how am I not to speak up? Why? Mr. Lynch has not been to my property, has not seen my property. Mr. Lynch evaluated the market value based upon COVID. The market at that time did not see my house, compare my house based upon the neighborhood, which there's a new neighborhood built with new houses, new, you know, different area, but in the similar area. My house was not priced fairly as per house. My house does not have a finished basement. My house doesn't have granite floors in the bath. My house doesn't have a yard. My house doesn't have any improvements that I bought the house since 2005. So for you to increase my taxes, not only general tax bracket of 11 to 13%, how was the increase 19.5%? How's that fair? Would I be righteous and sit here and allow for people to do that? You're gonna make me homeless if you keep increasing unjust for not even being on my property. I advocated, call the office. Please look at the house. This lady came, I sent her pictures of the house. I sent the pictures of the property. There's no flat yard, everything is hills. And there's no improvements made to the house. I still have unfinished basement. I still have a deck that needs replaced. Oh, and guess what? I just have my roof evaluated for you, ladies and gentlemen, and the roof needs replacement. Holes in the roof due to storm. So this is, you know, you jacking up prices to 95 from 2017 to from 3,500 to 2023, 5,100 a year. Look at the roof, sir. Then I had a neighbor of mine that lives in the neighborhood who is a real estate agent. I was just, you know, I normally don't pay attention to these things. I just go with the flow, but I got pissed. It draws my attention. How and why? Because COVID hit, I'm not selling the house. And yes, we had that time when, you know, we had COVID and people were scared and the market value went up. But the COVID is done, over with. Let's be just. And let's, you know, as a collective, try to take care of each other, not raise the taxes because somebody else is having a new house. My house doesn't have a view. My house is in a ditch. And I was buying the house because I had to. I had a kid with disability and I needed a place to live way back when in 2005. So I bought what I could afford. If you keep jacking up the prices like New Jersey, I mean, like any other states, how does people gonna live? Mr. Lynch.
So if you can direct.
I'm sorry, I
I
apologize.
can hear your
I'm just-
frustration, but if you can direct it as a case to us as the Board of
I'm so sorry.
Equalization, we would appreciate it.
I'm so sorry. I had Mr. Lynch on my letter. I'm looking at Mr. Lynch on my letter. That's fine. That's the, so my case is clean and plain and it's unfair and unjust. There's no improvements done to the house as we speak since 2005. However, the tax increase was increased every year. Did not say anything, but when it increased over 19% in Albemarle County, that is just criminal, almost criminal. So I'm here to advocate. I'm here to speak the truth. I'm here to show the proof. You know, you assess different houses based upon, you know, if the house has improvements, if the house has granite, and the house has all these fancy schmancy. My house doesn't. So there's no reason for it to go crazy with egregious increase based upon somebody else's neighborhood, based upon somebody else's house. Come to my house, you're gonna see it's nicely decorated, it's clean. But it's not worth paying 19% in taxes. And that's my case. It's not fair, not right.
Well, we appreciate it. Any questions for the
And
applicant?
may I ask, okay, and also he gave me, I need to add, the real estate agent that lives in my neighborhood that sells and buys the houses, he even said it and drew me the letter, which I don't have it on me, but I have the text, that it was overpriced to begin with, over 40,000 by the Albemarle County, based upon his assessment, because he actually came to the house, reviewed the house, asked my neighbor to do a favor for me too, not a favor for me, but as a realtor, he has to be fair. So.
Well, appreciate it. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant this time?
Sure. About your damaged roof, who did you have come out and look at it?
Insurance,
Were your insurance company?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they give you any written documentation other than those photographs? Did they give you anything in writing
well,
on their letterhead?
if I had it, I didn't think I need it, because pictures show,
Mhm.
the picture shows the proof. Why do I need a letter? This is my house.
And the realtor, did he give you anything?
He did, actually, he did, and I tried to find it and I couldn't. For some reasons, and I emailed him, he was on vacation, and he just got back, he says, I don't have it at the moment. So, but he did, because I wanted to do, and am I just going insane? No, this is wrong. He says it's wrong, they overestimated based upon different areas, close areas to my house. So. Now, if the house was assessed now, the market is going down right now. It's not as intense as it was during the COVID time. So again, there's so many intricate aspects of, it's too high, no matter how you want to justify, it's too high. It's too high. It's not fair. It's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Assessors.
Okay, so. This neighborhood. Fontana. Has sales in it, which showed I'm sorry, there's just so much that was said that I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anything. So we do have sales within the neighborhood of similar type properties. To support the assessment on all properties within this neighborhood and on the subject property. And you can see on the map on the screen, they're not very far away, $660,000, 622,000, 715,000. This is the subject property right here. And generally within Fontana, the grades are very similar. Generally B-1 or B. So that, and there are there's a B plus, couple of B plus ones, but generally they're all within a very tight range. The subject property is a B-1, so it's one of the lower grades within the neighborhood. And this is kind of irrelevant to this proceeding because values are not going down. They have not gone down in 2023 since January 1st. All we're considering is what led up to January 1st, but there is a misconception about values since then. They might have slowed down, but they haven't gone down. In relation to this property and this assessment, though, there were a couple we provided some details on sales within the property. I mean, within the neighborhood. There are two that were provided that were the same model in their comparable 4 and 5. They're 2,872 square feet, so they're exactly the same size. The number 4 has 2 full baths and 1 half bath, just like the subject. Has a basement but no finish, like the subject. Same model, totally similar. They're both B-1s. It's actually 2 years newer, so it's a little bit higher. It's assessed at 601,500, and because it has less depreciation than the subject. The other comparable, which is the same, has an additional bathroom and a finished, completely finished basement, but that one's assessed at 634 so they're both higher, but they're very good equity comparables for the subject. For the sales, there are three of them that range 575, 622, and 660 that are similar in size. What the comparable number 3 is 2,900, so it's larger, but it's sold for 660,000, so it's all above grade. So it should be higher than the subject property because it's larger. So we basically have a lot of good comparable information within the neighborhood to support the assessment of this property. So all we are doing is reflecting what the market is telling us on all the properties, which is our job. So I don't have anything further to add. I was going to bring up the slope. Probably need to get rid of this and I know there's a lot of slope within the neighborhood. Fontana is not level. So I just wanted to show that all properties within Fontana have some sort of slope to them. And that's, I believe, everything you need to add to that. We did not get access to the interior of this property, which is very unusual. I think this is the only one that we did not get access to the interior. We have this as a B-1. I don't know what we would have found if we had seen the interior. I believe this is
I've sent you
average
pictures.
condition. Yeah, average condition. So, we might have seen that it really was a different than a B-1. In the neighborhood, there aren't any below B-1. So there's just a question mark there. But that's all I have.
Any questions for the assessor? This time? Let's take it back to you for your rebuttal.
Yes, the house that Mr. Assessor was saying, I am on the end of the cul-de-sac. So I am the only person on the cul-de-sac that has a ditch. Means 300, except for the front, I'm surrounded by hills. There's no flat land. So this house is completely different versus the other houses in the neighborhood because they actually have flat surface. Mine is surrounded by you have a house and it's in a ditch and surrounded by hills. Very little yard. So don't compare this house to other houses in the neighborhood when they do have indeed flat surface. I don't. When it's raining, there's drainage and everything flats. And when you comparing houses, when you assess my house, you didn't actually walk into the house, saw the house, but you sit upon the market value. So the house has had, like, again, I'm going to reiterate, since 2005 did not have any improvements, has a leaky roof. That's why I went the roof inspected, because it has a leaky roof. There was a storm that damaged the roof. And it actually depreciates, then appreciates. So 19% for the house that needs a lot of repairs, that is not comparable to the other houses. I don't think it's fair. So
The interior inspection, did you?
my son had COVID, so I would not fair. However, I was very fair. I can show you pictures. I've sent the assessor pictures. The basement is unfinished, and I can show you, ladies and gentlemen. I have
That's
nothing.
okay.
I have nothing to hide.
No, we understand. I'm just, because you mentioned that and weren't able to do it, so I just wanted to know.
Right, my son had
what the
COVID, and
reason
I didn't
was.
want her to come in, but this is the yard. It's like sloping all
Yeah,
over.
we can see, we have the aerial picture there, so we can kind of.
And the basement has windows closed. She can look it through the window, see the basement is unfinished. And it's actually not full basement. Is the half of basement is a car garage. It's a dead unit. It's a dead space. So there's not really a true basement. It's maybe half a basement, regular basement, because the other half is dead space for the garage. So it's not really a true fair market value comparable to the other houses that have flat yards, that have finished basements for majority of the houses in the neighborhood. That's why they sell higher.
We'll look into that, so. Any other questions from the board? Well, Ms. Fick, thank you very much. We're gonna look into all that. that you
Please do. And
presented.
like I said, I'm here to speak the truth and otherwise I would not waste my time and your time to, to let things go. I feel that there is a truth and there's a truth. And I'm just one of you. And if you keep increasing those rates above the Albemarle County market value, it's just wrong. It's just wrong. It's egregious. And I'm sorry.
No, quick question.
Yeah.
Are you, I'm assuming you're familiar with the comps that the county use that we have here?
Some of it, but like again, I am familiar with it.
Mhm.
But when you're selling, when you're even selling and buying a house, people look what needs to be done. A roof, $20,000. Do I want to pay $600 per house? I need $20,000 roof improvement. Deck needs replacement. That's another 15, 20,000. Well, I don't have a basement. I need to put some kind of support for the rain. I have no gutters. Nobody's gonna pay this much money for a house that has no improvement since 2005. So, and I have to pay taxes on something that's not even gonna be returned back to me. That's a big issue. It's not fair. Other houses have a beautiful views on top of the hill. They have finished basement improvements. Great, assess that. It's fair. You got this. I don't. So that's my.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you so much, everybody, for your time. I like your color. That's what you were in my color, actually. And I was gonna wear purple. I chose blue. Anyway, thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
I appreciate all of you. Mark, thank you. You've been very kind and communicated with you. You're a good guy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And
Enjoy the rest of your day. It is beautiful weather, not raining.
we will deliberate and we'll have a decision to you within. 2
Please
weeks.
do, and please, whatever you guys do, seriously, speak from my heart. Because life has been, the energy of the life has been, please make it wise, make it fair, make it, truthful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Pete, do you mind pulling up the 2040 via Florence? Those seem to be the closest comparable, right? So
2040, okay. So
the PID 3341.
You mean in tectometry?
Yeah, right there is what's the lot? Which one is that one?
Okay.
I see. It's a 3441 is there. So, okay, that one does have a superior lot. It's flatter. I looked at really quickly, I just looked at the Zillow for that one, and also they said has a new kitchen and things like that, a remodel kitchen. Although that was the one sold for 660, and this is assessed 600. If anyone has any other thoughts, please feel free to chime in. My initial thoughts are we should make an adjustment a lot if there's no adjustment being made, because I think there is a distinction between, because they're being assessed the same, like the 34412 lot and the 33387. It doesn't seem like there's any adjustments being made.
So this is the subject. Adjustment.
I mean, I do see her point on the lot. There is a flatter, it is a flatter. On a lot, I think there should be some, it might not be much, but
There's a hill in the back.
yeah, and on the side, this one's a little bit on the side, and on the right side, it seems like it's flatter, but. And then the other thing is the roof, to the extent. With the, if the roof needs work, that should be an adjustment of that, but those are the two things I see that, I don't see anything else you can do really beyond that. That's my 2 cents. I don't know if anybody else has any other thoughts.
So is the roof built in somehow in terms of like the condition or what, we typically expect an asphalt architectural shingle roof to be replaced every like 25 years, right? I mean, is that built into the condition?
That's built in the condition. This sounded different. This sounded like it was a storm damage and there was insurance involved and is insurance gonna replace it?
Right.
I mean,
Yeah, but it has to, it
this
has
is the
to,
first we've heard about the roof.
yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know when that happened, there is a question
Right.
of when it happened, but. This is again, the depreciation, because average, you're not depreciating, I mean, what's the depreciation percentage on this?
Basically, 10%.
That's when you're about 2005. That's the only thing, it's just, I don't know if with the new, because I know the numbers. That's whether or not a 10% depreciation reflects like that situation with the roof or the older roof that needs to be replaced. That's. Yeah. But the fact that, I mean, B-1, it's B-1, I don't think that's a thing, it's just. It's. That the depreciate, because obviously this is the average to fair, I don't think she's shown necessarily that's fair, so it doesn't seem like it's a. Whatever is done is it's original, but she even said it was pretty clean and whatever else, it's not. But the only thing is just if we should. Make a reduction for the roof being in the condition it's in. Those are my two, just the land and the roof or the. People looking at those.
I agree, there should be an adjustment for the land on most of the other lots, the slope runs along the rear of the property and the rest is more or less usable. It really burdens the usable land on her lot because of the way the non-sloped piece is on the other side in the corner. I just think that the existence of two lines of slopes there and how they're arrayed on the property. To me, I think there's a distinction, and that is worth less than 175 in comparison to the others.
Anybody have any thoughts on structure?
I mean, I think that we got two pretty good comps, which are the two B1s. Sold in July 2022 and May of 2022, B-1s for 622 and 541. Even if you give her the benefit of the worst one there, you adjust the land down a little bit, say 25K. There's not much room to further reduce it on the building. It does seem kind of unusual that a property would not have any upgrades over the course of 19 years, like nothing at all. I imagine most of the Fontana houses have been touched in some way over that period. So maybe you could make an argument that there's been no upgrades or significant repairs at all. Do a little more depreciation.
What we found is that in those first 20 years, there's very little actual work. I mean, there's maintenance, not replacements.
The roof, that's the only thing I would say is the roof. But that's what I mean, she showed us that. But
Collateral source, man. She's in a.
well, but that's still the assessment. We don't know. I mean, because that insurance came out, but they haven't replaced it yet, I guess. Like. I don't think that we can go based on that. Once you put a new roof on, then I think the valuation jumps up. I mean, there's a potential increase in valuation.
That's the problem with an adjustment for the roof, in my mind.
Why do you want?
Is that. You know, we're gonna have to find out when the roof gets replaced and how much.
You'll have the permit information at that point.
No permit on the roof.
Yeah, for the re-roof and stuff.
Just
So
don't
it
get,
doesn't make a big difference either. I mean.
yeah, we just don't get.
Yeah, but what, you don't have the record of it, they just don't, they don't do.
There would be a permit, we don't get those from the building, we don't track those.
No, but when you do a review, you would go back out and you could see that there's a new roof on the building.
So we'd have to see that.
Because she's brought the issue to our attention. So that's the. The only thing is it's the timing, she didn't, that's the missing piece to it is. The timing of when that damage happened, but it's,
It's also, I mean, a few people have done this, but like, it's also a little unfair to Peter's office to be presented with that on the.
Day of.
day of.
Yeah.
What about like 0.9 for topography or 0.85 or something like that? That would be 17.5 off the land piece. That kind of drops her into the 550 to 625 range. And then if you wanted to do something on the structure, change it.
I agree with the reduction for the lane.
Yeah.
After that. I would think insurance being taken care of, it, but. Based on the way she described it.
I just had insurance one out there, but it's just, I don't think we can necessarily consider the insurance factor of it. What did it change it to?
So this is with 10% and it's 579.1, and I can enter 15 if you like.
What was her numbers are 5,
She wants to be
45,
2021.
545. 324 and 120.
That's full.
And that's what she,
Oh, that's full.
oh, 460, oh, my math is off. Okay, that's not gonna happen, but. I would potentially, because the market, especially land value went up 50,000. I would potentially, I would do a 0.8 topography on this one. That brings it down to 140.
What does that change?
It's 30.
31.6.
1.6.
Yeah, I think I'm behind that number. We also have the option I saw in this to reallocate as between land and structure, but I think that just wading into a mess for no reason. I think that's the cleanest way to address it.
Yeah, and I think that's the most persuasive argument she had,
Yeah.
especially when we're looking at the comps that are flatter. So do we have a motion? What was that total number?
561,600.
Do we have a motion?
61, 600.
Yeah.
I make a motion that we adjust to 561, 600.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So what's the new land value? 140?
140. All right, do we have a motion to adjourn? Thank you. And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
All right, we're adjourned.